Yo, what's up, everybody? What is up? How's it going? How's it going? It's Thursday, Robert. It's so true. It is Thursday. It is Thursday right now. It's good to see everybody. How's everybody doing? Man, it's been a long time. It's been a long time since we've had a stream, man. I'm super stoked. I'm really happy. It's good to be back. It's good to be back. I've been really busy just kind of with like, life stuff. I have been busy with the, Colorado group and stuff like that. That's been really awesome. I've been very grateful for that. That's been just amazing. Figuring out job stuff. I've got that all figured out. So that's been really, really good. Just living the dream, man. Just living the dream. So much has happened though. So much has happened, and I have been just kind of out of just out of this world with just everything occurring. Oh, Christian Bergsma sent $5. Thank you, big guy. Let me pull open my thing here to make sure I get you. Make sure I get you back. Let's see here. Sorry, I have to do that like code thing. Okay. Let me see here. Wanted to read the message. Okay. Power chat page. Oh man, dude, it's been so good. I've been blessed. I've been blessed to say the least. Christian sent $5. Thank you, Christian. Hi, Pine Sap. It's Christian, aka Catholicism and Creation. Thanks for all the shares in 2025. Love that support. Would donate more, but I'm broke. God bless, dude. Any amount that you donate, sorry. I was playing the actual live video. Any amount that you donate, I'm grateful for, my brother. Thank you so much. It just matters the world to me. I'm more than happy with it, And again, we don't do this for money. We do this because this is what we're all about, right? This is what it's all about. It's bringing souls to Christ. It's, leading people the right direction and stuff like that. And that's what we want. We want to lead people in the right direction. We want to lead people in the right way. And so I'm just grateful for your guys' support and stuff like that. But I'm trying to make sure that I stay on top of content. I think I'm going to try making Wednesday my average streaming day. I know I got to do the video content. That's been a difficult transition, but we're getting on that too. So how's everyone been doing? It's been crazy. The change up from the end of this year was insane, actually. I was not expecting everything to happen. The rise of Clav has been kind of crazy. That's been something that's been kind of a delight to see. I don't know. He almost kind of came out of left field. I know the TikTok people have been following him for a long time, and I'm not that active on TikTok, but it's been really good. I mean, I think that while I don't agree with like the surgery part of looks maxing, or maybe like some of the things where it involves using like substances or something like that to improve it, I think the general sentiment of like wanting to become better. Antonio sent $50. W Pine Sap Wayne Gaff. Thank you so much, brother. I really appreciate it. I think the general like sentiment of wanting to ascend, wanting to become better, healthier, holistic, that sort of thing has been very positive. I've been very encouraged to see that. And I think that's a good trend. I think that's a good trend because we need it, right? We need more people who are promoting the idea of ascending, becoming better, increasing their skills and what have you. I've been doing that in the Colorado political scene and stuff like that. And since I've recovered from my surgery, so this is crazy. I had my left tonsil removed because I lost it. I lost both my tonsils originally in a first surgery when I was about 9 years old, because they were causing me like a ton of problems, like a lot of sinus issues and stuff like that, totally inflamed and like infected and stuff like that. So I was getting sick all the time. And I didn't realize, but they can actually grow back after a period of time. Nuki McMelface sent $5. The Pine Sap is back during my drill weekend. We're going to make it. Dude, we're going to make it, bro. We're going to make it, Kings. I'm excited. I'm encouraged. We are going to make it. But Yeah, it grew. Just the one on my left side, my left tonsil regrew to full size. Not my right one. My right one is still gone. But there's a rare phenomenon where if you have your tonsils removed when you're very young, because it's so young, your body kind of sometimes recuperates and like starts having them regrow. So all the tissue regrew, and it was still causing me like a lot of issues. Like I was very, if you guys even noticed during the stream, I was like very like stuffed up. Like if I was talking even for this long, like my face would get very congested, and I would feel like I was just like talking with having like, like a laundry clip over my nose or something like that, right? So it was great getting that removed. So because I had such a long recovery period, back in the gym again and stuff like that, haven't been able to go for my walks because it's been very cold out. It's been freezing, dude. Like I've not liked that, but that's okay. We've been cycling in gym more, and that's been really, really good. So the general sentiment of ascending has been very positive. And it's funny because like all the BAP people online are freaking out about it. They're saying, oh, it's gay if you admire the fact that like, Clav has this kind of almost stoic attitude towards life, or, he promotes this kind of view of life that's about becoming better, improving yourself or what have you. When if we forget, their whole criticism of like AF and Groypers before was, oh, we don't go to the gym enough. We don't ascend enough. We don't do things to improve our lives enough or what have you, which is total bullshit. But that was their, whole thing before. And so they tried to promote, Bronze Age pervert, which we've all seen the picture. I mean, the dude looks like he's like 8 months pregnant and has like man boobs, right? I mean, the guy is a total, freak. And on top of this, it's like they're most like bodybuilder type guys, like raw egg nationalists. I mean, he's completely dysgenic, right? He looks horrible. He looks like he should be like, shoveling garbage in some French gutter rather than promoting any sort of health advice to anybody online. But because it was their guy that did not ascend, and it was one of our guys, or a guy who at the very least is adjacent to us, they've been freaking out and they've just been losing their absolute minds because the cope hasn't worked. That just reminded me of a story you guys will be delighted to hear. We'll get to that though, because I got to recap Amfest for y'all. And there's a little bit of tea. There's a little bit of some stories we have to say from a good old friend of ours. Guess who it is in chat. Let's play a little game. Guess who it might be in chat who I saw at Amfest, and I did not confront him, but he felt the need to confront me. It's related to this. The PSYOP did not work. The PSYOP did not work from BAP and from the Con Inc. establishment. Their design to try and get young men involved in their organization did not work. They're not cool. Even if they promote things that are good within themselves, bodybuilding is great. Being healthy is wonderful. Being, wanting like mass deportations and all that kind of stuff is fantastic. But it was much to the silence of the Jewish question. It was much to the silence of criticizing Israel. It was much to the silence of actually criticizing the Jewish power edifice that runs everything in our society. And that's why they lost, because you look incredibly spiritually weak when, even if you might promote bodybuilding and mass deportations and maybe sort of race consciousness, when you're silent on that issue, you look like a shill. And people will call you on your bullshit and be like, you're a total shill, dude. It doesn't matter if you're working out all the time. It doesn't matter if you're promoting these other holistic things. Those are great within themselves. I'm not knocking that. But if you are spiritually weak, meaning you are promoting a view of life where you're silent on one of the most important issues of our time, it doesn't matter. So the PSYOP didn't work. Eric and Robert said it in chat. Eric and Robert said the guy in chat. So I wasn't going to honestly, I've been done with the guy for a long time, but I've told this story elsewhere. If you guys have caught the few Instagram lives and stuff like that I did immediately after recovering, man, that's an interesting interaction. But I see Spexo's in chat. Hey, big guy. Hey, Spexo. What's up, buddy? I missed you, bro. It's so good to see you again, man. Yeah, Takeshi69, that's actually who we're talking about. So Amfest. Amfest was fantastic. Amfest was a really, really, really good time. I was very, very encouraged because, you know, I'll be honest with you guys. Like, this last year had some extreme highs and some extreme lows. And it was initially very, very mentally difficult for me to see kind of all the negative stuff online, you know, towards myself and stuff like that. That wears on a person after a while. You know, that's something where, you know, you see so many things like knocking you down. You see so many things like micro picking apart your life and trying to, you know, humiliate you or make you look bad, or, you know, putting you down in such a significant way that it kind of almost gives you this like tunnel vision, right? And it really wore on me for a long time. I really did feel in this period of my life like I was very lost. And lost just in the sense of like, I didn't know really what I wanted to do with this, you know, the apostolate, the show. I didn't know where I wanted to really like take the content. I didn't know in terms of personal life direction where I wanted to head. And so having people every single day, you know, you open apps or whatever, just nitpick you and get onto your case and insult you over and over and over again, it really does wear on you. And I'm being human about it. I can pretend like it doesn't bother me, but it, you know, it did, right? And it really, really, really got to me for a long time. And I was very, you know, while I was improving my life and stuff like that, it really depressed me. And, you know, I pull up to Amfest and I don't know what to expect. You know, I was almost expecting I was going to come there and, you know, the guys I'm friends with would recognize me, but that'd maybe be like 5 people. I literally got recognized in so many places, and I had so many people come up to me and say the nicest, sweetest, most encouraging things in the entire world. I really had a lot of people who, you know, they just showed this love. Thoughts on Dean Withers being exposed by other liberals as a grifter. Was that the whole like Andrew Tate thing, or is this like new lore that dropped? You'll have to tell me in chat. Was that new lore that dropped, or is that the old lore about him being like a Tate, like Dropbox, or not Dropbox, whatever they call it, Dropbox shipping guy or whatever? Because I remember that, but if there's new lore, I want to hear it. The end of the year ended really, really, really positively, all things considered. Like I had just had the absolute crap just, you know, mentally and emotionally beaten out of me. And I had felt like I had gone through so much, and to have this end of the year moment where, you know, people are coming up to me and they're just like sharing their life story. They're saying like, you've been a big part of my life and stuff like that. It cut me to the heart, dude. I'm not even going to lie. Like it really meant the world to me. I never thought that I would. I always knew when I was a kid I wanted to play a big role in other people's lives, but I always thought that was going to be like some small thing or not even a small thing, but I just didn't know how it was going to look, right? When you're a kid, you don't really know like who you want to be or like what kind of impact you want to make, but you do want to see that impact go forward, right? That impact snowball in people's lives and, you know, sort of build into something where, you know, even if you like never talk to that person again, or you guys, you know, lost touch or whatever, they would always remember the impact that you played in their life. And to have people come up to me and say that, like, that meant the world to me. I really could not express like how much that just touched the depths of my heart, and it made me determined to do more. You know, when I was saying the whole thing about being at my lowest, it's not that I was going to go away. It's not that I was going to stop doing content or whatever, but it just like, it really sucked to literally log on X every single day and just be like bombarded with just, that take you had was bad. This thing you said was that. And it's just like, okay, you know, it's the I show speed meme where he's playing Fortnite, he's taking a deep breath and he's just closing his eyes. it was a lot. And to be able to be in a place where you realize all the negativity and all the voices, yeah, they're there. Yeah, they're not nice to hear or whatever, but it doesn't matter. You're doing something more important and you're making a greater impact by just being present in other people's lives. And that's something that I really, really want to continue to do. And I just want to increase with this year. So I know I've always said it, but I do want to start regularly streaming. I think that's important. I think that is a goal for 2026. That's part of the ascent. Regular streams, continuing my my fitness journey and stuff like that. It's been really good at the end of 2025, but we got much more work to do. And just becoming the kind of leader that Colorado needs in terms of Catholic witness and political witness as well. Because I didn't realize, but we have a lot of power in this state. We have a lot of power in this state. We have a lot of like young guys who want to get involved and make a change and are very aspirational too, right? Because, before when people said they wanted to get involved or whatever, it was this kind of like alt-right, Charlottesville, we want to put on masks and march with Iron Man shields and tiki torches. I never liked that, but that's over. Right, those people, it's like if they want to go do that, they can join Patriot Front or any number of those orgs. For us, we're getting serious about politics and we're getting engaged in campaigns. We're getting guys jobs. We're getting guys volunteering positions. We're getting guys integrated in different communities, especially parish communities and stuff like that, to be able to be an influence and a change. And I've seen it change people's lives like overnight. I mean, I started the Colorado Conservative Coalition, I think back in September or something, right? So, September, October, November. I mean, it's been like 5 months of this. And already I've seen a massive change. Our events that we've had and stuff like that, there's been an incredible turnout. Guys really have showed up and they've really, really impressed me. So I know I'm glossing my dudes, right? I know I'm biased because they're my guys, but I think the sort of intellectual elite that we're bringing into this state and the political elite that we're trying to create, it's a very real possibility. And it's something that I never thought I would see in my lifetime. So we're back. We are back, Patriots. We're doing a good job and we're just going to continue to do a good job. And I'm very excited to just see where everything goes after that. Your streams were super helpful to me when I reverted a few months ago. Thank you, Robert. That means a lot to me, man. His position is that Jews should become Catholic because he loves them. Literally, dude. That's like, everybody's like, oh, what's your secret? What's your secret? But what's your real position though? That's my real position, like unironically. People are always like, oh, but you have this dastardly mastermind. It's like, no, my real position is like, I want the Jewish people to convert to Catholicism and accept Christ in their heart because I love them on a true level. I don't love them in this fake way where it's like, I want them to continue to, be a part of a false religion that's sending them to hell. I want them to know the love of Christ like we've all known, bro. Right? We've all known the love of Christ because of the way that he has touched our lives and transformed our lives. I want them to know that too, That's the other thing too. I always love how people, I've gotten this rep in Catholic circles that I'm like some vicious anti-Semite or whatever. And I've probably talked with at least, and I'm not trying to overestimate the number here. So I'll see if I'm getting it correct, but something like at least like 4 to 6 people from a Jewish background who wanted to become Catholic and saw no problem with what we do here, right? They saw no problem with talking about the Talmud or Jewish power or anything like that. And if anything, the honesty and the sincerity of like, yeah, we talk about this stuff, but we want you to convert. We don't want to hurt you. We don't want to persecute you. That's completely anti-Christian. And I think the sincerity of all men of goodwill, especially these people from a Jewish background of goodwill, they see that and they're like, I know that Christ has always wanted to call me to his church. And so I'm becoming it. Dude, I met a Jewish guy who was becoming Catholic at AmFest and gave him the biggest hug in the world and told him I was proud of him, right? And that was, I think, shortly after. Actually, no, I take that back. Shortly before I saw Not Apostate Prophet. Oh my goodness, who's the guy? His name is Michael Jones. Michael Jones. What is his show? Do you guys remember Michael Jones? He's the oh man, this is gonna kill me. Michael Jones. Dude, what is... Oh, this is going to kill... Inspiring Philosophy. Inspiring Philosophy saw me, looked me dead in the eyes. I didn't even say anything to him. I was talking to someone else. Looked me dead in the eyes. Eyes got real big. He turned around and walked away. And I'm like, bro, what am I going to do to you? Like, I'm not going to do anything to you. I'm just here to have fun. You know, just because it's like I go hard on the paint on like social media or whatever, these people think I'm going to go up to them and be like, you're a horrible person. Fuck you or something. It's like, no, dude, like I'm just like a normal dude. I'm just a normal guy. I'm not some, you know, I'm literally wearing Is Mayonnaise an Instrument as a shirt right now, right? I'm wearing like a graphic tee with a meme on it. Like I'm just a normal dude. I'm not some crazy mastermind. I'm not going to, you know, do something where it's like, not only have I debunked you, but I've also doxed you. It's like, no, I just, I'm just a normal dude. I'm literally just a sweetheart, bro. Like, why do these people think I have it out for them? Which gets into our story. So you guys guessed it in chat, right? You guys guessed it in chat, and we can recap all of AmFest. But there was a certain gentleman who, as I was walking down Chungus ass shirt, hey man, listen, this shirt is awesome, okay? This shirt is great. I wore this shirt because I thought it would be funny and nice. Now the coup de grace. Now the prime place of AmFest. And if someone is willing to clip this story, I would greatly appreciate it because this was a funny story. I'm with a bunch of Georgia conservatives, and we all get lunch together. We had been at the conference and stuff like that, but we were like, you know what? We're hungry. There's nothing going on at the conference right now. It's kind of died down. People were either getting lunch or they were like watching the speakers. I saw none of the speakers the entire time I was there. They were all ridiculous and all a waste of time. It was like more fun to talk to people on the floor and like converse with some of like the tables that were there, some of the booths. So I just stuck to doing that. I had no interest in listening to, you know, people complain about Nick 500 times over, Ben Shapiro literally kvetching on stage. So I stayed down in kind of like the pit of, you know, people on the floor and booths and just talked with everybody. It was super fun. So Georgia, I'm with these Georgia conservatives, great people, and we're all getting lunch, right? We're all getting lunch at this place that was nearby the Phoenix Convention Center. Wonderful place. I got chicken strips. It was good. Very good. Chicken strips with a little honey mustard, you know, a chud meal. It was delicious. I had a really good time. And some coffee with it too, because I had like just woken up. Because dude, I would go to bed at like 3 or 4 in the morning. I was up late. You guys know me. I'm a night owl. I'm not a morning person. And we get done with lunch. Wonderful. We're just joking around. We're talking about like Catholic art the entire time and stuff like that. And, you know, just how it is living in Georgia, living in Colorado, that sort of thing. And as we get done, you know, I'm a huge coffee guy. I come from a family that loves coffee and stuff like that. You know, my uncle used to own a coffee distribution and roastery business. So it's always been a big part of my life. And so I'm kind of a little bit of a connoisseur of coffee. And so after we were done, I was still thirsty for some. So I said, hey, can we go get some coffee before we return and stuff like that? And all the guys were like, yeah, heck yeah, I'm down for getting some coffee. It was like 11, right? So it was still kind of like morning, midday time. And we pay the bill, we get done. The way that the street is the coffee shop, if you think about a city block, right? Like here we were, and the coffee shop was up here. So all we had to do was loop around and get to the next street over. And sorry, saw EFOC in chat, and I was dying a little bit. EFOC, coffee spelled backwards, is EFOC, which is funny. So we're looping around and we're going down the street where sort of their rail system is. The rail system is like right next to it. We're just walking down, we're talking and stuff like that. And out of the corner of my eye, I catch John Doyle and his entourage walking opposite direction of us. And I know he sees me, and I know I see him. And so I'm not going to bitch out. I look him dead in the eyes. I just nod at him. This is the day after he was pressed by like Alexander and a couple of the other like Groyper guys. They had gone up to him and asked him about his, crappy behavior or whatever. And he's like, and if I didn't have a deal, I'd knock your fucking teeth in and stuff like that. And he, literally hit like my friend who was recording the video and stuff like that, pushed him. And so he had already been like pressed. And I wasn't looking to do that again because I was just like, you know what? He's had his fill or whatever. I'm good. I'm just here to have a good time. I'm not here to like beef with anyone or anything like that. And I'm walking and, I nod at him and stuff like that and just continue to walk forward. And I almost do like my stride, like I just start striding and I'm like, okay, this is uncomfortable. So I'm walking and I hear behind me, my left ear, got nothing to say? Fuck. You talk a lot of shit on Twitter. And I stop and I like turn around and there's Doyle seething, just livid. He is so unbelievably angry. And he looks down, he does that like walk down where he's like, preparing to say something. Like, bro thinks he's the main character. So he's like, gonna raise his eyes at me. I don't normally bring up like hype mogging or anything like that because, look, I know a lot of tall people that are retards and are literally like have the mental capacity of like Sloth from the Goonies. And I know a lot of short people who are way more quick-witted, sharp, short kings, right? So I don't believe that height is kind of everything, even though I'm 6'3", 6'7". No, we got to leave that in 2025. No more 6'7" jokes. But I literally was to hear on Doyle. He was like to my chest. Like if he looked straight, he would be like looking at my chest. I was just completely hype mogging this guy. And I wasn't even trying to. I was just standing normally. And he looks at me. He can barely look me in the eye. And he's like, listen, Pine Sap, what you're doing online is not Christ-like. All that stuff that happened with Nick and AF, that was like 3 years ago and stuff like that. And I've been trying to improve my life and doing all that. And you guys are still continually going after me. What have I done since then? And I literally look him dead in the eyes and I'm like, you literally called Nick gay on Twitter, dude. And he's like, when? I'm like, this year, you have called Nick gay on Twitter. I didn't bring this up because I kind of forgot about it in the moment. Confrontation makes me uncomfortable. So it's not like I retrieved it right there, but like, he also took the picture with like Milo and, and not Vince Dow, David Carlson and all those guys basically saying like, oh, we're the anti-AF squad. Like, wasn't that like 2024 or whatever? So like not even that long ago, right? And he's bringing all that up and he's like, okay, well, whatever, I'll have to look at that. But, I am just so tired of having to go to my priest and confessing feelings of violence towards you guys. I'm not kidding. This bro literally says to me, he's like, I am so tired of having to go to my priest to confess feelings of violence towards you guys. Violence. So let me get this straight. He gets so mad when we like make fun of him, deservedly so, that he literally has to go to his priest and he's like, these fucking chuds, I just want to kill them. I just want to destroy all of them. And I hope they their car explodes or whatever. And here's my thought on that. Okay. I've had people who have made fun of me. I've had people who have been completely nasty to me and said the worst shit. I don't think it has ever crossed my mind, or even if it has as a temptation, I've been like, no, that's stupid. Like, I don't want him to die, right? I've never felt like feelings of violence towards someone that made fun of me. Did they piss me off? Oh, you bet your ass they did, right? Did I feel like maybe intense anger? Sure, of course. But did I ever say like, I hope their brakes are cut and they go down the hill and smash into a tree and just die, or they get hurt? Like, that's what a freak thinks. And I don't mean like all of us have that temptation when we get angry, right? We're men. We're always tempted towards like, violence on some level or whatever. It's the nature of being a man, being a warrior or what have you. But I've never had this like seething hatred of someone, even like the worst people, that made me say, I hope something like actually bad happens to them. Like, I hope something like actually terrible happens to them. I've never been that way. And I know you guys probably haven't too. But this absolute chud, Doyle is like an actual chud. I mean, I know we say like chud to kind of like be funny and ironic. This guy is an actual chud. Like the actual like billions must die because you made fun of me on the internet. Billions must die because you made fun of me on the internet. So he says that, which I had to have like a generational lock-in moment. Like I think part of me was about to like die laughing. I literally had to like, I had to lock in. I had to, take a deep breath, repeat those mantras to myself to just not burst out laughing. His cortisol was through the roof. And he's like, listen, I know I'm no perfect angel, and I know you aren't as well. Which is true. I'm not. I'm very open with you guys. I'm not a perfect guy, right? That's something that I've always, and people make fun of me for that or whatever, but it's like the thing about it is like, I would rather just be honest and straight up with you guys and be like, I'm not a great Catholic. I'm not a, great guy. I'm just someone who's like trying to be a saint. I'm trying to get better. I am trying to get better. That is true about me, but I'm not perfect, right? And that's okay. Well, it's not okay. I need, we should all be perfect. But, like when he said that, I was like, yeah, of course. And like, I don't expect him to be like automatically perfect either. That's not the issue. But after that, he's like, and I can tell that, you love God a lot and stuff like that. I can see it in your eyes. I appreciated that. That meant a lot to me. But then, he proceeded to just be like, your whole movement and what you're doing is just not Christ-like at all. So God bless you, man. Like, okay, God bless you too, bro. That's all I said. And I said it in that exact tone and that exact voice. I was like, okay, God bless you too, man. And he walked away. James Anderson White was like posted up right there like he was going to kick my ass or something. And I was like, bro, I'm not going to throw fists with you. Like we're not having that kind of interaction right now. What do you think? I'm not going to hit Doyle. I'm not going to hit anybody. I'm not that kind of guy, right? I've never gotten in a fight with anyone in my entire life. And I don't know if that's because of like my height or whatever, or just like the way I carry myself, but like I have no desire to like get in fights with people. That's like, even that confrontation, like I will admit, I do and I don't when I say this. On some level, I felt bad for him. On like a human level. And in some ways I don't, because it's like he did call this down upon himself. Like he did call down all of this, like making fun of him and stuff like that down upon himself because of the way that he acted towards us and the way that he treated us and the insults and the betrayal and all that stuff. But on another level, it's like, I genuinely don't like seeing people like in that much, I don't know, like internal pain. You know what I mean? It's like when you like look at like a libtard or whatever, if we want to say that, a libtard, and you see them and it's like they hate you and they're horrible towards you and they're a horrible person. But there's like another part of you that like just kind of feels bad for them. And you're like, dude, like, are you okay? Like on like a human level, like, just sitting down on the park bench and talking like man to man, like, are you doing all right? Bro seemed on edge that entire weekend. Anytime I saw him, because I did see him like multiple times, that was the only time we interacted, he just seemed like he wasn't having a good time. He didn't seem like he was having a good time. He didn't seem like he was enjoying himself or whatever. And I hate to say this, but it's like he only has himself to blame. He only has himself to blame. He really like called this down upon himself. It's not like, look, it's not like he was like a good guy. Okay, I'll level here. If he was a good guy and he was like our guy, and then the Savannah Hernandez stuff came out, I wouldn't really mock him for that. It's still gross and nasty, and I would kind of be like, bro, really? But like, I'd be like, at the same time, it's like, you know, he's a good guy, and I feel bad that he fell in that way and stuff like that. That's terrible. But the reason we use that to like make fun of him and stuff like that is because what did he do? Oh, Groypers are all immoral, and they're like gooners and weak, and they don't work out, and they're not strong like Doyle heads and Gastonians. And my guys, we're like all locked in and Chads and stuff like that. And then what did we see? The group photos, all of them look horrible. All of them look like they have horrible physiognomies. They all look like they have Klinefelter syndrome, right? They're fat, they're dysgenic. They've got like, if they're skinny, it's like that weird skinny where it's literally like Jaden McNeil Klinefelter syndrome, right? And it's that old saying, don't cash a check that your mouth can't write. Don't cash a check that your mouth can't write. If Doyle was humble and nice and didn't turn his back on AF, if this and the Savannah Hernandez thing came out, I'd be like, okay, L, you tried to fornicate. That's gross. But like, I wouldn't give you shit for it because at least you were humble and not a dick to us. But instead, it's like you decided to, you know, beat your chest and act like you were this, you know, this awesome guy, and we're just chuds and we're stupid and we don't know what we're talking about. We're traitors and not really pro-America because we don't want to like vote for JD Vance. And then you got outed as like a weird goon or freak who can't even get it up. You couldn't even complete the act, bro. I mean, you wanted to do that, and you couldn't even finish. It's like, you know, you weren't even good at sinning. You weren't good at virtue, and you weren't even good at sinning. So what are you good at? And then there were those embarrassing videos of him like at the conference, you know, empty floor. Nobody's watching him like do this debate and stuff like that because he's not cool. Like Doyle is not cool on a like metaphysical level. He's one of these people where immediately when you interact with him, you can tell that he has sold himself to the Con Inc. devil. He has sold his soul to the Con Inc. devil, right? Like when someone sells out like that, it's one of those things. This counts as tithing, right? Stateless citizen. Well, it doesn't, but I appreciate the 10. Thank you, big guy. That means a lot to me. Doyle could literally not have like Irish eyes and the lazy eye and be super small or whatever. He could be like a, you know, 6'5" Chad, perfectly built, all that stuff. He could literally look like Clav. And just from the mere fact that he is sold out for money means that you see a loss of aura. You see a loss of like any respect. You just do. People who sell out, it doesn't matter like how cool they look on the outside. You see interiorly that they have no values. They're not rock solid on anything else. And so, you know, for what it's worth, it's like on a human level, I would say pray for him. You know, I think he's, you know, going through a lot and stuff like that. That does on some level make me sad to see. I don't wish him ill will. I still don't after that interaction. I just thought it was weird. I thought instead of like saying something to me, he could have just like walked down the street and been like to his friends, oh, fuck that guy. I hate that guy. Okay, whatever. You know, I'm not really that fond of you myself. Whatever. But instead, it's like one of those things where he just felt the need to like, I mean, if you want to call it ripping into me, I don't think it was ripping into me. I think just by me barely saying anything and just literally standing there, I kind of cooked him. But, you know, what he thought was ripping into me was just such an unnecessary interaction that I don't know what to say, man. I feel bad for him. I really do. Like on a human level, I kind of feel bad for him. So on that level, I would say pray for him. And real talk, I would say he needs to consider reconsider the entire orientation of his life. What steps did you take to get here? What steps did you take to get here? Because, you can look at me and you can look at Nick and you can look at all these people who like make fun of you online or whatever and be like, oh, you guys are the fault of why I feel bad about myself. I don't think we are. I think you feel bad about yourself and you feel the need to like lash out at everybody else for the interior hurt that you feel. And that's very sad. And I don't wish that upon you. But when you act in a way that is not legitimate, that is not someone being a real human being, but is instead being fake, people are going to call that out. And people who you've never even met are going to look at you and be like, this guy ain't legit. This guy ain't the real deal. And you can't blame them for that. They're calling it like they see it. And so, I don't know. I wish him the best. I just thought it was a super weird interaction. The rest of the weekend was very, very good. There were some interesting moments where, like, I remember we went to the James O'Keefe party. That was so gay, dude. Like, we literally like left after like 15 minutes, 20 minutes. New Crusades in the chat. He was there with me, and like, there were a bunch of other people that were there with me, and they can attest to the fact that like there was nothing going on there. Like, it was just like very lame and like low energy, right? It was very like low energy. There were literally like some gay guys doing like coke over on like the other end of the party space, the stage space that they'd rented out. And after a while, like with the music that they were playing and stuff like that, I was just like, dude, this is so gay. Let's get out of here. We kept hanging out in I believe it was the lobby of the Marriott Hotel. That was a really nice lobby. That was low-key the best lobby I've like ever been in of a hotel. Like 5 out of 5. It was gorgeous. It was beautiful. It was like the perfect hangout spot. And all we did is like, squat up with our boys and, talk about politics, talk about, how we can network and stuff like that. I was really encouraged to see what a lot of the guys are doing out in like California and stuff like that. Like, my buddy Ricky, he's doing a lot of good stuff with his group. And his group is full of Chads. Like, they're all very tall dudes. They take really good care of themselves. They've, tried to raise capital and get in high level positions and stuff like that. I saw CWC's crew. They're doing really good stuff. Going the R&R event, the Republicans for National Renewal event, was very encouraging as well. A lot of great faces there and stuff like that. I got to see everybody and just see that there is this outpouring of youth in sort of the more nationalistic side of the Republican Party. And that's where all the young people are, dude. All the things at AmFest that were like old Con Inc. neocon coded, it was only full of like old people and Jews. Like those are the only two people that like literally turned up to all those events. It was no young people. It was no like young, fresh voices, no, people on kind of like the cutting edge of, this movement and everything that we're doing. It literally was just like old boomers and Jewish people. And that was it. And so it makes me realize that it's like all the youth is with us. All the youth is with this like young, vibrant, nationalistic element, nationalistic bent within the Republican Party. And that was very encouraging to see. And so, as much as it was a little weird seeing like the boomer element and just kind of like the corny stuff or whatever, it was one of those things where I'm very encouraged to see the amount of youth in our party and the amount of young people that are showing up for the right ideals and stuff like that. So that was cool. AmFest was awesome. I had such a great time. Phoenix is also a nice city too. I remember people like would always shit talk Phoenix with me and be like, oh dude, Phoenix is the worst. Oh, it's such a horrible city. Dude, that's like one of the nicer cities I've been to and stuff like that. It's like, I hate LA. You ever been to LA? LA fucking sucks, dude. LA is horrible. It's like the worst city I've ever been in. I never want to go. I will if I have to, but like, I do not want to go back to LA anytime soon. It's the worst city I've ever been in. Literally, it was like being in a Brazilian favela. It was that bad. Not to mention it was like I mean, St. Louis is really nice in a lot of parts, but of course, if you like go across the river or whatever, it's a total like gangland. Like you will be killed if you're white, right? So I really appreciated Phoenix. I thought it was a really nice town, all things considered. But that being said, so I mean, just kind of the rise of everything that's been changing on the internet has been cool. I have loved seeing, kind of the rise of like claviculars content and the kind of like spirit behind that. That's been amazing. It's been very interesting also seeing the fallout with Andrew Tate and Sneeko as of recent and them playing HH in the club in Miami. Dude, Andrew Tate literally I never thought he was the top G. Let's be for real. He's, a human trafficker. He's like a freak and stuff like that. Totally immoral man. But it's so funny that, Andrew Tate calls himself the top G. He brags all the time about how he has this no nonsense attitude. He, doesn't take shit from anybody, doesn't mess around or anything like that. And then literally he bitches out at the slightest bit of pushback for being in the club in Miami. Bro is the bottom bitch. I'm not gonna lie. Like, bro is the bottom bitch. Top G, you're bottom bitch, bro. You're seriously gonna like bitch out after you like threw up a Roman salute and you did all these things. You acted so edgy in like 2025 and I believe even 2024. The timeline serves me correct. That's just insane. I mean, that's crazy. It's like you've had your life ruined by these people. What do you owe them with an apology? Are you hoping to get back in the club? You hoping that they'll leave you alone and stuff like that if you disavow Clav and Nick and Sneeko and stuff like that and throw them under the bus? I don't think so. They're not going to let you back in, dude. If you burn them once, no amount of like groveling and sitting at their feet is going to like make them like you again. It's never going to be enough. You can sacrifice to their idols all you want, and it's never going to be enough, dude. Sorry, I'm just plugging in my phone. You can literally sit there and grovel all day and just be completely like, submissive and like, oh, it doesn't matter. And, I just hope they'll let me back in the club. I hope, the Jews will like me again and stuff like that. It's not going to matter. You've already burned them, dude. Hoping they're going to let you back in is a fool's errand. And so I don't know what he's trying to do. I don't know what he's trying to achieve with that. I mean, look, Sneeko did the whole cuck thing and he is friends with Nick. So I want to avoid, really kind of attacking him. I do appreciate him, standing by Nick recently. We got to give credit where credit's due. I don't really like Sneeko, to be honest. I think he's very like shady and very like self-interested and stuff like that. But what I will give him credit for is he stood on business in that moment. He did stand on business. And I mean, he won. Compared to Andrew Tate, bro, he won. In that beef, he totally won. And now Andrew Tate, is trying to be like, oh, I'm not doing an apology tour, even though I'm throwing all these guys under the bus. And I'm totally, saying what they did was horrible and just totally unethical. I don't care, dude. You're fake and you're a bitch. You got your ass beat in that fight recently. I mean, it has just been a year of L's for him. He got his ass beat in that fight. He totally threw his friends under the bus and stuff like that when he could have stood by them and stood on business, right? And on the PBD podcast, he let that co-host, whatever his name is, who, is so neurotic about, Jews being implicated for anything. I mean, the same one that didn't want the, Epstein list to be revealed because, oh, it would generate anti-Semitism. Oh, it would collapse our country if the Epstein list was revealed. Fucking good, dude. Drop the list. I want to know who's on that list, and I want them out of their position of power. I want their lives ruined. Drop the fucking list, dude. I want Adam. Thank you. Yeah. Adam, was arguing with another one of the co-hosts. I even remember months ago last year. And he's like, oh, it would just ruin people's lives. Good. Fucking good, dude. Honestly, if you went to that island and you decided to hurt vulnerable people like that, Good. Your life should be ruined and you should be excommunicated from polite society. Like, I am so glad that that little freak in a wheelchair, Stephen Hawking, that little guy, I'm so glad that they buried his legacy. Well deserved. I'm so glad that Stephen Hawking had his complete legacy destroyed. Because number one, he was a total atheist degenerate. And just like an atheist degenerate, he, of course, went to that island and procured some weird fetish from Epstein. And now even the, secular types, the, non-God-fearing, God-believing secular types have buried his legacy. Good riddance. If Trump's on that list, I hope that happens to him. I hope his legacy is buried. Burn that MAGA hat, throw that MAGA hat out. It doesn't mean anything. Because now we're not getting Greenland either. That's the other thing too. Oh, we're getting Greenland and we're going to take Greenland and stuff like that. And then we don't take Greenland and he backs out. Right? We don't wind up taking Greenland. Oh, we're going to have mass deportations and we stand by ICE. But then we really don't. Right? We don't stand by ICE because then we say, oh, mass deportations actually aren't happening. Sorry, guys. Sorry you got your hopes up. Mass deportations are actually not occurring. Oh, sweet. Another W. America's back, y'all. America is so back. Charlie Kirk gets just fucking killed in the middle of a crowd. And I'm at least glad they, are throwing the book at his killer, right? I'm glad about that. Where is the punishment for the people celebrating his death? Where is their punishment? There's been none. They deserve to have their lives ruined. If you celebrated the death of Charlie Kirk, you deserve to have your life ruined forever. Your ass should be thrown in jail for forever. I'm sorry. You're a disgusting person. You're a horrible human being. But there was no kind of reprieve for that at all. So all Trump has been is a fat orange freak, a fat orange loser who hasn't accomplished any of the goals that he claimed to set out he wanted to do. Unbelievable, man. If you still believe in MAGA at this point, if you really still believe that like he's going to do something and he's going to like fly down and save everybody and stuff like that, you're a bigger fool than anybody else. You are a big fool. You are a dumb goy if you seriously think Trump's coming to save you. And you're an even dumber goy if you vote for JD Vance and think that JD Vance is coming to save you. JD Vance is going to do jack shit. Oh, actually, let me take that back. JD Vance will probably send even more H-1B workers to this country to, replace the native jobs of Americans and stuff like that and completely fuck our demographic situation. So he will do that. But he's not gonna advocate for you. He's not gonna do anything to actually, make this nation a better place to live. He's gonna continue to like LARP as some, faithful Catholic or whatever. So he hopes he'll get our vote. And do absolutely nothing. You gotta look through the BS, man. So many people want to believe the lie because if they don't believe the lie, they become completely blackpilled. And you have to be a realist about what's going on. We have a literal Jewish technocracy that's planning to take over everything and completely ruin our lives. And no amount of coping over Vance and the Trump administration is going to change that. Even one of their guys, Curtis Yarvin, in a recent Substack, literally admitted that the threshold for Trump to do something and cement his legacy is already passed. He's already ruined it. He had the capacity to do something and he didn't. He bitched out. He totally, the moment they depicted him as like the Gestapo and all that stuff, he totally backed out, threw all the plans under the bus. And now that we're just left with a fat orange bastard who's not going to do anything. The posturing from this administration is so gay. I'm so tired of the Homeland Security account on X posting stupid, and all the BAP guys. There's a poster in control, the POAST, that old 4chan meme. What is this, fucking 2015, dude? Poster? Really? 2015? I'm sorry, did we take a time machine back to when, the first election happened, or when he went down that golden escalator? Poster? Really? Great. Oh, he posted an AI edit of this senator getting arrested. Who the fuck cares? How about some actual action? I wouldn't care if Homeland Security and all these accounts and all the propaganda was like out of touch boomer slop, and they were actually still doing something and actually following through on the promises that they gave under this administration, rather than posting epic-based little Dark Age edits and Vaporwave. It's like Fashwave, guys. Get it? Remember Fashwave from 2017? Yeah, it's just like that. We're so back and doing absolutely fucking nothing. Because that's what we live under. That's what we live under. They are not going to do anything. And they're going to continue to disappoint the people that loved and supported them the most. It's unbelievable, man. I just have no words for it anymore. It's reached a critical mass where you just either get it or you don't. You're a Gentile or you're a Goy. You're a Goy who just wants to suck up any slop that this administration or just the larger culture at large wants to give you to believe that there's some kind of like conservative renaissance going on. I think there is like in an underground way. I think we're a part of it. But in the upper echelons of society right now, forget about it. No, it's not happening. Don't convince yourself. That's cope. That's utter and complete cope. If you seriously sit here and you're going to pretend like there's this like grand plan, just taking over everything, you're dumb, dude. You're an idiot. We have to be that plan. And so I know it's a hard pill to swallow that this administration is not doing something. If you still haven't left the cave yet, I know that's like hard to see the sunlight, but what that has to motivate you towards is to then become the change that you want to see. Get involved in your local Young Republican chapter. Get involved in the GOP in your county, in your state, right? See about making marginal changes in your community. Hell, run for office if you can. But you need to do that to affect an actual change. You cannot do this like coping about this administration, pretending like we're winning. We're not. It's not morning in America yet, pal. It's still fucking midnight. So let's be real and look at the situation as it is and aspire to greatness rather than doing this thing where we're just going to cope and pretend like, oh, this is like, so great and we're winning and we're in control. No, we're not actually. We're not. I hate to tell you this. Oh, I got to make New Crusade a moderator. W. So that's important to keep in mind. I know people have been talking about James Fishback. I don't want to get my hopes up, of course. I think it's always good to remain just a tiny bit skeptical just to make sure you don't get disappointed. But I will say that I am very encouraged to see, even if all of that was an illusion, just to see even a candidate use our language and signal for our side as if it needs to be something that needs appealing, right? As if it's a position that needs appealing towards. If there are already candidates that are running on an America First platform, even if it's illegitimate, it means that we're winning the culture war enough that political candidates feel like they need to signal in that way, because if they don't, they're going to lose. So that's been very encouraging to see. And I mean, James Fishback, from what I see, seems like a good guy and stuff like that. Of course, I don't want to get my hopes up. I've been let down before, but if he could win and pull it off, it would be a very good victory. It would be a very, very good victory. And so I really, really, really do hope that he does have a chance to win, because I think that we do need candidates that put their state first. Like Casey Push. Like, I want Casey Push to win that election, dude. Vivek cannot win. If Vivek wins, it's over for Ohio. He is totally Hindu first, Indian first. He's going to just import a massive amount of Indians and completely ruin that state forever. And we don't want that. So I really do think that it's an important angle to work. It's an important angle to support, because even if there are people who maybe aren't completely legitimate about supporting all of AF's ideals, the fact that there are candidates that even feel the need to kind of put that in their messaging means that we are really achieving a cultural victory. And we just need to keep at it. Vivek is feet first. Yeah, that's so real, dude. He is feet first. Why haven't the more serious Groyper types not done anything with TFP? Because TFP disavowed AF and Nick. I mean, I don't know. I'm not against TFP and stuff like that. I'm very supportive of them. With a lot of these organizations, it's like, I think we're really all on the same side, but it's one of those things where it's like they have thrown AF under the bus, and I don't know. That's been happening a lot in some Catholic circles recently, which you guys know I've been sick of for years at this point. I mean, some Catholic content creators, can we just be honest? Can we just be real for a moment? Are complete goys. And I'm not talking about TFP necessarily, but there are just some people who are so addicted to losing. Like you say something where it's like, you're not even saying that something like race mixing is a sin. You're just like, I don't think it should happen on a mass scale or whatever. I don't think everybody should be doing it. Every white person should be doing it. And they freak out, and they're like, oh, well, that's completely sinful that you said that. No, it isn't actually. The church has spoken about that issue multiple times, and there's been multiple prelates that have said, yeah, here are the concerns if you are in a mixed race marriage. It's not that it's sinful. It's not that you can't do it, but these are things worth considering, right? And you've got someone like Kennedy Hall and the guys at Crisis Magazine writing endless articles. Oh, Goipers curse too much or whatever. Okay, and? Really, so you're wanting to lose the culture war. You're wanting to lose this fight we're in, where we have people who literally want to burn down our churches and kill us and shoot every single Catholic outside their church. All because someone said a fucking curse word. For these guys that always beat their chest and say what men they are, they sure do act like little babies. They act like little children. They're a bunch of bitches, dude. I'm sorry. I'm not going to play nice with these people anymore. The older people in some of these Catholic circles just hate us. And I don't like them. Where have you guys been? What have you done? Okay? I'm busting my ass all up and across this state trying to get young men organized and their mind focused on God. That's what I've done. I do a show where I'm trying to lead people to Christ and lead people in the right way and get them involved in their state, right? Especially for the faith. What have you done but write jerk off articles about, well, I'm so pious because I never say the word fuck or shit or whatever. Look at me. I'm so awesome. New Crusade has to head out. Have a good night, buddy. God bless you. Real talk for a moment. Yeah, I say curse words. Okay. Maybe I can improve on that. Yeah, I don't doubt it. But if you're going to sit here and discredit any sort of involvement or collaboration just because someone says some curse words or because someone makes an incel joke or whatever, you are just a fucking baby. You're a little baby boy. I can hear you crying through your screen. That's how children think. Oh, you don't completely agree 110% with the way that I act. So instead of just being like, oh, I have a slight disagreement, I'm going to completely disavow you and throw you under the bus. Yeah, that's a real smart idea. Good job, pal. You really won. You know, they're literally shooting us outside of church, but I'm so glad that you condemned me for saying the word fuck. Yeah. Really winning the culture war there, guys. Justice the Groiper said, Pine Zap question, why does it matter if we race mix in America? Because we all have the same culture, does it? No, dude, come on. Here's the thing. I'm not going to knock anyone if they're, you know, in a mixed race marriage or whatever. That's not, you know, that's not inherently sinful or wrong. I just don't think it should happen on a mass scale. But the thing about it is, like, you know, pearl clutching about race mixing, it's one of those things where, like, race and culture do tie into each other. And there are cases where it's like you can be in a mixed race relationship or marriage and it's perfectly fine and it works well. You know, I've dated girls that are a different race than I am, and it's gone really, really well before and stuff like that. Don't get me wrong. But when you're promoting it on a mass scale, or you're saying like it doesn't matter at all, that's a very nihilistic attitude. And it's not one I can really get behind or throw my weight behind. I think that's just completely missing the mark. You know, race and culture are still tied into each other, and it's still a very important thing to consider. So even when you are in a mixed race relationship, it is something that you still need to very much heavily discern, lest you don't discern it and then it leads to a bad result. So I don't know. I really have embraced my position of being a pariah in Catholic circles, right? Being sort of the black sheep, being the guy who's not well liked or not invited to conferences. That's okay. I used to complain about it a bunch. It is what it is, right? I don't really want to hang out with a bunch of self-serious people who can't see the bigger picture and doesn't actually care about making a greater change, right? You know what I mean? If you don't care about making a greater change, I don't want to hang out with you. Your mind isn't focused on the right thing. And I wish you the best, and I hope the best for you. I hope the best for everybody. And you're still my brother in Christ at the end of the day. Like, when, you know, push comes to shove, you're always going to be my brother. But you do not have your mind and your heart focused on the right things. And it actually kind of gets me. This guy isn't Catholic, he's Protestant, but it gets me to this attitude that I've seen with, we've criticized piety signalers a ton on here, but I wanted to target this guy specifically. I low-key want to see if I can goad him into a debate, because I think it'd be really, really good content. But there's this guy named, I saw it just the other day because someone like sent it to me, Nate Fagan. Let me just tell you, the last name very much fits this guy. His last name is very apt for the way that he acts. Yeah, Nate Fagan. And he is this like Protestant, I guess, content creator that's very like active on Instagram and stuff like that. He made some, you know, posts, we'll watch it here and stuff like that, about essentially, you know, I'm so tired of these anti-Christian guys, you know, Nick and stuff like that, who hangs out with Sneeko and Clav and Andrew Tate, and I'm just sick of them. I'm sick of their anti-Christian attitude. What's anti-Christian about anything that Nick is doing? He literally had an entire series with Joel Webbin talking about his faith and the significance of his faith too. Right? And how much it means to him. What's anti-Christian about what he's doing? I'm sorry, he should have gone to the trad conference and wore his little bow tie and his tweed suit and had his pipe. And he'd be talking about, oh, I just read this wonderful piece from this Austrian professor, Nipple von Poop Bottom. And he just was so trad and so based that his Asian wife, you know, his Filipino wife, not even like a really gorgeous woman. No, the first woman he saw getting off the plane as a passport bro. Just why race is totally a creation of the Enlightenment, and it doesn't even matter. It's like, come on, dude. We are Charlie Kirk. We are Charlie Kirk, Ferdinand. So true. We carry the flame, bro. But we're gonna watch this and we're gonna react to this like absolute slop, dude. It is so bad. Oh, and I'm gonna text someone back real quick. I'm gonna go lift at 6:30, so I was just trying to look at my schedule. But so this is the guy. This is a good old Nate right here. Already off to a great start. Looks like a young Tucker Carlson, and I do not mean that as a compliment, like at all. So we're off to a great start already.
I am done allowing these men to lead my generation astray. Nick Fuentes, Andrew Tate, and the rest of them are incels, Muslims, and sexually immoral degenerates, none of them married, that are the supposed thought leaders of our generation, and I will not have it any longer. I understand why so many of us
Imagine your whole hermeneutic for like who you support in politics is like, did they come yet? Bro, did they come in a girl yet? Oh my goodness, they didn't come? They didn't come in a girl and get her pregnant? Oh, dude, that means I can't support them. Are you an idiot? I mean, especially when people say like, oh, Nick isn't married. Yeah, because Nick has literally the entire world at his back. Yeah, I'm sorry that he doesn't really have time to get married when he's got the entire world at his fucking back trying to, literally get him killed and destroyed. Sorry about that. Yeah, I'm sorry that Nick didn't have time to get married because, I don't know, he, sorry, I was trying to see if I could change my window here. I'm sorry that he can't get married because he's got literally people trying to kill him, trying to ruin his life like every single day. Yeah, my bad. He should try to find a wife when he's literally trying to save America and, completely change the culture and turn back the clock on a dying civilization. Yeah, but he should go find a girl to come in. That should be top of the priority list. I need to go come. That's the top of my priority list, right? Not saving America, not trying to, be the voice of a generation. He needs to get married. This is the trad version of the whole you need to get laid incel. Can we be like for real for a moment? When I say trad, I'm not talking about being traditionally Catholic. You need to be traditionally Catholic to go to heaven. And I don't mean like you have to attend the TLM. I mean, you have to abide and keep yourself in the unwritten word of God, divine tradition, right? But this trad stuff, I am so over it. I have trad fatigue. It's performative, it's cringe, it's LARPy, Mako said it in chat, high estrogen, cortisol, stress phenotype smile. It's a LARP. I'm not trad. I like wearing, maybe I could wear some more drip, and I have actually been wearing more drip, but like, I like wearing meme t-shirts. I like listening to, music from, a year ago, Yeet, Kanye. I'm not trad. I'm sorry. I'm not. I'm a traditional Catholic because to be Catholic is traditional. It's to abide in divine revelation, the unwritten word of God. I'm not a trad, though. Being a trad is gay. It is like being trad in the Big 25. This is so 2018 coded, dude. You just need to drink your raw milk and eat your raw eggs and go on your homestead with your big bosomed wife. It's like, kill me already, dude. Literally kill me. Like this shit just kills me. It's so bad. It's so performative. It's so over the top. I literally want to debate this guy just to make him look like an asshole because that's what he looks like. This guy looks like a fucking prick. He does not. He looks like a self-serious homo. Just over the top, performative, this whole, I am so sick of them misleading my generation. How are they misleading your generation? How are they misleading our generation? Like telling guys to work out and get their money up and, go to church. I mean, I can't speak to Tate, but I can speak to Nick and I can at least speak to Clav. It's like, so you're telling me like, don't be focused on women, be focused on bettering yourself, bettering your surroundings, getting spiritually well, physically well, making something of yourself, building an empire. Yeah, that's really bad. That's misleading generations. No, you should be literally a gay nerd who asks your wife for permission for everything. Oh, yeah, yes, dear. I will go get that raw milk from the farm. Absolutely. Whatever you say. Happy wife, happy life. Get the fuck out of here, bro.
With them, because for every mile of road, there's 2 miles of ditch. On one side of the true road is the ditch of liberalism, and we know why that's wrong. I'm not even going to get into it. But this other ditch is closer to the truth. It's enticing to young men because it offers them purpose, pleasure, and community, which we all desire. But what Tate Fuentes and the rest of them get wrong is that the solution isn't serving self. It isn't talking about the evil out there without doing anything about the evil in yourself. It isn't hedonism, sex, money, status. All of that leads to death and destruction. These guys don't get it. This guy certainly doesn't get it. Only this one does. And it's only when you submit to Jesus Christ, when you become a man.
The piety signaling goes crazy. This is what piety signaling people do. And I want to be careful with my words here. I want to be careful with my words because I don't want to give the false impression. They try to suit jacket themselves with our Lord. That's what they always do. Well, you shouldn't like Nick. You should like Jesus. Wow, really? Whoa, dude, I never thought about that before. You're saying, no, wait, you're saying I should love Jesus? Oh my goodness, dude. Before I had a shrine to Nick before. I had a shrine to Nick and I lit candles at it and I prayed to Nick every night. But because Nate Fagin told me that I need to worship Jesus instead, my mind has been lifted from the Groyper curse, the veil of Groyperism, dude. Gapers thought that they could convince me to join their cult, but Nate Fagin helped me see the light, dude. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Okay, everybody is in AF because we believe in Jesus. Yeah, no doy. We don't put Nick above Christ. We don't put anybody above Christ. I don't put the Pope above Christ, dude. Are you an idiot? What is this? What are we doing here? Christ is the center of my life. Christ is the center of your guys' lives. Doesn't mean we can't make him more the center, of course. That's literally the entire spiritual walk of our lives. Let you grow, O Lord, and let me be diminished, right? That's the arc of our entire lives. But a guy like this comes in and he's like, because you like Nick, that doesn't mean that you like Jesus. What are you talking about? The whole reason I liked Nick was he was the only one who brought Christ into politics in a way that actually I could understand that he was focused on the Lord. I understood that he was focused on the Lord. Every other person who claimed to be focused on Jesus was either like apolitical, so like maybe they had really, really good ideas or they wrote like good articles, but they weren't politically involved at all. It's like they weren't leading a movement. They would just sit on their Substack or like on, whatever trad publication it was and write really good articles. I'll give them credit for that, but not do anything with it. Or if they were politically involved, they were like the Con Inc. Christian right people. You know who I'm talking about. They're not really the Christian right. We are. But they're the people from like the Ronald Reagan era that, would do these performative, like prayer gatherings and stuff like that. It'd be like, I just want to pray that Israel is safe every single night and that may her bombs drop on all Muslims' heads and even Christians' heads because they're not pro-Israel enough. It's like Mike Huckabee, right? Nick was the only person I saw who brought authentic Christian witness to politics. That's why I supported him. That's why after Jan 6th, it was cemented to me that it's like, this is the guy I got to support. This is the guy I got to throw all of my support behind, because nobody says it like him. You either had people who were like Wignats and they were, being focused on race is good, but they were focused on race to such an extent where it became racial idolatry. Or if they were Christ focused, it was always in this like weird bent that was like a glass half empty kind of way. Maybe they'd have like good takes on like usury or whatever, but then they'd be like, race doesn't matter at all. Or, they would say something like, we can't make our government Christian because give on to Caesar what, render unto Caesar what is Caesar's. And they'd always have this like half-baked concept. Nick was the only guy I saw that like brought a real, authentic Christian approach to politics that wasn't cucked or wasn't putting Christ to the side as some kind of motif of like a larger vision that wasn't Christ-centered.
Wife, when you lead your family and you stand firm against darkness with biblical truth, that we can take back this country. These men are wolves in sheep's clothing. Stay away.
We get it, bro. You get pussy. I'm sorry, but like that's what this is about. You have to get a wife. Yeah, we get it. You get laid. Ha ha ha. You're laughing at all the incels, bro. You get laid. We don't. Ha. That's super funny, actually. That's a great joke. You totally showed me. You totally showed all of us. That's what this is. This is the like trad version of that. Can we just be for real for a moment? This is the trad version of like, you need to get women, bro. You need to have sex and come, and that needs to be your focus. What if it's not? What if it's not? What if you're focused on higher things and things that aren't that? Maybe you have a girlfriend, maybe, you're dating and discerning marriage, and you're like, look, all that stuff's great, and it's awesome, and it plays an important role in my life, but I'm more focused on following God and seeing where he leads me. I think that I think that's way better. Acting like being an incel is a good thing. Yeah, well, it is a fucking good thing. Oh, you mean it's good to not be focused on getting women? Yeah, I would say it is. I would actually say it is good. Be indifferent. I've said this to you guys before, and I'll say it again. You need to just be indifferent towards women. It doesn't mean you disdain the possibility of a relationship. It doesn't mean that you throw it away or you shirk marriage or whatever. But if you make that your focus, it will destroy your life. This, I mean, literally, like, I know we're posed on a, frame that's not very, not very, feeling to this guy, or not serving to this guy. This is what happens when you're focused on women. This is what happens when you're focused on women.
When will young men stop blaming women for the problems in our culture and actually take responsibility for once? Woo, a lot of guys aren't going to like this, but I'm sick and tired of men like Tate and Fuentes misleading you, telling you can just complain, become either an incel or sexually...
Are his teeth fucked up? Do you guys see that? Like on the I guess it'd be like the right side. Are his teeth all fucked up? Hold on.
Women for the problems in our culture and actually...
Oh my goodness, bro. Bro has ogre teeth going on. That's insane. Bro's got ogre teeth going on. Get some braces on that, my guy. Ogre teeth? Did this guy ever have like braces or anything like that? I mean, didn't we all have braces at some point? I mean, bro's like bottom row right there is like messed up. It looked like someone was trying to put like tile down and they like stopped midway through. That's brutal, bro.
Take responsibility for once. Woo, a lot of guys aren't going to like this, but I'm sick and tired of men like Tate and Fuentes misleading you, telling you can just complain, become either an incel or sexually immoral degenerate, instead of actually making a change. Yes, they're right. Women are not doing too hot right now. Leftist feminist ideology is straight from the pit of hell. We have to understand that when a man stands up and acts the way God intended him to, everyone flourishes. What's going on may not be your fault, but it is up to you to stop blame shifting and step across that gap. Because God intended for man and woman to be together. When you become a man worth respecting, a man worth following, a man worthy of the title of husband and father, it will eventually happen. Don't stick it in crazy, bro. There's a whole lot of that. But if you put in the work and you wait, God will eventually provide that woman, and it'll be the best thing that ever happened to you.
Dude, Happy wife, happy life. Dude, happy wife, happy life. So true, King. I'm just, guys, the reason I have my politics, I'm just an angry incel. If I look, this guy's not looks maxing. Let's be for real for a moment. If I just looked like bro here and focused on happy wife, happy life, I just wouldn't be such an angry incel. I would just completely change my entire politics to make women like me. So true, King. Look, here's the thing with people like this, okay? It's not that there's a problem in everything that they say about, like, you should get married to the right woman. Yeah. You should be, focused on sort of being a man worth following. I completely agree with that sentiment. That's something I've been trying to work on. You should be someone that is lovable and respectable. So true. No disagreement there. The problem with this specifically is not like the statement itself. That's a good sentiment. It's the conclusion that is reached with that statement. So you must become a respectable man. Well, becoming a respectable man means Ogar maxing. Becoming a respectable man means you get your capital up, right? You get your capital up, you get your societal status up. You work a good job, you start a business, you focus on leading people politically in your area and being, someone who's respectable both spiritually, physically, and mentally, right? You're not burdening people with all your problems that are like self-caused. You go to the gym, you work out. That's what it means. Now, a guy like this will maybe agree with some of what I said about like working out or what have you, and getting spiritually right. But what he thinks that means is being a complete fucking simp that just, walks around following women, being focused on women, making an idol out of women. And the reason I talk so much about like the problem with making women an idol is not because like, you should want to get married and you should want to have kids. That stuff is great. But what becomes the issue is you're not going to get that if you completely like self-castrate yourself. If you self-castrate before an idol of Aphrodite and say, I'm going to just do whatever my wifey wants. Happy wife, happy life. Whatever my wife wants, whatever you want, queen. No. Chuck said in chat, gesture maxing. It's that gif of the jester dancing in front of the queen. That's what you're doing right now. You're trying to peacock and you're trying to act all, cool in a certain way in order to attract women. A real man is indifferent to female attention. If it's there, he welcomes it and the, capacity to get married and stuff like that. If it's not there, he doesn't care. He's focused on a higher ideal. The higher ideal is what really animates a man. You need to be focused on the higher ideal, because if you're not focused on the higher ideal, you become a slave to your passions and you become a slave to the world. And nobody wants to follow a slave. Nobody wants to follow a slave. This guy, Nate, talked about being a man worth respecting. I will never respect a man who makes himself into a slave. I respect the man that says, you know what? Yeah, maybe I can't get married right now because I'm trying to focus on saving this country. I'm trying to focus on a higher ideal. Maybe I really want to get married, but I understand that with the political work that I do or the path that I'm taking in my level of involvement doesn't allow me that luxury. That's what Nick has been doing. So all these guys that want to like lecture him about having a wife and kids don't understand the kind of sacrifice that he's making by doing what he's doing. It is a sacrifice. I have no doubt that Nick wants to have a wife and children. Do you think he can do that in the capacity when he's got bullets flying over his head and he's got people trying to ruin his life every single day? No. Nobody would, dude. You want to bring a wife and child into that? That's irresponsible. That is being a man not worth respecting. But what a man does is he's animated by a higher ideal that makes him go up and outside of himself and says, what do I need to do to be something for someone else? And be something for other people. That is a Christ-like mentality. A Christ-like mentality is not, I want women, I want sex, I want to bust a nut and get a girl pregnant. That's gooner, like that's trad gooner thought. Yeah, we all want to get married, you know. You read it here first. Every human being, you know, every guy wants to get married. Stop the presses. But we're animated by, a lot of us are animated by a higher ideal sometimes that makes us stop and pause and say, you know what? I do want to get married and I do want to have children. But right now I'm doing work that makes it difficult for that to be a reality. And if I tried to make that a reality, it would be irresponsible to bring a wife and a child into that. And there are capacities to be involved and have a wife and kid. But you don't want to be selfish either. And you don't want to be irresponsible. And every time you do something like this, it comes in its time and place. So I'm so sick of guys like this always lecturing about, you just need to get married, bro, and you need to have sex, and you need to get a girl pregnant and stuff like that. It'll come in its time and its place, bro. Don't you worry. You don't need to be meat watching me. It'll come in its time and its place. Don't worry. You don't need to be meat watching any of us. That's kind of gay. Imagine literally like meat watching other men and being like, oh, is he married yet? Did he get a girl pregnant yet? The fuck's wrong with you? Maybe I have and maybe I haven't. Is that any of your business? I don't think so. I think what should be your business is, am I being politically effective? Am I animating the people around me? Am I a pillar in my community, or am I somebody who is making my society worse? That's what you should be focused on. None of these losers are. And so I don't know, maybe I'd be kind of down to set up, oh, sorry, turn my camera on. Maybe I would be kind of, down to set up a debate with someone like that. I'd be down. I'd debate him anytime, any place. I'd win. I'm not even trying to be arrogant. Normally I'm not. But with a guy like that, I would win. He doesn't have Christ. He doesn't have Christianity on his side. He clearly does not. And he has completely lost the rhetorical war when it comes to the fight that we're in. What are you doing? Making YouTube videos? Got like 100 people watch. Let's go look at his YouTube channel and see the kind of impact that he's making. Let's see. So you're making a great impact with 159 views. Let's see. Okay, that's not bad. That's not bad for the channel size. 62 views, 109, 142. Let's see. 221. Yeah. You're really making a massive impact, bro. Wow, you really showed Nick. You're making a massive impact, being completely irrelevant and not making any kind of change, and lecturing other people about being incel. Nick will go on a podcast and it immediately hits their top most popular, show ever. PBD podcast. Let's look at where that episode's at. I saw Nick Irving. I was thinking let's see here. 3.7 million views. 3.7 million views. Let's look at this. 3.7 million views. He is the, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The sixth most watched episode on all of the PBD podcast channel. That popular. making that much of an impact. You know, guys super chatting every night at the show. Nick, I ironically did the thing that he criticized Nick for. I just got married and got my life in order because of your influence and just became Catholic. I went to my first mass. I got off of drugs. I, decided to transform my life and stop being a neat loser and decided to go back to school for my education. Those are the things that we've heard. That's the kind of generational impact that he's making. Who the fuck is he misleading? Yeah, bigger than Trump's interview, by the way. Yeah, Trump, the literal president of our country, the United States of America, bigger impact than him. These people don't get it. And someone said in chat, they're like, I don't think debating Ice King Boy, I don't think debating those types would ever change them. I don't think so either. I believe anyone can change, of course, but I don't believe that debate would change them. That's not why I want to debate him. I want to debilitate them because I want to debate someone like that because I want to humiliate him. I want to make him look like the ass that he is. Because that's what they are. These trad ankle biters who, since day one, have done nothing but just nitpick Nick and say, you need to be doing this, you need to be doing that. Why aren't you doing this? Why aren't you promoting raw milk and, telling guys if they're not married by the age of 18, they're losers? They have done, I've been in this movement now for, 5 years. About 5, serious for about 4. Actually, no, I take that back. Serious. Oh, shit. I'm sorry, I totally got that wrong. I've been serious about this movement for 5 years, been doing content for 4, and been loosely associated with the AF sphere for about 6. Right? I was watching Nick before January 6th, of course, and I liked a ton of what he said, but after Jan 6th, that made me lock in. That made me say, I love this movement and I will throw my weight behind it, right? I'll put my hat in the ring behind it. And since the beginning, I remember these types. I remember these trad types always, every single time, doing nothing but ankle bite Nick. Every single thing just put under the lens. Every single thing he did. The words that he would say, the jokes that he would make, feeling every need to slander him at every single turn, lie about him for, they'll purity spiral over him saying a curse word. But I guess if we, forward fake A-log, stuff from Kiwi Farms about him, that's perfectly moral and fine. That's definitely not the sin of gossip at all. Right? You've done nothing. And it shows. I'm not trying to brag. I have done more in 5 months with just my group, my IRL political action, than these guys have done in 5 years of their lives. Making completely irrelevant, podcasts and publications and newspaper articles and all that crap. They have done nothing. And I haven't even done a whole lot yet. I'm just getting started. I haven't even done a lot. And even I have done more than these people in the 5 months that I started my movement in my state. Chuck said it in chat. They have absolutely no charity. And the other thing is they're losers. They love losing. They love being the underdog. They want to continue to see the United States backslide into moral decay and complete anti-Catholicism, all the while gritting their teeth and wiping the dust off their shoulders and saying, see, I told you so. If you only subscribed to my Substack for $10 a month, this all could have been prevented. If you only bought my book that nobody reads, this all could have been avoided. You live in a fantasy world, dude. And this year, 2026, is the year that we ascend. This is the year that we choose to be better than what we are. Nick said it best. Don't be fat anymore. Don't be a NEET. Do not be hanging out on Discord all day. Don't even be hanging out on X all day. That's very tempting. I like X a lot, right? Don't be hanging out on social media all day. You have, for sort of recreation, you have a friend that you can call up and go hang out with. Go get dinner together. Go to someone's house. I don't even care if you play like video games or whatever, right? Go play some video games together. Go on a hike together. Go work out together. Go do something that is edifying to the soul and feeds your mind, your body, and your soul. Go to church together. Go to mass together. Don't be a loser. Because if you're a loser, what you're going to be is another one of these irrelevant trad types. Casting your voice out in the wind, writing on some Substack like 5 people read, and not making any impact on the world. When you leave this earth, right? When you leave this earth, you need to ask yourself, did I leave it a better place than when I found it? Did I leave planet Earth a better place than when I found it? When I entered the lives of the people in my life, was I a bull in a china shop and an agent of destruction and chaos? Or was I somebody who uplifted them and made them feel better and left them off better than when I found them? You have to ask yourself this question. You have to ask yourself this question. If you're not willing to ask yourself that question, you're never going to leave a mark on anything. You will be some irrelevant obituary that people pass over in the Sunday magazine, Sunday newspaper, and you will have never left this earth better than when you found it. I, for one, want to leave an impact. I want to leave an impact. I want to make a change. I'm tired of seeing things the way they are. I'm tired of seeing, rhetoric about the online, the rhetoric around the church being faithless. Oh, Bishop so-and-so said a bad thing. I guess Catholicism's over. I'm tired of people being misled. I'm tired of people not feeling as if they have found themselves inside the Catholic Church because they don't know about it. I want people's lives to be transformed. I want the people in my life to know that I love them and that I care for them and that I want to make their lives better by being in their life. If I'm not doing that, I'm wasting time. I'm wasting air. I have to make a significant impact because if I don't now, I never will. And so it's incumbent upon every single one of us to ask that question. What kind of impact am I making? It doesn't always need to be big. If you're you're leading your Bible study at your college, that's an impact. If you are getting lunch with your friends maybe one day of the week and just talking and just hearing each other, that's an impact. But be a real human being. Don't be a dude on the internet. Don't be a NEET. Don't be some guy who doesn't strive for greatness. You do need to ascend. You do need to lift up out of yourself and see the people around you and make a positive impact. And you need to see the face of God. And you need to let His light transform you and make you a better person. That's what it's all about. And so people like that really miss the mark, but it's okay. Because we're not in it for them. We're in it because we know and we believe in this movement and we believe in what we're fighting for. For our families, for our country, for our race, and most importantly for our faith, our religion. And with that determination, it's like that's what's going to guide us in the right way. That's what's going to guide us to glory. That's what's going to guide us to make a greater impact and make a change around us. And so I'm really excited to just see where everything goes. And I'm proud of you guys too. I mean, I see it in your guys' lives. You're making an incredible impact. You are sending me things about, getting married or, getting involved in your community or getting involved in your parish and just having some kind of influence on the people around you. That's beautiful. I'm very, very proud of you guys, honestly. You blow me away every single day in just the things that I see. Oh, let's see. Enthusiastas said in chat, sorry, my lips are really dry right now, dude. Sometimes I get this like lip virus and it like makes my lips dry, especially during the winter and stuff like that. So I'm just like, I'm like a gecko. I'm like flicking my tongue. Off topic, but just wanted to say thank you for sharing the thread on Dignitatis Humanae. Also shared now John Paul II affirming the irreformability of Humanae Vitae in my normal account. Well, great. Definitely text me that on X, man. I'll totally forward that. W monologue. Thank you, man. Yeah, someone said, like, I always love, someone said in chat, and he's probably just a troll, like, oh, stop it with the sermon. That's what these streams are, bro. I'm sorry, but like, that's the other thing too. Like, I've had to learn to become more confident in myself and stuff like that. And that's been a very difficult thing because I'm a people pleaser and I always want everyone to like me and be supportive or whatever. It's like, I am who I am. That's another thing too about like ascending. Like, you need to be like proud of who you are. Like, there's things about myself that I never want to change. Like, yeah, I give monologues and I'm long-winded and I love to go on these sort of tirades of thought or what have you, but that's who I am. That's my soul. If I didn't do that, I wouldn't be Pine Sap, right? Not everyone's going to like that, and that's okay. And the other thing is too, it's like even in your own life, like not everyone's going to like you. And it sucks because you guys are awesome. I love you guys. Everyone should like you. But it's a cruel world, and there's going to be people who don't like you, and there's going to be people who are assholes and say stupid shit to you and think like, oh, you're not, you're not worth my time or energy or effort. Fuck them. Who cares, man? There are probably a ton of people who you play an integral role in their life, and if you were not in their life, they would feel like a piece of their heart was missing. Be proud of that and rest in that. Be confident in who you are. I mean, I hate to say it, but fuck the haters, man. That sounds I sound like Britney or whatever, but it's like, honestly, like, fuck the haters. They're always going to be looking for your downfall, even when you're at your height. Even when you're at your best, they're always going to be looking for your downfall. At the lowest points in my life, it was never the people looking for my destruction that helped me. It was the people who lifted me up and said, hey man, I'm here for you. I know you're capable of a lot of great things. And as a result, I overcame a lot with that love and support. And you guys have too. You've had friends that have been that in your life. And you've overcome like great things because you really, at the end of the day, understood that God had placed you in this moment to be a positive influence around the people in your life. Be proud of that fact, man. That's good. That's significant. That's something that no one can ever take away from you. Be proud of who you are. I want every single one of you to always remember that even if no one on planet Earth even liked you, God loves you. It's not about being liked. It's about being loved, and God loves you, dude. You're never going to make God not love you. So rest in that. Let's see. I see a couple questions in chat. The sermon is what we're here for. Well, thank you, man. Monologue streams are always a W. Thank you. I appreciate that. What do I think of Pink's thesis? I need to remember the exact thesis. I think it's more like he said, like, the doctrine has always remained the same, which is true regardless of whatever his thesis was. But it's like, more the application has changed or whatever, which I would kind of agree with to a certain extent. It's, sadly, we just don't live in a world where there's a ton of confessional states. I think we can again, but I think we were just trying to figure out the best way to kind of operate within that. And, you know, I would say that's a pretty true surmising of the political situation Catholics and the church finds herself in. Let's see here. Flying around on private jets and owning an island and hanging out with all of the world's most famous people while having a mysterious source of income is cool. Let's be real here. That is kind of baller. I'm going to be real. That is kind of baller. I'm not going to lie. Yeah, W. Langdon. That's kind of real, honestly. And that's the other thing, too. Like, you know, I'm sure there's people that are criticizing Nick for putting like the Epstein quarter zip on his store. Can we just be honest? That goes hard as fuck, bro. That quarter zip looks so awesome. I'm not even going to cap because, you know, Epstein's a horrible guy. Of course, that's well established, right? Release the files, release the list. But like, if we're saying that he didn't have drip in some of those photos, we're just lying to ourselves. We're just capping. It's like, bro did have drip. He did have that shit on. Let's be kind of for real for a moment. And the edits in an ironic way are kind of sick. I'm not going to lie. Let's see. Emperor Milk said, Pine Sap, you're looking well this year. We're all ascending. So true, man. We're going to keep ascending. Let's see. How do I feel about Wretched Saints apostasy? That would be a good thing to kind of end off this episode on. Maybe just a little recapping on it. Wretched Saints.
Welcome everyone to
Catholic
another
influencer joins the Oriental Orthodox Church. Okay, bro. Wow, that's awesome. Not at all. Okay, let's cover this. This is gonna be ass to get through. We're not gonna watch the whole thing, but I did kind of want to make some rhetorical points about, I think, his
the faith. For today's guest, I'm sitting down with Wretched Saints. Jared, how are you today? For you guys to hear that on the other side, because obviously you guys live in Albuquerque, New Mexico, and it wasn't like you guys could really do anything but pray.
Right.
And that was really, really hard. And I tried before I called you guys. Remember, I tried to like I said, there's no easy way to put it. Like I tried to like hang myself in my bathroom, and it didn't work by God's grace.
Right.
And then the next one, I was going to I remember I was on the phone with you guys, and the phone died. And I had a knife to my throat and I was ready to end it. But then my mom, she came home for lunch because she only works like 5 minutes from the house. And I didn't want my mom to see me like that on the floor, you know, her beloved son like that. And so I waited until my mom went into her room, and then I ran into my car outside in the driveway, and I got in my car and I was driving, and I drove off. And I remember about like 10 minutes later, I was on the 5 freeway, and I was ready just to drive my car off of the highway, because I was just like, my reputation's gone. I have nothing else, and I'm done. And I remember I prayed.
Okay, man. I feel bad for that. Like I feel bad that, you know, that ever went through his head, of course, on a human level, right? You know, it's sad when anybody dies or is considering ending their life or whatever. That goes without saying, of course, you know, all jokes aside. But I'm going to be very for real for a moment. This feels like sympathy baiting. This feels very much like, you know, he got caught with his pants down and got caught in this like vulnerable moment. And, you know, compared to like what Voice of Reason did, I mean, yeah, you know, Wretched Saints did some weird stuff. I mean, the whole like cuck, like rape fetish thing, that's disgusting. That's very gross. But, you know, as had kind of been reported later, he had been off that stuff for a while. He had not been doing that stuff for a long time. You know, he kind of turned it all around and stuff like that, and improved his life. And I really do think that, like, if he had just owned up to it, I mean, this is what VOR and him didn't do. And this was their biggest mistake. If they just owned up to it and they didn't try to do like this sympathy plea all the time, or like, I tried to kill myself because people were mad at me or whatever, I think most people would just forgive him and be like, you know, like, especially like Wretched, because more the offensive thing about VOR was not that he like, not just that he slept around, but that he used his position like of power as a representative in the church to sleep with women. And that was the particularly disgusting thing about it, right? He was using his position of power like as a catechist to pick up on chicks. That's disgusting. That's a very vulnerable position. Like you've been entrusted with that. You've been entrusted with this power that the church has given you, and you're using that to pick up on chicks. That's gross. That's abhorrent, right? And so that was like a lot more disgusting. Wretched Saints did have an L. He did have a gross moment, but it was one of those things that wasn't like insurmountable. It wasn't like, he wasn't like, we didn't find him with cheese pizza or anything like that. If that was the case, there would be more than canceling going on. There would be a call to throw you in prison forever, but he didn't do that, right? Blessed be God. That's great. He had an L. He had a gooner moment. That was wrong. But I don't think it was something that if he had just handled himself correctly, that he couldn't have walked away from. I like, if he had just been less of like a, like, woe is me, like, feel bad for me, I tried to kill myself or whatever kind of dude, and just been like, yeah, I did do this and it was wrong, and I own up to my mistake, and I'm sorry for any scandal it has caused, or, letting you guys down or whatever, and I can only ask for your forgiveness, and just rode the course and rode the wave, which I thought he was doing for a bit, right? He could have bounced back. But, instead he had to do this whole thing where it's like, the performative, like, oh, I tried to kill myself and I'm so depressed and everyone in the Catholic Church hated me. It's like, this is just ridiculous, dude. Like, no, that is not true. And he's been posting about this shit on his Instagram too. Like on the gram, he's literally like all the time being like, oh, in quotations, why did Wretched Saints leave? Why? Oh, bye, Justice. I'll see you later, buddy. Thanks for tuning into the stream. That means a lot to me. In quotes, why did Wretched Saints leave? Because you guys didn't want me here. We just didn't want you to be a gooner, bro. And the other thing is, too, it's like, if you just owned up to your L and been like, yeah, I did this stupid thing and I feel sorry for it, I think with enough time, people would have just forgiven you and moved on. But you had to act gay about it, right? And you had to do this sympathy plea, and now you've literally put your soul in jeopardy because you wanted to make content. That's the biggest thing, man. It's like, look, making content and doing, YouTube or Instagram or X or TikTok, whatever it may be, it's fun, it's great, it's a wonderful experience. But if that's the reason why you're Catholic, you are a fucking fool, man. I'm not Catholic because I'm a content creator. I love this. I love doing this with you guys. This is literally like the highlight of my day, like means the world to me. But at the end of the day, I still have my faith. And it's not contingent on whether I'm popular on Instagram or I'm popular on X. And for you guys, it's the same thing. Eric, Hamilton, what have you. If you didn't have an account on YouTube the next day or an account on X or on Telegram or whatever, guess what? You would still be Catholic. You would still believe in everything our Lord had taught. You would still be going to Mass. You would still be living the life because that's where your faith is rooted. It's not rooted in worldly popularity. This is literally the parable of the sower who threw his seeds upon the ground, and some of them were choked out by the weeds, and some of them grew up and were killed by the hot sun, and others landed upon the rock and couldn't grow for a time. And others, landed upon the soil and didn't take root. You have to have deep roots. Your faith has to go beyond the internet. That's the biggest thing. People online all the time complain about like Catholic LARPers or what have you. And there's a lot of even the church's enemies. Like I've seen these like Nietzschean types recently on the right that always like will criticize Catholics and like try to kind of like, put us down or be like, oh, well, if you claim to be Catholic, but you're a hypocrite. We're all hypocrites, dude. Every single one of us. That's the tale of being a human being. And that's why we need God's grace, so that we're not hypocrites, so that we get over our hypocrisy and live in the light of his grace. Yes, we're hypocrites and we're sinners and we're depraved and we're degenerate. And that's why we go to Mass, so that we may be healed and we may not be those things anymore. So we may be healed. You're not doing anything. Nietzsche's not going to come save you, bro. Okay? Nietzsche has a lot of great things to say. Don't get me wrong. A lot of great things to say. I've seen some great nuggets of wisdom from him and stuff like that. Not discounting that. But these guys that think that this like mindset or this like will to power or whatever is going to save them are fucking fools. Nietzsche's not going to save you. Money is not going to save you. Being cool is not going to save you. Social media is not going to save you. God alone is going to save you. And the difference between being a LARPer and being someone who actually believes isn't that you're yet perfect, isn't that you've all got it figured out, isn't even that you're a model Catholic yet. It's that, do you fall down upon your knees and say, Lord, you are everything to me and I love you and I want to place you at the center of my life? Do you say that when the camera is off? Do you say that when nobody is watching? Do you even at the very least say, I want to be that way? Well, you may be imperfect. You may not be the greatest guy in the entire world. You know, you may have a lot of problems or what have you, but you know what you are? You are a believer and you are a son of God. And he loves you. And he loves you just because you had enough love to say, I want to follow you. And even if I don't want to follow you, I want to follow you. God's proud of you, dude. That's not something that anyone can take away from you. But this is performative. This is performative. This is, I pray in the marketplace and Lord, I thank you for not making me like other men. And I take the first seat in the synagogue. And, you know, I do all these performative events so that people will see me and oogle at me and say, what a great faith he has. That was never Catholic. That was my biggest problem with Wretched Saints and VOR. Even before the whole scandal stuff with them went down. It was that they always had this performative piety. It was always the look at me effect. It was always the, I need to be seen by other men and be touted for my faith and my piety and my zeal and my humility. Do you know who's humble? The grandma who prays like at like 6 o'clock in the morning in the chapel of your church and nobody knows she's there. That's who's humble. You know who's humble? The guy who wears the, like, you know, because old people are adorable. The old guy who wears the adorable vest and passes the collection plate around at Mass. And he's not expecting a thank you, and he's not expecting, you know, he doesn't get that money. He's doing it just because he loves the church and because he loves God. That's who's going to heaven, dude. Yeah, does he have like ripped biceps and, you know, he's like taking his enemies in one hand? No, he's not doing that. But you know what? He's humble and he loves God and he's made God the center of his life. He's going to go to heaven. That old lady will go to heaven. The young college student that nobody sees. And he prays every single day, morning and night. And he's never lauded for his faith. He doesn't have a social media presence. You know, you ask him about, oh, what do you think of Wretched Saints' new video? Or what did you think of Matt Fradd's new stream? And he says, who? He's like, oh yeah, maybe I've heard of those guys, or I don't know those guys. I just pray. That's humility. That's living out your faith. It's simple. It's humble. And it's focused on putting God first. Are those people perfect? No. You're not either. I'm not. None of us are. None of us watching this are perfect. But guess what? All of us are. Beyond a shadow of a doubt. I say this with no doubt. We all love God. And we're all sons and daughters of God. Because we want to make him the center of our life. And even if we don't want to make him the center of our life, we want him to be the center. That's what all this is about. Social media, dude, is fucking fake. I'm gonna be blunt. It's fake. Yes, people act a certain way. You know, I'll say this for a moment. Actually. I know a lot of people give Franco Aurelio shit, and they're like, oh, you know, but that video is maybe kind of corny or what have you. You know, they try to give him crap or whatever. I've been to enough of these political events. I've been to I've been to Fuentes Rally 2. That was going on, I think, during SAS. Right? I've been to AFPAC 4. That was going on during Turning Point USA. Or whatever that event was. I've been to when I went to Cali, I saw Franco out there. And there's been also an epidemic of Christian influencers of self-flagging and constantly putting themselves down, sympathy baiting. Like, I get it, we're sinners. Oh shoot, sorry, I missed your thing, man. Let me look here. Mo Gummy, like, I get it, we're sinners, but no need to kill us. Yeah, and that's the other thing too. And like, you know, there's no reason to constantly put yourself down. It's like, yeah, you're a sinner, I'm a sinner. That's established. Just live in the grace of God, man. I'll be honest, I've been guilty of that. I've been on streams before and I've been like, I'm so degenerate, I'm so horrible, I'm so that, you know, that's self-absorbed. It's like, look, we've established none of us are perfect. Let's just live in the light of God's grace, you know? Yeah, none of us are perfect. Let's just live in his light. Let's be happy that we're Christians. Let's be happy that we're Catholics. Like, no need to self-flagellate all the time. No need to just whip our backs on a live stream or on, you know, social media content and just be like, I'm such a sinner and this and that. It's self-indulgent is what it is. It's very self-indulgent. So, Mo Gummy, I completely agree. With that. That's a good sentiment. And it's very reflective for me. I've been guilty of that myself before. And I've even recently been thinking, it's like, there's no need to be that way, you know? Where was I? I was saying something and then I totally lost my train of thought. Oh yeah, Franco. So, I was out in Cali, saw him. And then this last time when I was there for AmFest, we hung out. And look, you don't have to like anyone's content. You're not obligated as a Catholic to like this guy's content or like him. And maybe Franco's content you really, really like and maybe you don't. That's totally fine. The reason I am friends with him is because he is one of the only people that I've seen that actually has integrity. I will level with you. I've been to some of these political events and people do coke. They fuck girls. They get super drunk off their ass. I mean, to the point where they're literally slurring their speech. I mean, it's embarrassing. They do some of the most degenerate shit in the entire world. And are like proud about it. Not him. I've never seen Franco drunk. I've never seen him act inappropriately with a girl. I have never seen him do drugs. That's someone who takes their faith seriously. And I've always admired that about him. Not to glaze, but I think that's a good example of what I'm talking about. And look, there's people that I've been at these events, you know, maybe they get a little wild at the party, and I've had some of them come up to me, and you know, maybe they're drunk or whatever, and they're like, "Man, I'm such a horrible Catholic." It's like, you know, man, like, look, I don't like that you got drunk. That's not good, because you shouldn't like when if and when I get drunk, right? But I don't cast judgment upon you either, right? I think it's one of those things where, you know, you do have to have grace with people when they do make mistakes, right? You know, because speaking about these events, like I also at the same time was not like if I've seen someone get drunk or do something stupid, like any of the things that I mentioned, then I'm immediately like, oh, what a sinner, what a horrible. No, dude, like, you know, we've all taken L's before, right? But I think it's the difference between are they proud of what they've just done or are they ashamed and do they want to come back to the foot of the cross? If I see someone and they're like, you know, fuck bitches, get money. I'm going to do this line of coke at Amfest and I'm going to get super drunk off my ass and I don't even care, man. Like that's what life's about. You are claiming to be a part of the conservative movement, dude. You're claiming to be a part of the right-wing movement and you're just unrepentingly making an ass of yourself. Fuck's wrong with you? Lock in a little bit, okay? We're not babysitting. Like we're trying to win a war. We don't have time to be gross and degenerate. And even if we did have the time, we shouldn't be doing that because that's of Satan. That's of the world. But you see some of these guys and it's like they love to tout all the time, you know, how awesome they are and this other person sucks and this other person, does this and does that. It's like, I saw you drunk, dude. I saw you high. I knew that girl that you were hanging out with, you went and you fucked later that night. Don't even cap on that. Don't even cap on that. You know, if you come back and you say, you know what, not that you don't have to answer to me, right? But you know, we're in a conversation. You said, dude, I made this mistake. I let my temptations get the best of me and I made this mistake. I'm not going to throw stones at you, dude. I'm not going to throw stones, right? That's not right. That's not Catholic either because you're repentant and you want to stop doing that. But if you don't want to stop, you best believe I'm coming for you. And it's not contingent on me. I'm just some random guy. But you best believe that you're rightfully being criticized for your actions. That's my problem with all of this. I'm not saying Wretched Saints is guilty of the stuff that I saw at Amfest or whatever. He wasn't there, right? But that's my problem with this faux attitude. Everyone has skeletons in their closet and makes mistakes and does stupid shit, of course. But there's a difference between are you repentant of that stuff and are you trying to change your life so that you don't do things like that? Or are you in a state where you're like, I'm so awesome and I'm so cool and everyone sucks and Groypers aren't even real Catholics and stuff like that and they're degenerates and they're probably addicted to porn and this and that. And then you get caught with your pants down and I think everyone then rightfully criticizes you for, well, you talked sure a lot of shit about being the man and look where that all ended up. You're nothing but a common degenerate. Be humble. That's what kills the LARP. Be humble. That's why I bring all this stuff up. If you're humble, look, dude, even if you take an L, even if you make that mistake, people will look at you and say, you know what, you're trying. And we've all been there. But if you're prideful, I don't care how much you signal about, oh, I'm just so pious and look, I openly wear my rosary around my neck and I'm just so, and I have the graphic tee with the, design on it and stuff like that. And then your actual life is you don't live up to what you actually claim to believe in and you're proud of that. There's no respect in that. Sorry. Patrick Groyper's kind of cracking me up. You have to know that any girl at Amfest is going to have more roast beef than the deli. Those girls are getting passed around like a basketball also. Yeah, so true, dude. It's all about being serious, man. Be serious. Lock in. Try to become better. In life, you're going to make mistakes. And I have also, on the flip side of everything we've been talking about, I've also been against in our circles a sort of like, cancel culture of like learning that someone's not perfect, right? You know what I mean? Like Avril has been acting like a, gay homo recently towards Nick, but I remember when he was cool with Nick, that stuff about him like doing that stuff with his like ex-wife or whatever many years ago got like outed, and I guess the like Jewish people who wrote that article were like trying to use it as like a like thinking we were going to look at that at the time and be like, oh, well, you used to do degenerate stuff. Well, you're not a really part of this movement. It's like, okay, but like he repented and changed his life. Now, I will speak to a little happening that happened recently that I do actually have a bit of a different take on. Not different as in I'm disagreeing, different as in different than the one I do on Avril. Like the beryllium leaks and stuff like that. That was bad enough that he needs to log off. I'm sorry. Like, I don't have any, personal animus towards him or anything like that. And, I don't have any evidence to, think that, oh, he's continuing to do that stuff or whatever. That's not the claim that I'm making. But I will say that it's like him going in a Twitter space with Beardson and being like, dude, I just posted my ass to the internet. What's the big deal? It's like, really, my guy, like, this is bad. Like if you're doing like gay stuff or whatever, you gotta log off. If you're doing gay stuff, you gotta log off. It's like Hugh Anthony, right? The British guy. Like I watched a documentary, or not a documentary, but a little thing that like some guy put together about like Hugh Anthony and stuff like that. I don't think that dude has actually stopped being gay with the evidence that we have. Like he's still hanging out with that one like cameraman and stuff like that he had that literally was like going into gay nightclubs with him. And even in his like video covering his whole controversy about literally going to gay nightclubs and doing that whole lifestyle the same year he became a far right influencer, you can hear that dude typing in the background. It's like the Lavender Mafia is a very real concern. It's a very real concern because it's not just the typical like, oh, you took an out, like, you slept around with some girls or whatever, or you used to be a drug addict, or you were an alcoholic or whatever. You had an embarrassing moment at a party or whatever, something where it's like, it's an L. Like, I don't like Cookie King, but like, I think that's why he was able to walk away from his leaks. It's like, he was just acting stupid with a girl. It's like, I think most people were like, okay, L, that's kind of gay that he did that, but like, whatever, he was down bad with a girl, but like being gay, bro, like that's just a whole different ball game. And the other problem with it too is that, homosexuality proceeds from an interior narcissism that can only be fixed by you not being on the internet. Like, as long as you still want to be a content creator, you're going to keep feeding that narcissism that led to you making that decision to live a homosexual lifestyle in the first place. And that's the biggest problem with it. It's like, you're not really like turning around your life or deciding to like be different or change things. It's like, you're kind of putting yourself in this position where you're feeding that same itch, that same narcissistic bug that you had when, essentially you were living the lifestyle, right? Also, sorry, I'm going to text my gym buddy that I'm going to go later tonight. Let's see, going. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I don't know. I don't have any personal animus against the guy. I don't wish him any ill will. I'm not out here being like, oh, I hope bad things happen to you or something like that. That's not it. But like, I don't know. I remember he texted me on like Instagram after, and he was like, you like unfollowed my page and stuff like that. It's like, yeah, I did, because you like didn't just take a normal L. It was like, you did gay stuff, dude. Like, we're not down with that. And it was tough too, because like Beardson in that space was trying so hard to like just kind of like talk him down and be like, bro, you know, we're not doing all that. Like that is just not our MO. We're not you know, into all, you know, what you had going on there. And he's like, you need to log off and like get a real job. And the dismissiveness from Beryllium and stuff like that was kind of honestly what made me say like, yeah, this guy is like totally obsessed with being an attention seeker. Well, it wasn't that bad. I mean, I just posted my full naked ass to the internet. It wasn't that bad. It's like, that's like literally the worst thing that you could ask for. And then in that same space, he's like, well, thank goodness it was these leaks and not some others. There's worse leaks than that? Are you kidding me, bro? There's worse leaks than that? Are you actually kidding me? Like, that is such an L, bro. I don't know, man. I don't have much more to say about that or like really this. I kind of wanted to cover the like Chud the Builder content with Beardson now that I'm thinking about it. Are you guys cool with that? You guys cool with that? I kind of want to cover the Chud the Builder saga with Beardson.
I don't want to get in there because
oh, hold on.
Y'all gonna get dropped. Y'all gonna get tired as fuck.
Y'all gonna get tired. Oh, Aiden Ross. Hell yeah.
They be trash. They can't fight. So
let's see here.
Well, anyways, yeah. So
Beardson, Bean Soy? No, I'm kidding. Beardson. Popular clip. What's Pine Sap's reaction? What's Pine Sap's reaction to what?
Lifestyle rather, and it's like kind of like the ultimate opposite, because these freaks are coming out every single day with a new like, oh well, actually, did you know you're not allowed to do that, so you're going to hell, right? Like unironically every single day. And it's like genuinely, you know, like at this point, like, you know, and I don't want to, you know, be a hypocrite here, but it's like, you know, you're doing that for likes, right? You're doing that for clout and attention on social media. I don't think you're really interested in helping out any of these random anonymous groypers or Nick. And if you were, then the way to do that isn't the same as the way which gets you the most clout and the most likes. The way to do that is more kind-hearted.
Oh, that's the stream with Randy. Okay, I remember that now. Damn, dude, I missed that. I miss Randy. I hope he's doing okay. I really love, I love Randy. I hope he's doing good. I haven't talked to him in a hot minute. Not for any particular reason. I just, you know, it's been a hot moment and stuff like that. So I'm 18 plus. So is this where Chud calls in? Oh my goodness. So yeah, I know this is kind of like old news or whatever, but I wanted to cover the Chud the Builder stuff because I think it's emblematic of a larger problem, really kind of on the right as a whole, that I wanted to speak to, because I haven't been a part of the problem, but I've been kind of in the, you know, whole like getting canceled space or whatever. And I think I wanted to kind of shed some light on, you know, that whole situation, right? So let's go to the part where he calls in, where this Neanderthal finally figures out how to actually call in, because this guy is not smart. I don't have it, and like just to level, I don't have any like personal animus towards Chud the Builder. Like I don't, you know, it's not like I wished for him to get canceled or whatever, but you know, he got canceled not because like he was, you know, was he like a pro-life activist? Was he like doing stuff for the Republican Party and he had like kind of further right-wing views? No, dude, he went to some random black guy at a gas station, just called him the N-word. Like what is that? What are we doing here? You went up to some random black guy and just called him the N-word at the gas station. And then it's like he's trying to like, you know, signal like, oh, well, you know, we're all in this movement together and stuff like that. It's like, we're in this movement to bro got Brave and Opera GX on the taskbar. I use this as the browser for streaming and stuff like that, or the browser for like when we're watching stuff. Yeah, we're in the same movement. Yeah. us that's like trying to do like serious political action and like actually, help guys like, be empowered to be able to make a change and stuff like that. And you who goes up to random black people at the gas station and only call them the N-word. Yeah, we, by the way, no, we're not in the same fucking movement, dude. We're not fighting for the same thing. I don't know what kind of bent you think you're on, but we're actually trying to do like something serious and transform the way things are, not, be unserious and make rage bait Goyim TV type content. That's ridiculous. That's completely asinine. Oh wait, why is there no sound, bro?
Completely ruined your life.
Oh, there we go.
That's not a year's worth of salary? Damn.
37? Yeah.
You must be better off than me, bro.
Yeah, I am better off than you.
That makes me feel good for you. I used to be on your side. I still want to be, brother.
That's crazy that you think 37K is a year's worth of salary. What are you talking about? Like,
what did I do to you? Why are you talking shit about the redneck saying the N-word? We got to take our country back.
Do you think you're the only redneck that says the N-word? Do you think you're fucking special, bro?
I see you following me, and I see you talking shit about people saying the N-word. So
that makes sense. Yeah, I follow a bunch of people that I just talk shit about for no reason. Yeah, that makes sense. No, I was like a fan of you, and because I like the one video that you did where it was the black lady getting kicked out of the Walmart, and you just like, oh, she's chipping out. Like that was a good one. I liked that one, so I followed you after.
And you didn't say the word that would get me kicked off a kick, so I like that one. Cool.
Yeah, well, I just think the N-word thing is like tired and trite, and it's cheap.
No, it's the word that they say you can't say, so that's why you must say it. It's a pretty simple principle.
So that's like why we listen, guys. That's the word we can't say, so that's why we all have to act like dumb retards and get ourselves canceled for no reason. That's a word we can't say, so that means we should all act like dumb redneck hicks and, go to a random gas station and call some just unsuspecting black person the N-word for absolutely no reason. This is how these people think. And listen, Chud the Builder is kind of irrelevant. The reason I'm bringing him up is a lot of the content we react to, we're trying to make a deeper point. That's my MO in watching this stuff with you guys. Yeah, I know this is an old stream. This happened a while back, but I want to press something upon you guys in this content that we react to. It's that people like this, like when you start to get more politically involved and stuff like that, look, we are further to the right. And because we're further to the right, that either means that we're like surrounded by, high IQ people that read, academic textbooks and they're, politically savvy and they've got, a ground news account and that sort of thing. Right? They're plugged in, they're tapped in, they know how to articulate our ideas very well. They're involved in local politics. And then you get people like this. You get people that think that political action is just being as offensively shocking as possible and just saying the most edgy stuff in the entire world and just trying to upset the apple cart for no other reason than upsetting the apple cart. These people are not on our side. These people are a liability. They are a massive liability. When you get involved in political action, and I'm giving this as an actual sage piece of advice, take it or leave it, but this is what has worked. If you start a group in your state or you're getting involved in politics, and maybe you're just hanging out with your friends, maybe you don't even have like a group or whatever, don't be doing edgy shit. You may think it's cool and you may think you're like the man for doing it and you're like, you're keeping it real, you're keeping it authentic or whatever. You're not. You really are not. When you do edgy stuff and you just try to like upset the apple cart for no reason and you try to, piss people off or whatever, you might think it's badass in the moment. It's not going to be badass when you get a pink slip and you got fired from your job for absolutely no reason. That's not cool. That isn't building anything. Right? And look, sometimes saying something offensive is not offending for offense's sake. And that's the distinction that I make. Sometimes there are times and places to say something that's offensive, but it's offensive for the sake of the truth, not offensive to just offend. That's the distinction we have to cut out here. It is good to offend for the sake of the truth. Like if you're in a group with someone and you say, you know, and you're not being like rude to this person when saying this, but you're like, there's no salvation outside the church. That's offensive. That's a very offensive thing to say. It's good that it offends because the truth is offensive. And so in that way, when you say that, yes, you are offending, but you're offending for the sake of the truth. You're not just being offensive or just being brazen. If you're loudly and drunkenly like some, you know, freak who lives in a trailer park, just saying the N-word randomly, you're not doing anything to help us. I, in some ways, at that point, consider you an enemy because you're just becoming a damn liability. What is that going to afford? Do you think you're going to say like the N-word to someone just randomly out on the street and they're going to be like, you know what, that was a really great point when that guy who looks like he should be, you know, pumping my gas in Oregon or whatever, right? Working at my local 7-Eleven, the night shift, the graveyard shift at my 7-Eleven. You know, when he came up to me and he said the N-word, that really got me to start thinking about politics. And I really thought, you know, we need to save our country. No. What they're going to think is you're a low IQ, dysgenic freak and you need to get away from me. I don't want anything to do with you. That's what they're going to think. They are going to think that you are a low IQ freak who has nothing else to offer them but a restraining order. And if you depict yourself in that way, that's the kind of attention you're going to attract. That's the kind of traction you're going to get. It's not going to be positive. And your supporters are going to be like Handsome Truth from Goyim TV. Somebody who's a creep towards kids and goes up to random kids on the street and calls their moms mud shark. Is that really like the kind of person you want to you know, associate yourself with? Somebody who goes up to a random mom with their kid and calls them like a slur? I don't think so. That is not high IQ thinking. That is not, you know, all these people ever want to talk about is white excellence, white excellence, white excellence. Is that white excellence when you act that way? No, it's white trash. That's what it is. I am so done with white trash. I'm done with it. I'm done with white trash. I'm done with rednecks. I'm done with hicks. These people have nothing to offer us. They don't help our movement. They don't support us in any way. All they do is make us look bad by association. And anytime you say this, you know, the reaction on especially like Twitter or whatever is always like, you're anti-white. That's anti-white coded. White trash? That sounds like something that someone who'd be anti-white or a grifter would say. No. That's actually someone who's considerate of wanting our race to act the best. Do you understand how many like people in the South, for instance, like where people often think that's the redneck area? How many people in the South who lived in poverty worked their ass off to get their kids a better education so they didn't have to live in poverty like they did? Literally worked their ass off to make sure that their children had a better life than they did. And yeah, maybe talked in a Southern drawl or what have you, but worked blood, sweat, and tears to make sure that their kids were not growing up to be rednecks. That's white excellence. That's blue collar. Blue collar and white excellence isn't this poor, I'm a white poor hick who lives in a trailer park, feel bad for me while I listen to Oliver Anthony. That is loser shit. That is losing. That is what losers do. And that's how these Wignat types want you to act. They want you to act like white losers, not white winners. White people go to college. Or they're in a trade and they handle themselves in that trade like a businessman. When I was growing up, the people that I knew who were in trades, always dressed super nice to any event they went to. They literally dressed in suits. And if they dress in casual clothing, maybe they had a cowboy hat or cowboy boots. They were nice. They were new. They didn't have a dirty shirt outside of work. They had like a nice polo that they go to the country club with. They owned like multi-million-dollar like window cleaning businesses. When I was at Boy Scouts, like one of my friends had a dad who owned like, I'm pretty sure it was either a window business or a window cleaning business. And that guy, I knew he worked with his hands. You never saw him, unless he just had gotten out of work, wearing a dirty shirt and looking like a schlub. He made sure his kids dressed well, acted well, sent them to college. I mean, he supported our troop. He built up everything for his children and even for himself. That was the blue collar I grew up around. So this cope about I act like a trailer park redneck, but that's blue collar, bro. Why are you counter signaling blue collar? That's not blue collar. Don't bullshit me. You act like a redneck. And you use getting down in the dirt and working with your hands as an excuse for acting stupid, poor, and dumb. Sorry. Repetitive, stupid and dumb. Stupid, poor, and unaspirational. You're coping. Don't surround yourself. If you're in politics or whatever and you're trying to get serious about politics, do not surround yourself with people like this. People like this will literally kill your political career. They won't even, not only will they kill your political career, these are like the people, you know that one video that Sam, maybe we'll watch this together actually. That would be a really good thing to react to. Sam Hyde, I remember he was sitting in his car one time and he was giving really good life advice. And this was kind of like that weird, that weird time where $1 Million Extreme no longer existed. And I think it was maybe during COVID or like at least the start of COVID. And he kind of had to build up from the, ground up, right? Like rebuild everything. So he did these really good like car life advice ranting videos. They're some of the best I've ever seen, honestly. And I remember like one of the things that he said is that people like this are what are in a video game, they're level 1 slimes. And when you hang out with people like this, you're a level 1 slime with them. Oh, what's wrong, dude? He thinks he's better than us. He doesn't want to get killed by the hero today. Oh, come on, man. You think you're better than us? Unaspirational, total loser mentality, total, I'm going to be working at the same Pizza Hut in our hometown till I'm 65. That's a loser mentality. And if you hang out with people like that, they will drag you down in the muck with them. We've been talking about ascending this entire stream. Honestly, a goal you should give yourself for 2026. I'm damn serious about this. You guys better be writing this down if you haven't done this already. You need to get out a list. And I don't mean on your phone. I mean, but do it on your phone if it's the difference between you doing what I'm saying or not. But get a list. Pen and paper. Write down your friends, the people that you hang out with almost every single day or play just a massive role in your life. And ask yourself critically, do these people make my life better or do they make my life worse? I don't like saying offering value because I'm not into that transactional bullshit. That's weird. That's like how a sociopath thinks. But I mean, do these people add meaning to my life or do they take it away? Because don't get me wrong, there's people that are fun to be around. They make funny jokes. They have funny, maybe they send you funny memes, all that stuff. But they are not a good influence in your life. And the more you hang around them, the more you adopt a loser, putting yourself last kind of mindset. Yeah, you can write me down, Eric. If you really think about those names that you have on that list and you sit there and you really contemplate and think, this guy's a loser, you got to cut him the fuck out of your life. I know that sounds harsh. I know that sounds rough. I know that sounds mean. But they are not going to do anything for you. They are only going to drag you down in the muck until you have nothing left. And dude, I'm going to be honest. I'm going to be blunt. I haven't had this problem because I cut all the fat out of my life. Actually, ironically, very, very recently in the past few months. But if you are in your mid-20s right now, like I am, I'm 24 years old. Sometimes people think I'm older than I actually am. I heard one time someone said I was like 28. I'm like, dude, that's 4 years older than I actually am. If you're in your mid-20s and you graduated college a year ago or 2 years ago, right? You're still kind of in that post-grad phase of life. I graduated college in 2024 with my graduate degree. I technically graduated 2023 with my undergrad, but I went for a grad degree as well. So I graduated in 2024. And I'm going to be honest, mid-20s, post-grad, has been some of the hardest years of my entire life. It's been tough. And it hasn't been tough because it's been like physically tough. That part's been pretty easy. Working a job is, in my opinion, easier than school. I found school to be like a lot harder because it's like you got to constantly worry about grades and stuff like that. Job, it's like you're doing it or you're not, right? You're either at the job doing fine or you're fired, right? Can't really mess that up. That's been the easy part. The hard part is, what do I want a year from now, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, 15, 20, 25 years to look like? Because I will tell you, when you're in college, you're still in that mindset of like, I'm a kid and I have my whole life ahead of me. But when you graduate, it's not that you're not young anymore. Like, I am still young, but it's that life does really start to catch up with you. Your friends are getting married, they're having kids. You see, friends that are starting businesses and becoming serious about their entire life arc. You see people get into like serious roles and positions, traveling the world, starting to like, kind of get their whole life started, right? Their actual adult life outside of college. And the reason that this period of your life is going to be the hardest is because it's the period of your life where it is make or break, it is do or die. St. Phineas said it in chat, you're going to wake up and you're going to be 30. When you wake up and you're 30, do you want to be, I'm 30 and I'm married and I have kids and I have a wife and a beautiful home and a wonderful job? An aspirational project I work on? Or do you want to be 30 and balding and fat and I still work at the same dead end job I was working at when I was 24 or 25? This is what you have to ask yourself. It's not an easy conversation. And the reason it's not an easy conversation is not because it's the easiest thing in the world to say, I don't want to be a loser, right? That's the easy part. The hard part is you having to take a self-critical look in the mirror and say, what elements of my life are off right now? What do I need to improve? What habits do I have that are helping me or hurting me? And how can I implement that in my life so that I'm not a loser? And one of those elements is, who do you surround yourself with? There's this old saying, show me your friends and I'll show you your future. If you surround yourself with losers, that's who you're going to be when you're 30. You're going to be a loser. Because they will kill any aspiration that you have. They'll do it either subtly, where it's maybe not them literally saying, you shouldn't do that, that's a bad idea, don't be aspirational, but they'll do it in subtle ways like, dude, why are you studying for that test, bro? You're trying to get your master's, your PhD. Dude, come to the bar with us, man. Come drink with us, dude. You know, you can go to the gym. No, dude. Hey, me and the boys, come on over. We're gonna pop some brewskis and watch the game. It's not that in that situation they're deliberately asking you to self-sabotage, but it's just with their influence and their lack of motivation, it's like a vortex. It's like a black hole. It's going to suck you in. They're in some ways more dangerous than the second type of person, which is the one that literally does insult you. Dude, why are you going back for your PhD? That's such a waste of time. Bill Gates never went to college. You know what image I hear when someone says Bill Gates never went to college? I think of Peter Griffin. I think of Peter Griffin on the couch in that one meme image where it's like Quagmire looking through the window in Cleveland and Joe. And he's surrounded by like Chinese takeout food boxes. He's got like, gross mystery substances all over the couch. He's filthy and he's in his underwear. That's the kind of person that says something like that. Bill Gates never went to college. Yeah, you building the next Microsoft, pal? Are you building the next Microsoft? Then I don't want to hear your illusions of grandeur about Bill Gates never went to college. Yeah, you ain't Bill Gates, bro. You're not Bill Gates. You're a loser. And until that person looks himself in the mirror, that person's saying that to you and identifies that they're a loser and decides to make an improvement in their life, they're going to continue to be. It's not your responsibility to wake that person up. If they're open to that kind of advice, great. That's a great friend. Maybe they're just having a low moment in their life. We all have them. But if they're adamant about being a loser, that is a situation where you just need to get out. Because if you're seeing them down in the muck, don't think that they're not going to drag you down in there with them. You need to surround yourself with people who are winners. And I don't mean even like Wolf of Wall Street, like, sociopathic, like they're doing coke and, going on yachts with, people they've assassinated or what. I don't mean it like that. I mean, you need to surround yourself with good people, moral people, virtuous people, people who have real aspirations. If you do that, you'll have a great life. It'll motivate you to want to become better. We are social creatures. If you surround yourself with socially positive people, you are going to have a vortex of positivity that will improve your life. But if you surround yourself with losers, you're going to be a loser. And you're going to be like this guy right here who literally knocked up his baby mama, drove his baby mama away because of his whole N-word stint. His kid doesn't even live with them, and he's marrying some like Russian, e-girl or whatever. That's a loser. Don't be like Chud the Builder. Don't be like any wignat you see online. They are the quintessential loser. Their life is over before it's even started. And it's because they made it that way. It's not because the world did that to them, it's because they did it to themselves.
Testosterone.
Oh, is that right?
Hairline.
Yeah.
I know I'm wearing the beanie, but I'm Tim Poolin right now. But the hairline's still here, unlike you, brother. You lost the weight. You're still ugly, and you don't.
What do you mean lost the weight, bro? That's an AI picture. You fucking retard. You fucking low IQ moron.
You're still fat. I can see.
What are you talking about?
You're still ugly.
What are you talking about?
Subhuman. I log you to death.
Bro, you're fucking retarded, and you thought an AI picture was real.
Get clipped. I didn't think that was real.
What do you mean get clipped?
Because of that, I lost weight too. But just because you lost weight,
are you this retarded? Are you this dumb? It's an AI picture. That was never me.
I don't give a fuck.
You should. You don't give a fuck about anything because you're retarded. You're a retard. You don't even know how to figure out Discord because you're fucking 50 IQ.
Because every real man must know Discord or else he's retarded.
A 5-year-old playing Minecraft can figure out Discord. You fucking Neanderthal retard.
Do you know how to change your tie rods, nigger?
Okay, if you're gonna say that, I have to kick you, man. I can't have you on there if you're gonna say the N-word.
It's the reaction. Don't get me hyped.
Yeah,
up.
I know.
It's like you are.
What are you talking about, Jim?
You're the one, dude. It's the vibe.
Okay, so how did this?
This is the other. This is the other thing that these guys do. I'm not going to go on a super long rant, but they also they always pride themselves on like knowing like certain automotive or like home stuff that honestly with Google nowadays you can learn in like 5 seconds. I mean, I'll give you an example. I recently was driving and the road was really, really, really bad, and I actually crashed my car. And it was not good. Well, actually, I take that back. It actually worked out fine. All the damage was cosmetic. It wasn't anything with like the actual car itself. It didn't bend the frame, didn't total the car. The only thing that happened was like my light on like my right side, the like outermost headlight got cracked. It was a miracle it was not worse, but scared the crap out of me. It was horrible. And I think you guys remember that day because I texted something out. I said, God is so good to us because, you know, if it hadn't been for God, dude, it would have been bad, right? It was very jarring. It was very scary. And I thank God for protecting me and preserving me in that moment. It was terrifying. But the car was all good and stuff like that. So I recently replaced that headlight. It was like a 5-second fix. 5 seconds. And I went over it. Wasn't that hard to do. It was 5 seconds. I did it for the first time, but looked up all the right stuff. Got the part, put it in. Bing, bang, boom. We were good to go, right? 5-second fix. Tire rods and all that. It's not that hard, bro. This is such a boomer, like almost like Gen X type mindset. Like, do you even know how to replace a tire? I can Google it in 5 seconds. It's not that hard. Do you know how to raise your kid that doesn't live with you? I mean, I don't think bro does. You're not raising your own kid, dude. Like, I would have more respect for you if you were like raising your kid rather than, I don't know, replacing a tire. Something a monkey could do. Anyone can replace a tire. Anyone can change oil, bro. Like it's not at the end of the world the hardest thing to do. But it takes something else to be like aspirational and strive towards excellence. Can you run a multi-million-dollar company? Can you start a business? Do you know how to start a business? Those are things that you should brag about. But like knowing like this whole, do you know how to change a tire rod or whatever? What if I don't? Cool. I have a master's degree. That's something I'm proud of. I'm proud that I achieved that. I have a master's degree. That's something very few people have. I mean, there's a lot of people that have master's degrees, but like not many people get their master's. I'm proud of that. Graduating college, that's something to be proud of. If you've graduated college, that is something to relish in. Have you finished trade school? That's something to relish in. No Surf Zone donated $20. Thank you, brother. Let me see here what the message said. God be with you, brother. You'll always be in my prayers. Keep up the good work. God bless you, man. I love you so much. We'll hang out soon. Send me a text about I want to see about coming to visit you. Probably not during the winter based on where you live, because I'm sure it's about as snowy as here, but maybe we can get something going during the spring. I want to come fly out and visit you. But that's it. If you graduated college, if you did trade school, if you've done something where it's like not many people do that, or like not many people go through that, or like to go through that is something to be proud of. That's something you should brag about. Something that you can look up on Google and even a monkey can do is not something to like relish in.
Started because you sent me like a bunch of DMs and I
I
was,
was
out.
listening to your stream. Yeah, I was listening to your your space. I'm not chronically on Twitter. This is all new to me.
Yeah, me
I got on
either.
Twitter
Me
and blew
either.
up.
Yeah, me
I have
either.
not
I'm
been a
not. I'm not sure you
Twitter,
know.
user.
I'm not
So I don't know
chronically
your
on.
terms.
I'm not chronically on Twitter either, which is why I didn't respond to your
Well, you're
message
like,
in an
you
hour.
don't do Discord, bro. I just got done taking my Tyrod.
Okay. I don't really care. Yeah, congrats on like being like a blue collar guy. No, I can't.
That's what real men do.
I can afford. You know what? I got a job. I got a job for you. Maybe I'll just pay your broke ass to do it for me. Maybe I'll just pay your broke ass to do it for me so you can afford to buy some gifts for your kids.
That I do.
What? Go out and say the N word? Yeah, do what I do. How about that? Instead of fucking becoming a
start, and you're gonna get mogged to death. Watch this.
Yeah. So let's rewind it. Let's go back to where all this started. All right. Let's go back to where all this started. So you were talking about like not being chronically online on Twitter, right?
Just a quick note. I remember seeing this guy stream on Kick for the first time, and I just like tuned in to watch the stream for a little bit. He didn't even know how to work the fucking chat. I mean, this guy can vote. I just want you to keep that in mind. This guy who can't even work a Kick chat has the same voting rights as you, who probably went to college and is getting your education and a good job. I just want you to keep that in mind. This guy who certainly has not done the things that you've done with your life has the same voting rights and political power that you do. I want you to keep that in mind for a moment.
So
no, that's
not
where it started.
No, that's not where it started. But I'm getting to it. Oh my gosh, dude, you're so retarded. You are so dumb. It's called a segue. We are segueing into.
Let's go. Keep going.
I will. Shut the fuck up, you dumb Neanderthal chimp. You are a chimp, dude. You are like 50 IQ. It's like talking to a fucking child, bro. I swear. All right, so. You're talking about not being chronically online, right? You're following so far, right? You want me to make some drawings in crayon for you? Would that help? You got that? Okay, you're listening. So yeah, I'm also not chronically online either, which is why I didn't respond to your DM in an hour. I was actually going to respond to your DM when I got home from like going to Taco Bell, getting some cigs, you know what I mean? And instead I come home.
W Taco Bell.
And come back home, get your goy slop.
Yeah, I love goy slop. What's wrong with a little Taco Bell, dude?
You're a dork, bro. Keep talking. We're sick of
I'm the dork.
Like
I'm the dork that's acting. You did, bro. You're acting like my ex-girlfriend. Thank you. Keep saying the buzzwords because that's all you know. Because you're a fucking idiot. You have the vocabulary of a fucking 5-year-old, bro. Goy slop. It's just slop. It's just goy slop. You're soy. Cool. Like, dude, come on.
You can parrot what Nick said, and you're awesome.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing. That's the point that I'm making. You fucking idiot. Oh my gosh, dude, you're such a fucking retard.
Streamer chair and go do this in real life.
Why? Why would I do that? I make good money sitting in my chair.
Yeah, you make good money. I'm not.
So
I don't give
what?
A shit about
yeah,
that.
you're broke.
Fucking culture.
You have kids.
Bring our country back to
you're not going to bring our country back when you're fucking broke and homeless. You fucking idiot.
I'm not broke and homeless. I'm living in a good. You see that tile behind me? I did that. I got a nice.
Yeah, congrats.
Thanks for the supporters.
Yeah, how's that going to help us? How's it going to help us take our country back? You fucking idiot. What are you talking about?
Send me that. I've lived here for 10 years. This is my same house. It's doxed. People know where I'm at. They can show up right now and I'd kill him on stream.
Yeah, that's awesome. You're so badass, dude. That's so great.
You're not.
Yeah, you're right. I'm not. What are you going to do? What are you going to do about it? Nothing.
Guys like you. Would you want to set up a fight and do the first Royper fight? I'm not into that.
Of course. I knew you were going to take it there. Oh my gosh.
You're the one that's wanting to do this infighting shit. You're
the one that's like, go outside. Go outside. Go IRL. Like, why? What's the point? What's the point of this? Like,
again, like this
whole thing started. This whole thing started because I didn't respond to your DM within an hour. That's what happened. Because you're acting like my fucking ex-girlfriend, dude.
Do you hear the fucking estrogen in your voice, dude? It's really annoying.
You
This
keep
is why
saying
I'm
that. The
talking
joke's
shit
not
about you.
landing. The joke's
you're
not
talk-
landing.
Listen,
No, just
I was not
respond to
on
what
your
I'm
ass until
saying.
you started
Just
talking
respond
shit
to what
about
I'm
us.
saying. I just respond to what I'm saying.
Bro, do you want to
literally
have a conversation or do you want to
I'm
yell?
trying. I'm trying to have a conversation with you, dude. It's hard when you have the IQ of fucking a 5-year-old, bro.
Keep
You
talking shit all you want. I don't care. Make a point.
Hang on,
Make
hang on.
an actual point and
I
argument.
will. Here's the point. The last thing that you sent to me, literally the last words that you sent to me were no hard feelings. Yeah, and then I didn't respond.
No hard feelings. I told you I don't want to fight you.
And I didn't respond within an hour, so then you crashed out on the timeline.
Which is so asinine because it's like Beardson is literally my friend. Like I have his phone number and he has mine. And I've texted him before and it'll sometimes like take a day for him to get back to me, which is, dude, I'm the same way. Like if you do stuff online, like you're getting inundated with so many messages and so many people like texting you and stuff like that, that it's like, it just takes a while to get back to people. It's not like even a personal thing. Like you just don't have all the time in the day to like have full text conversations. And, you know, sometimes you just miss things, you misremember things, you know, like you'll have people on like Instagram that will keep like sending you reels over and over. And you know, you respond to them when you can. You want to give, you know, everybody a proper amount of attention, but it's just like you get bogged down in all the messages that come through. It's just part of being like, you know, a content creator doing any kind of streaming or whatever. It's not like you're trying to be a dick or ignore people. It's just literally a time management thing.
Because I didn't respond to you
got
fast
confused,
enough.
Bro, look at this. People love this shit. You're getting money right now.
No, just respond to what I'm saying, dude. You chimped
Free
out.
choice.
You chimped out.
I chimped out for good reason, bro. I'm having fun with
What's the good reason? Because I didn't respond to you in an hour.
networking.
No, we're not networking. I don't like
I'm
you.
talking to you. People are watching my face right now. This is happening.
You're not making a good impression, dude. Like this is what
okay.
yeah,
Okay,
people are not on your side right now. Like
trust me. Trust me. That's fine. That's fine. We're having fun. We're having fun. This is
I'm having a great time. If I was in your position, I would not be having a good time.
That's okay. You can, you know, project all your bullshit insecurities.
I'm not projecting anything, dude.
That.
You literally crashed out on me because I didn't respond to your DM in an hour like a girl, bro.
This will be clipped up. People are gonna love this.
Yeah, I'm sure that they will. Is this all that you care about? Is just clout? Is that all you care about?
Dude, you literally started this by saying, how are you going to make money off of this? How are you going to continue on? What's your content going to be like? Let's make some content.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, but there's a difference in just crashing out and being a fucking spurg for content.
That's what you do for a living.
Yeah, on people that suck, on our enemies.
You're sitting here, you're saying I'm one of them. You're saying people
you
saying
are
the
now because you crashed out like a
Hold
fucking
on.
girl.
Let me speak.
What
You're
do you
saying
mean?
people who are saying the N-word are your enemy. Did you not say that?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't? I literally clipped your space where you're saying that people are out here grifting. No one's calling people getting paid for saying the N-word a grifter. Everyone's calling us grifters.
Dude,
Even
do I have to explain?
Even you.
So, let me give you a little like history lesson, and by history lesson,
Let me
like,
give you a history.
like
Dude,
6
lose
months
the
ago,
estrogen, please,
like
first.
six.
Lose
You
the
keep,
estrogen.
dude, you keep making that joke. It doesn't land. I'm
God,
sorry.
it's sick, dude. It's
It
just
doesn't
sick. I can
land.
hear it. Please talk
Yeah.
normal.
Yeah, should I grunt and
Talk
groan?
normal.
Would you understand it if I started dragging my knuckles onto the ground? Would that resonate with you more? Me
Yeah,
say
at least
N-word.
that- yeah.
Me say
There's
N-word.
yeah.
Me start
At least I can
GoFundMe.
call you the word.
Me say N-word. I'm a dancing
He's
monkey.
chipping out.
Well, it's like that guy who like started the GoFundMe for like wearing the full like Nazi SS uniform. And it's like, dude, like, how did you expect that you weren't going to get canceled for that? You know what I mean? How'd you like not expect that you were going to get canceled for it? Like, I remember people, you know, over the, you know, whole thing that happened with me, you know, gave me crap, or they were like, oh, how did you expect you weren't going to get canceled? Well, the job I was working in and stuff like that, I thought at the time was cancel proof. And I thought that there was enough, you know, kind of separation. But, you know, the problem was that like my boss was like adamant about like us having like the client we worked for like on our LinkedIn. And so like that's what got doxxed, and like that's what, you know, got put out there or whatever. But the actual job itself was like cancel proof and stuff like that. And, you know, had it not been for that being on my LinkedIn, I probably would have been okay, all things considered. I even remember I had considered shutting down my LinkedIn, but it was like, no, the client wants it up, you know, that you are like working for them or whatever. And I was like, okay, whatever. But you know, at the time, it's like I wasn't just trying to be edgy. I was trying to make a, you know, deeper point with what I was saying. But like, you know, stuff like what Chud's doing, or like the guy who wore like the SS uniform, it's like all that's doing is offending, right? And so it's like, how do you expect you're not going to get fired for that? It's like, if you dress in a full Nazi SS uniform, even as a bit or a joke, it's like, that's going to get you canceled. That's going to get you fired, right? Like, you're not making any deeper point with that. You're just being, you know, completely like, again, shocking for shock's sake. It's total shock jock behavior. And I don't like the shock jock thing. It's like, it doesn't do anything to serve our movement. It doesn't do anything to make it better. All it does is, you know, put us in a position where we are doing offensive things and just making an ass out of ourselves just because we think we're like righteous in our cause, right? It's self-righteous, it's indulgent, and it does nothing but just ruin people's lives for absolutely no reason, right? And it's different than, you know, that one girl who, you know, was at the park and got filmed, you know, saying the N-word or whatever. You know, she wasn't trying to be like offensive for offense's sake. It's like she was just having legitimately a moment where, you know, she was angry and frustrated with, you know, being mistreated. That's different. Like, set up a give, send, go for someone like that. But like someone who like goes out of their way to, you know, get themselves canceled and then they're like, give me money. I don't know. That's like the most just like pathetic thing in the entire world. It's like, what did you think was going to happen? Like they were going to roll out the red carpet for you when you went up to the random guy at the gas station, called him the N-word? No. You thought they were going to roll out the red carpet for you and your boss was going to be totally stoked that you dressed in a Nazi SS uniform? Give me a fucking break, dude. Pinesap, what do you think about racial esoteric moralization? I have no idea what that is.
Dancing monkey, yeah. that's you, dude. You're a fucking jester. Bro, your career is like being a jester for a bunch of people that don't matter.
I run a company. I'm running a company.
Then why are you starting a GoFundMe saying I'm going to go out of business?
Have been trying to starve me for 2 years. I've been popular in my local community way before the X shit, boy. So that's what I'm doing this for. Is so that I can have the voice, because they snuffed me out in my local community. So much so that I couldn't even argue my point to my priest to say, hey, what the fuck?
Right. And then
also 2025 and even kind of already 2026 has just been like the year of Ortho Bro L's. It's been the year of Ortho Bro L's. I mean, you know, we had the Beryllium thing happen. That was gross. We had, you know, Chud the Builder over here. That's an L, where he literally compared himself to Jesus because he got canceled for saying the N-word. He's like, well, Jesus got canceled in his day for saying the truth. It's like, our Lord is the way, the truth, and the life. And you in your selfishness are comparing saying the N-word and getting fired from your job to that. Like, that's the most like self-righteous bullshit I think I've ever heard, right? That is not an apt comparison. And I would say that that is a completely sinful thing to say. Like, you got to get your ass a confession for saying that, dude. That's insane. Right? So there's that. And then, you know, Talon, this guy on Twitter, you know, young guy, really great kid, has just been debating like all these Eastern Orthodox guys. And, you know, I know Elijah Yassi has been doing the same. And he, between the both of them, it's like they've just been making them look like fools. They've just been making them look stupid. I mean, I remember there was this one guy like named Nikolai or whatever who literally brags about having an Asian wife. Like, that is so gay, dude. Like, brags basically about like, you know, being an Asian wife and not even, I think, living in America. And he looks like a total fucking chud. He's got that like gross, like, you look like you're 15, but you're actually like 27 physiognomy that like Kyle has, that like a ton of these Eastern Orthodox guys have, where they look like man children. And they always want to like beat their chest and they're like, I'm married. Bro, you picked up the first like mail order bride you saw when you like flew to the Philippines. Like, that's not a W, right? How about try marrying like an American girl, then we'll talk. How about try marrying a girl that you like didn't basically pay or promise you'd like furnish a life for them, and then we'll talk about getting married. Like, you married some girl who wanted you for your money. That's asinine. Let's see. You didn't even say anything bad. You just said fascist Spain was good. I just said Franco was good, right? Which is like kind of honestly an uncontroversial take. Like, most people don't even know who Franco is, right? Like, your average person. The news, hi Pine Sap, I know I already said this, but could you please make a post asking for people to pray for Bellarmite's return? Definitely. It's been sad to see him go the way that he has, man. I've not been happy about that. That's been really, really, really sad to see. I'll definitely pray for him, and we'll make a post to pray for him as well.
So then, to prove everybody wrong, you decided to double down to make the situation worse make the situation worse for yourself.
Nice, using the Lord's name in vain.
Gotten a lot better, dude. I didn't have 37K in my account.
Using the Lord's name in vain, but bro's like Jesus, by the way.
Oh, dude, that's crazy.
I don't know about you, buddy, but I can get a lot of raw milk and eggs from the Amish guy for $37,000 fucking dollars.
Dude, that's so pathetic. Like that
sure,
again.
Bud,
That's
awesome.
it's like short term versus long term thinking, dude.
Oh
like
God,
you're not gonna.
Listen, the Lord calls you to martyr yourself if that's what you're called to do, bro.
You just took his name.
So much material,
dude. You just took his name in vain not 10 seconds ago. I don't want to hear any
You just
piety
took his
checking
name
from
in
you.
vain.
Yeah, like how are you gonna sit there and try to like piety check me and be like, the Lord does this? It's like you just took his name in vain.
No
You clearly
one piety
don't.
checked you. I'm simply
Yeah,
saying
you
that
did.
I'm not fucked up with being martyred and not seeking materials for long term.
So martyrdom is you getting fired from your job for saying the N-word. That's martyrdom. You know, all the saints in history that died because they wanted to give witness to Christ, you know, even their families turned on them and stuff like that. Yeah, you're just like them, man. You getting your life ruined for saying the N-word to a random black guy is just like Saint Jerome being martyred. It's just like Saint Polycarp. You're right there in the same league as them, man. Get out of here with this self-righteous bullshit, dude. I hate when people say things like this. Like, even when you are martyred, like most martyrs, like even most modern day martyrs didn't compare themselves to the saints and didn't compare themselves to the martyrs. They even always would say things like, what I'm dealing with is much less worse than what they went through. And you have this guy, it's like, he still has his health. He still technically could get a new job and, you know, maybe fix his life or whatever. Like, he's not literally being like hung or hurt or anything like that. Not that we would want that for him. That's horrible, right? But he still has his health. He still has the ability to go make money and provide for himself and provide for his family. And he's acting like he's Saint Polycarp or Saint Jerome, who literally were like killed and torn apart and burned alive, all for believing in the name of Christ. That is like absolutely asinine, bro.
Blessing me. I'm rejoicing in the blessing. If it keeps coming, God bless me.
Man,
thank you, Lord.
Dude,
thank you.
You are too like you. I'm sorry. It's like I
wait.
Genuinely.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Do you guys want to see me do that in a video? Do you want to see me put my arms like down near my thighs and just bounce and say, thank you, thank you, thank you? That's crazy, dude.
I'm gonna meet you halfway here. Like, I genuinely feel bad for the position that you're in. Straight up, I do.
You.
I do feel bad.
I appreciate that.
Agree.
That's all I wanted to hear from you, because you're talking shit.
And look, I will be honest. I don't want to live in a world where people like do have their lives completely ruined for like saying the N-word. Of course I don't. I don't want to live in a world where that guy who wore the uniform has his life completely ruined or whatever. I think that's asinine. I think really the only time you should get like fired from your job for like political views or whatever is like when you're like an actual threat to the people that you work with or whatever, where it becomes like where you're basically saying stuff that would imply that you like harm the people that you work with, or you have such, or you're like the people who celebrated Charlie Kirk's death. If you're not that though, it's like, I do think you should have the ability to provide for yourself. I do think you should have the ability to, provide for yourself and be able to make a modest living so that you're not starving on the street, right? So that you're not starving on the street. I think that's very reasonable. And certainly, I want this guy to provide for himself too. I don't want Chud to starve. I don't want him to not be able to make money or whatever. I know what that feels like. It's horrible. It's not fun. It's a tough position to be in, right? And we don't wish that for anybody. But that being said, you have to be smart. And you do have to understand this, that the world we live in right now is not one where you can afford to be stupid. There were times in the past where you could be, right? Honestly, before the advent of the internet, you said something stupid at work or something that got around town. Guess what? The worst possible thing you had to do was move to the next town over. But with the internet, things have changed, and you have to be a lot more conscientious of the way that you carry yourself. If you carry yourself in a stupid way, you're going to be confronted with stupidity. But if you carry yourself in a smart way, you'll be fine and you'll weather the storm. Carry yourself in a smart way.
Because of what I'm doing, and what I'm doing is standing up for you too.
You're
you
not.
Should be allowed to say that word.
I've never asked you to do that.
You
ever.
should be allowed to say that word. You should have to
you're not.
yourself.
You're not standing up for me. I have no need to go out and call black people the N-word or anybody like that. That's the thing,
yeah,
dude.
You're okay
No. Hear me out. No,
because you're okay with censoring yourself because that's what you do for a living.
It's about like I want to live in a polite society, and it also includes like just being nice and cordial to people in public. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I am nice and cordial in all my videos until they start cheating out on me.
No, dude. Again, because you have a reputation.
If you disagree. I don't care what your opinion is.
Like,
That's
what are you
the fact of the
talking
matter.
about?
I'm the one
I literally just watched a video of you just like pulling up to a gas station, like with the intention to start trouble.
With the intention to start trouble, you mean going to the gas station? I clearly said I'm just getting a Monster. He said, "What are you doing?"
Oh, you're pulling the Candace,
bro.
Now you're doing like the Candace Owens thing where you're just like pretending to be dumb. Come on,
bro. I can go to any store that I want to. You're like, don't go to that store. Don't say that word.
Yeah.
Hey, before you come on my stream, please don't say that. You're okay with censorship. I'm not.
Yeah. I mean, I am fine with it. Like,
I'm not.
The
guys who are in the job sites, we're not.
Okay.
We're sick of it. We're sick of getting fired for words. And you should be too. Because you're saying, don't come on my kick stream and say that word. You're fine with censorship because you're cooked.
I don't have any need to say
and
it.
That's the clip.
It's not a clip. What's the clip?
Watch this, buddy. It'll be clipped.
What's the clip, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
Cooked. And you just said it. I'm fine with being censored. You're cooked. I'm fine. Have my wife, sir. I'm fine. Dude, where's your hairline? Is that why you laugh?
My job site. Yeah, the boys down at the job site. The boys down at the job site, dude. I'm sorry. I just need a moment. What I'm about to say, I don't mean this like that there's like people that don't have souls and agency. I think everyone does. But do you ever encounter people? I mean, look, like our enemies and stuff like that are very clearly NPCs. Or they're sociopaths. So meaning they have agency, but they still choose what they choose. But I'm talking more like on our side. Do you ever interact or encounter people where it doesn't matter what you say? It doesn't matter the way you say it or the way you're trying to describe it to them or whatever. It literally is just like hitting a brick wall. It's like they're a programmed video game NPC. You're on the dialogue tree, you're on the Red Dead Redemption dialogue tree, and you're trying to break out of it. You're trying to talk to them like man to man, real human being, and they just don't fucking get it. That's this. That's this guy, and that's the boys down at the job site. It's the like low IQ right-wing people that I'm just tired of dealing with. It's like anytime you criticize Trump, and it's like you'll always get people in your comment section and they're like, Oh, so you'd prefer Camel Toe Harris? Oh, so what you're saying is you're a communist and you hate America. Oh, so you don't want deportations. You don't want to fix our system. Did I ever say that? And I've gotten to the point where like I just make fun of these people. Like you can't interact with these people. You can't have a conversation with them. You know, someone said it earlier with that like Nate Fagin guy, right? Nate, you can't have a conversation with someone like that. He's just not going to get it. There's literally an IQ gate. If you try to talk to someone like that, there is such an IQ gate that they're never going to be a real human being. They're never going to like break out of the threshold. You will literally sit there and try to explain to them and run through what's going on and be like, hey, here's why XYZ is ZYX. Here's why Trump is actually not our guy. Here's why, yes, Israel and Jewish power, all that stuff is a problem, but Charlie Kirk wasn't killed by Israel, contrary to what Candace Owens says. Well, you're just a shill and you're probably bought and paid by them and stuff like that. I swear, man, you listen to people like that, you're never going to break through to them. And I think really it more has to do with goodwill, like them being men of goodwill and willing to listen to you. But it's also just an IQ gate too. It's like the incel thing. It's like when we say incel, and I've had to literally explain it to guys like over and over and over, and they still don't get it. It's like, if you don't get why we use the term incel, you're lost. I'm sorry. You're in the wrong place. You're in the wrong movement. If you don't get when people like call themselves sexist and you're like, I think we should elevate our wives and stuff like that, and you don't get what we mean by that, you're in the wrong movement. You're just never going to get it. I could try explaining it to you literally like you were 5 and I was using crayons and you just still would not understand it. There is just a threshold that cannot be crossed.
Oh my gosh, dude. You're just like...
If that's why you're mad, we can get you on minoxidil. Call Clav, bro.
Yeah, I will. I'll call Clav, man. This is like the problem. It's like the iron, like the great irony of all of this. The great irony of all this is like that you talk shit about black people all the time, which, hey, fair. I'm all for it. I do it all the time.
About black people.
Yes, you do. No. Yeah, but the irony of it is that you yourself are the exact same. You have low impulse control. You act just like them. Like there's no difference.
I'm not the only difference between... I'm not denying that.
Of course you are.
I came at you. Hold on. I hear your point there. Thank you. Let me respond there.
Yeah, go ahead, man.
Okay, so I love that point you made because it is something a saint said once. If you make an accusation, you're making a confession. When you were talking all that shit about, hey, for real, log off, you're ugly and you don't represent us, it was hard not to hear and feel the same thing about you, brother.
Is that right?
Ugly.
What are you talking about?
Somebody has to fill your shoes at some point.
I'm really sad that you don't want to have sex with me. That really bothers me a lot, man.
No one, dude. Why are you going
come
gay,
on,
dude?
come on. I'm fuckable. I'm
fuckable. This is why people call the Groypers gay. Stop doing that. You don't represent represent us. The people watching this are guys like me on the job sites now, not guys like you anymore.
The guys like you on the job site. Does this Neanderthal know what Nick thinks of people like him? All the time, I mean, literally all the time, Nick constantly like airs out the fact that he does not like these like my neck is red and my collar is blue type dudes. You know, we like well dressed and well put together blue collar guys, but we do not like white trash. We never have. The guys down at the job site. Yeah, well, the guys down at the job site, there's a big sign on AF. There's a big sign on the Groyper movement that says, job site guys need not apply. Job site guys need not apply. If you look like Jelly Roll, we listen to Jelly Bean and love Trump. if you look like Jelly Roll, I'm going to be honest, you have no place in this movement. This movement is not for you. If you have face tats and you're all like, you know, you probably got like a felony on your record, maybe a misdemeanor if you're feeling right. If you're a little bit more moral, but a felony or a misdemeanor on your record, and your highlight of a Friday night is getting a drink at like the local bar in your hometown that you never moved out of. America First. Look, I'm not a Groyper general. I don't have any authority. America First is not for you. This is a movement of people who. This is a movement of people who want to strive towards something, who want to build something, who want to be better than they are now. If your biggest aspiration in life is getting a new sound system for your Ford F-150, that's your biggest aspiration, I think you need to go join Patriot Front. I honestly, go join Patriot Front. I don't think this movement is for you, pal. I'm going to be completely real.
Yeah, is that right? So
right.
remember when you said by the way, they're like, I get why Nick can't associate with me.
Yeah, I get
what
it.
happened to
he
that?
can't do what I'm doing, just like you can.
He doesn't want to do what you're doing because what you're doing is like
do what I'm doing either,
chimp
but
behavior.
somebody has to.
Why?
Oh my God!
Why does somebody?
This is why it's so pathetic to hear you.
No,
stand up
I
for us,
legitimately,
speak for us.
I don't
Why?
speak for you.
Why does a man
I
have
don't
to take
like
back
you.
These little nooks and crannies of our country that are bleeding out into our white society. Did you see the chimp outs happening everywhere? Where they in Whole Foods? It starts in the fucking. How do you take out the zombie horde? You go to the nest. You didn't play Left 4 Dead?
Oh my Reddit, dude. Are you kidding?
Oh my Reddit says the queer saying, "Oh, you don't even know how to work fucking Discord."
Dude, do you have a fucking zombie survival plan, bro? Oh my gosh, dude.
I didn't say actually zombies. I said you never played Left 4 Dead, bro. We're talking X. Yeah, I was the Xbox gamer. I think we all were growing up. Are you a dork? I thought you were.
No, I would say the dork's the guy that's referencing Left 4 Dead right now.
Yeah,
dude.
I thought we were all dorks a little bit. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying.
No, I'm a Chad, dude.
Like
no, I'm a Chad, dude. I deadlift, I lift weights, I build countertops, and I replace car engines, dude. I'm not like you. So, I'm a Chad. Unlike you, little beta boy bitch.
Nice. Where's your hairline?
It's right here, buddy. It's not going anywhere. I just have a big ass forehead because I'm smart. It's containing all this brain. Maybe if you had.
Dude, I think we found Yakub. Honestly. Beardson, our boy. I think Beardson's Yakub. I'm just saying. You heard it here first. I think Beardson is actually Beanson is actually Yakub. I don't know, man. He said, like, Beardson said his head is that way because he's containing so much knowledge. That's because he created the white race, dude. Right? He actually created the white race, believe it or not. Beardson single-handedly created white people. 2025 was his year, and there was good reason. We found out that he's actually our father, Yakub, right? He created all white people. This guy, he could never understand that. He could never understand an absolute intellectual like Beardson, like Yakub. It's too far apart. It's too far above his pay grade. It's like trying to like put the ocean in a teacup. It just would never work.
You had more than 5 brain cells knocking around in your fucking head.
What are you mad about? I'm just curious why you're still mad at me when I'm literally telling you that you should stop being okay with being censored.
What do you want me to do? Like, I'm
stand
on
up
kick
for guys who are standing up for you, like me and Cinnabon and everybody else. These rednecks
you're not.
that you said are saying the N-word.
You're
stand
not.
up for the people who are standing up for you.
No, I don't want to. You're not standing up for me.
We already know, dude. I don't have to continue telling you. So if that's where this is going to end, that's where it's going to end.
Dude,
if you don't want to stand up for yourself and you don't want to stand up for people,
I just don't want to stand up for you.
We have nothing to talk about.
Well, you crashed out on me, bro.
I think I aired it out. I got my point across, I think.
Do you feel better? Do you want a back rub now? Do you want to go have dinner or something?
Why is it always this gay shit with you people?
Because
Like,
you
why
started,
does it go to that?
because you started off like attacking me like my ex-girlfriend. You're acting like a girl from Hinge that I ghosted, dude. That's why.
Bro, it's always like obsession with women with you queers, bro. You gotta quit. You gotta lose it. You're a simp still. Stop.
I'm
You're
a
not
simp?
a Chad. You're still in the middle. You're not an actual
How am
incel.
I a
I've met
simp?
those
I'm
too.
talking about ghosting bitches. That's Chad. You wouldn't know anything about that,
Yeah,
actually.
but you're always talking about bitches is my point. There's bigger things, dog.
It's one of the
This
two
pussy.
genders. Yeah, it's one of the two genders, and you're acting like a girl. That's the point. I'm saying you're acting like a girl.
You're acting like my girlfriend and like this girl on Hinge. Bro, okay, cool. I get
Mm-hmm.
I've been banned off Hinge because I'm actually a Chad and I've fucked every woman in my city. So I'm not
I'm
proud
sure.
of that. And
You-
I'm not the
you have
type
to-
of guy
you have
that's
to
like
move-
saying you should go do that. You should talk about women all the time. You should talk about how I haven't had women in so long. Dude, you're literally pathetic, bro.
Did you
Everything
have to?
talk
Did
about
you?
is girl, 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 girl. Stop it. We have a
If you-
fucking
I would-
real problem here.
What's the problem, dude? Like,
The
what's
problem is our country is gone. I thought that's what the Groyper movement was. Are you a Fed? Are you guys actually feds? Because going from a spectator to in the shit, it makes me feel weird.
Yeah, nobody asked you to move. You should have stayed a spectator, bro. I like for
Yeah,
everybody.
I wanted to. And then my
no,
city came for me to the point where it was either starve
What,
or
like,
speak,
what- okay,
and so
what
I
ha-
chose to speak.
what happened with that, by the way? Like, what
Yeah,
happened?
Let's
Like,
talk about
seriously.
it. Because isn't that what you would want to do if you actually had good faith and you wasn't a Fed?
I'm asking. What are you talking? I'm asking
The
right now.
organic
You
guys?
fucking. Oh my god, you're such a girl. I'm asking right now. What do you want?
Let's do
It's
it.
like I'm asking.
What
like,
would
just,
you like to know, Beardson?
Yeah. So what happened? How did you originally get canceled?
I was going to work,
Uh-huh.
driving to work, doing this speed limit. I just got bitched at the day before from my boss saying, hey, dude, you're not doing the speed limit. So I'm on my P's and Q's the next day. The bitch is honking, bah, 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 throws a fucking drink at my truck simply because I would not let her around because I can't go over the speed limit. Then I roll the window down. She says, what's your fucking problem, white boy? Which was the same thing the fucking fire lane chimp said, ironically enough. I said, nigga, I'm just doing the speed limit.
I'm just waiting for him to mention the job site again. TBH. Dude, that's so real, actually. Yeah, I'm waiting for him to name drop the job site again.
She threw another drink at my shit. That's 2 drinks now. I fucking said, what the fuck? It's a green light. We go. Then we ended up getting the red light again. What are the odds? I roll my window down again. I grab the Orthodox cross and I hit her with the cross blessing. She takes a picture. She posts it. She says, this guy just called me hard R, blah, blah, blah. Didn't even happen that way. But even if it did, fuck her. She got me fired. I started my company 2 years later, bro.
Hang on. I don't believe that you didn't call her the hard R though. Like
I don't care.
I feel
But
like
is
you
that
did.
what we're
Like,
pausing for?
I mean, I'm just saying, given the circumstances of your situation
Cool.
now, it just kind of
I
does
can't
make me feel
fathom
like you.
someone not being linear and actually ramping up and becoming exponentially worse. I can't fathom that. We get it. I get your low
Wait,
IQ.
so you do
accusation
acknowledge that you have gotten exponentially worse though. So you do acknowledge that.
Thank you. So can I continue telling the story you asked about?
Yeah. Go ahead.
So 2 years ago, I started my company. I've ran it for 2 years. I've been harassed the whole time.
Okay, I have a quick question. Unless there's something else that you guys want me to react to that I can't think of off the top of my head. But going on this theme of like avoiding losers and stuff like that, I was maybe thinking of pulling up some clips from like some 90s talk shows and kind of going over, because it was very popular in the 90s to have like skinheads on, and like, you kind of see again that like loser mindset in that. Do you guys want to review those or continue to watch this? I mean, I don't know. I'm getting a little bored with Chud's antics since I've already watched this, but if you guys like this and you want me to continue to, comment on his behavior and stuff like that, just let me know in chat. Because I don't know, dude, it's just like, it's everything, like everything is done to him and nothing is his fault. You know what I mean? It's like everything is done to him. Nothing is his fault. It's literally like one of those things where he's in his own mind a victim of circumstance, right? He's just a victim of circumstance. And if only the world was less cruel, like he wouldn't be in this position, which is just totally asinine, right? It's totally asinine. I mean, all these guys, all they ever do is they like feel bad for themselves. Okay, people are saying talk show, so we'll do that. All these guys ever do is feel bad for themselves and, basically like essentially create their own suffering, right? They create their own suffering and then they blame everyone else for why they're suffering. So it's like, oh, it's not really my fault. It's if only there weren't all these evil groups running society and stuff like that, then I wouldn't be a loser. Then I wouldn't be terrible and stuff like that. And it's like, yes, to a certain extent, is it true that it's like there's bad people running society? There's bad people doing bad things, for sure. Does that negatively like impact people? Absolutely. But at the same time, it is one of those things where you cannot blame everybody around you for your problems all the damn time. Like, it gets to a point where it's like you can sit there and not hold responsibility for like any of the things that happens in your life, and it's always someone else's fault, and everyone is at fault, right, for everything else that happens in your life. But you're going to get to a point where you pointed enough fingers and the finger is just pointed right back around on you, right? The finger is pointed right back around on you. You can't blame everybody else for why your life sucks. You're not a victim of circumstance. You're just a loser. And instead of like blaming everybody else and everything else for your predicament, try pointing that blame back on you and asking yourself, why am I here? Right? Why am I here? Why am I in this horrible state that I find myself in? If more people asked that, you wouldn't have this loser mindset, this like literal just like white trash mindset that keeps these people basically in a mental ghetto. It's just ridiculous, man. So we're going to watch the talk show now and kind of comment on this behavior of kind of like Wignat type thinking and like why this is so contagious to any sort of like positive movement in your life, right? Why this is like kind of contagious to any sort of like positive change in your life. It's from the Geraldo Rivera show back in the day.
Panelists, but before I do, let me introduce two more guests. First of all, Roy Ennis. He is the chairman of the Congress of Racial Equality. He feels that our country is being embarrassed by these racists. Sitting next to him, Rabbi A. Bruce Goldman, the president of the Center for Jewish Living. He says that these racist groups are being run by pathological misfits. And in that line, Bob Hike, before I get to our two new guests, we got this right from your writing. Do you not believe, sir, that Adolf Hitler and the Nazis were heroes?
What's that from my writing? Please tell me what you're talking about.
Do you answer the question, please?
Heroes?
Yeah.
They, I guess, yeah, sure. They took up a struggle.
Cut through the bull. Yes, you do.
Yeah. In 10 years, they did what the National Socialist Party in Germany did something that no one else has ever done. In that time, they turned the entire economy around and created a state that was, unparalleled.
And almost wiped out a race of people.
What about Joseph Stalin? The
almost wiped out a race of people.
You can't put the supposed 6 million on Adolf Hitler, man, because Joseph Stalin,
you can't?
JFK,
you can't? The Holocaust, did it happen, Bob Hike?
Does it matter?
Does it matter?
There's 30 million people.
Does it matter?
Jews in the Ukraine that died. It was killed by Joseph Stalin, the man who was responsible for putting the Nuremberg trials.
Rabbi Gold.
Rabbi Gold. Put him away for 30 years.
He says it doesn't matter. He says the Holocaust.
It's a little fast. Let me slow it down. It's a little fast. So already this guy was part of a group called American Front. I think they were based at like the West Coast, San Francisco. And with all these groups, it's like, and I always talk about Patriot Front because they're the biggest and kind of most prolific example. Patriot Front does conduct, I will grant a little bit, does conduct themselves like better than, say this guy. But there's something very pertinent here. And there's a lesson that I think a lot of these like different far right groups have never really learned. And it's that there's a difference between not caring what people think about you to the extent of like not caring what shallow people or people who are going to hate you regardless of what you do think about you, and leaning into, right? And really leaning into the stereotypes that people depict of you. If you're further along on the right and you came onto a show like this back in the 80s, what would be better? If you dress in a nice suit and tie and you look really, really good and you're very dapper, you speak eloquently, you're not easy to anger and stuff like that, and you're trying to make your point across, maybe about it's like race realism or, who's really running this country or what have you, and, you're very respectful or what have you, or you instead dress like a complete neo-Nazi. Dude, this is what we used to say, or I was never a part of this, but I researched the punk movement back when I was in high school and kind of early college. Boots and braces. You've got boots and braces on, shaved head. I like the Confederate flag. I'm not going to dog on the Confederate flag, but in this case, it's like Confederate flag patch, and you lean into every single stereotype that these people make of you. How do you think that's going to go over? And Hamilton said it in chat. Of course, they deliberately picked people who would lean into this. Absolutely. Back then, before the internet, these kinds of conversations or what have you were heavily restricted. So you really didn't have the capacity to have on people who did act better or were further along on the right, but did act in a very dressed up way. If you had Samuel T. Francis on, how do you think Samuel T. Francis would act? He would be very well spoken. I mean, he was a columnist, I believe, for the New York Times, if I'm not mistaken. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head, but he was literally a columnist for a high level publication. Of course, he would show up to the show dressed to the nines, well spoken. He wouldn't be some racist caricature that his enemy wanted to make of him. He would be a well spoken, thoughtful man. Jared Taylor was already doing stuff with his American Renaissance and stuff like that, AmRen, even back in this day. Why would they not invite someone like Jared Taylor? Because Jared Taylor would go there and he'd be well spoken. He wouldn't just be some blind bigot or whatever. He would be someone who would actually make a good point about race realism. That's why they didn't invite him. Who do they invite when they wanted to pick someone bad? They want to invite somebody who leans into the demon stereotype that the left has made out for anyone who is further to the right than John McCain. Right? They want to depict you as the monster. And so when I see these far right groups and they sort of demand that their members dress in these uniforms, that they dress a certain way that kind of leans into kind of reminiscent of the neo-Nazi look, right? The kind of fashy look or whatever. All they're doing is leaning into exactly this confrontation. Quick to anger, looks exactly like you could put him on a poster and saying, this is your enemy. If you see someone like this, don't give him a job. Make sure you cancel him. Make sure you make him look bad and stuff like that. Versus, the two gentlemen here that, certainly are not on our side, right? But look at them. They're dressed in suits and ties. They're dressed in nice shoes. They're not good guys, but they look more like the voice of reason in this interaction, right? The reason that the right made such a stride under Trump in his initial, his sort of initial campaign, and when the left was initially dealing with him, is Republicans at that time dressed nice, acted nice. They acted a lot better than sort of the social justice warriors. You'd have some black woman with cornrows and this weird African hairstyle, and she'd be wearing I think they call it a fushigi or something, the garb that you'd wear around Kwanzaa. And it was very easy for people to look at that and say, yeah, I'm going with the normal, well-dressed, well-spoken guy, not this weird DEI freak who clearly is not on our side, right? Who clearly wants my worst well-being. Optics is key. You need to be optical. If you are not optical and you do stuff like this, it is very, very easy for people to write you off, even if you have great ideas.
Should we be frightened by his appalling ignorance, or should we be angered? Shut up! People, or should we be angered?
No, here's a good man.
Shut up! Go ahead.
This is the same kind of talk that we had over the war in Vietnam when we counted bodies. An atrocity is an atrocity, whether it's one life or 300,000
But the Jews
or 3
are
million.
top of the list.
Let me tell you how I first understood the meaning of the Holocaust. It was incomprehensible to imagine 6 million or 30 million slaughtered by the Russians under Stalin. He's correct. Okay. Until one day, sitting at the Eichmann trial in 1960 in Jerusalem, as a young rabbi, as a human being, I tried to figure out what is 6 million. Until I heard a woman describe how a man named Adolf Eichmann ordered a young Nazi SS Gestapo lieutenant to take her child from her breast she was nursing.
I'm going to be blunt. This is going to sound strange, and I know some people, kind of maybe the Wignat types would be like, you're on his side? Not saying that. This guy is making the neo-Nazi look like a goy. He's making him look like a goy. He's the rabbi here. He's not a good guy, but he knows how to make his enemy look bad. Take notes. He knows exactly what he's doing. The cadence of his voice. He's not getting angry. One of the arts of one of the elements of the art of conversation is knowing how to control a conversation and making it flow like water. If you know how to control a conversation, you become far more convincing, even amongst your opposition, than somebody who does not know how to control it. And this guy, to his credit, knows how to control the conversation. He's firm, but he's not angry. He's, kind of explaining a point in a way that comes off as very reasonable. Acknowledge, oh yes, Stalin did kill those people and stuff like that. And it makes him look balanced. It makes him look balanced. It makes him look fair. It makes him look like a very reasoned man, right? He's not a good guy. He clearly would view us as enemies and do everything to attack the church. He's my enemy. But he's making the neo-Nazi who's trying to talk to him look like a goy. And he's making him look like a goy because look at how the neo-Nazi is acting. He's angry. He's leaning into every single stereotype people think of him, so he's easy to hate. He's not controlling the conversation. He's constantly interrupting, and to be honest, this show is stacked against him, to be fair. But if he was far more measured, even when the show was unfair, people could then at least say, okay, yeah, the show was kind of unfair to him. He was measured. He kept himself under control. He didn't lose his temper. Did you see earlier that even his other skinhead friend had to calm him down? That's bad. Even his other friend who's in the same movement as him had to calm him down because he was just out of control. He was an animal.
And take that child and swing it by the feet against a brick wall as the brains poured out onto its mother's breast.
Hiroshima, Dresden, 60 million.
All war is genocide, man. Face up to it.
Shut up.
You're a total.
Let
him finish, please. Let him finish. I'm getting tired of this. Let him finish. I'm tired. You're tired. Shut up.
I then multiplied that incident by 6 million. And if that had been the only event perpetrated by racists, bigots, and people who hate each other, there is one thing that I've understood, both in the area of what I call ethnic therapy, ethnotherapy, I am, interracial, interreligious activities in which I listen to people intimately discussing their personal feelings involving racism and everything else in interpersonal relationships. The one thing that I've always noticed to be the case is I've never met a racist who loved himself or herself.
Williams. Michael Kalish of the Skinheads of the National Resistance says that our country has been National White Resistance. Our country has been invaded by the Hispanics, raped and deceived by the Jews.
And Geraldo Rivera is a dick. I'm not going to pretend like this guy, I wasn't even complimenting this guy. It's more, you need to take cues from when your enemy pulls off a tactic correctly, because if you don't, you're never going to best them, right? That's the thing. Take cues from your enemy and take cues of their tactic, because if you take cues of their tactic, you know how to best them. For instance, something I've always criticized and I will continue to criticize, because this is the whole low IQ anti-Semitism thing that people do online. You know, not high IQ Chads wearing their quarter zip, their Epstein quarter zip with their matcha latte, reading Oxford Press books. Are the people who circulate like those images of like verses from the Talmud, but like half the images aren't, half the verses aren't even correct. Like if you're circulating one of those images and it looks like it was pulled from like Facebook from 2008, and half the verses are just misquoted or they're completely wrong or they don't even exist, you look like a goy. But if you take the time to read a book like, let's say, Peter Schaeffer's Jesus in the Talmud, there's a couple others that I could think of off the top of my head. I think there's a book written by a Jewish guy named The Messiah in Jewish Thought. Taking time to read a book like that, synthesize the quotes, synthesize what you learn, and produce, say, a better image to circulate. Like American Reform, he did that. And I double checked all his quotes. He got them from Safaria. They're completely legitimate. You know, they're not fake. There's no way to get around it. Even Safaria, the website itself, admits they're true. That is high IQ. That is high IQ operation. But if you're doing this thing where it's like you're just spouting off random stuff that isn't even the case, like people who say that like you know, like Jews collapsed the Titanic. Like, what are you talking about? Like, there's no evidence for that, right? Or even like, I'll be honest, the Caligari plan, like people will talk about the Caligari plan. There's been so many takedowns of the Caligari plan. The Caligari plan isn't real, actually. It's completely false. Like, Caligari himself literally like complimented Mussolini and thought that like, you know, fascism was cool in his like pan-European idea. So he doesn't even fit the bill for this plan, apparently, that he had to like race mix all of Europe. In fact, he wanted to do the opposite. He wanted to protect the racial demographic of Europe. Kalergi, thank you. I'm sorry, Kalergi. Kalergi didn't even want to do that. So when you like throw out the Kalergi plan, you look dumb. You look like you don't know what you're talking about. Anno Domini, E. Michael Jones' book. Are you talking about good or bad? Because E. Michael Jones' book, Jewish Revolutionary Spirit, is very good. That is a high IQ book. That's a massively high IQ book, actually. But what's not a high IQ book are like some of these like random books that are put out on like, I don't know, some like, you know, neo-Nazi website, and it, you know, reprinted from like the 90s that just says like, you know, maybe some true stuff in there, but like a lot of stuff that's just like not even accurate. You know? EMJ, his book is, all his work is very good. He's just does not understand the racial question at all. But his books are very good. I would highly recommend them. I would highly recommend them. His book is high IQ. If you read his book, you're high IQ. But you're not high IQ if you're circulating like, you know, basically this ridiculous, like basically the things that they've been writing about in like neo-Nazi publications since the 90s, right? You're just leaning into like everything that people, you know, think of you, and you're leaning into the stereotype. I mean, I hate to say it, this is what like Jake Shields does. Like Jake Shields does stuff like that, where it's like he'll just recycle some like badly produced image or like some conspiracy about Jews that's like not even accurate. It's like, oh, they collapsed the Titanic. Okay, what's your proof for that? Well, some of the guys that opposed the Federal Reserve were on the Titanic. Okay, well, that happens to be coincidental. There's no evidence for that. There is evidence for Israel doing 9/11. That's true. That's a true conspiracy. Right? That's a true conspiracy. There's no proof for them destroying the Titanic. That was just straight up the iceberg. So you got to be very careful about when you are going to promote a thesis about these conspiracy theories. You got to be on your A game, bro. You got to know what you're talking about. Because if you don't, it's very easy for someone to make you look like a stupid asshole, even if you're not. A lot of guys, the problem is they get red pilled on these issues, and it's baby's first red pill, and maybe they have some of the information right, but they tend to kind of mash it all together. So one moment they'll be talking about like 9/11 and Israel's involvement in it, very accurate. The next they'll be saying like some literal like Candace Owens type shit about like, you know, Sumerian tablets and time traveling with Charlie Kirk. And it just makes them look stupid. It makes them like lean into every single stereotype imaginable.
And maligned and fornicated on by the blacks. Should we respond with anger or with sympathy?
I came here prepared to be very angry, but I feel very good because I see a cross section of Americans here, and they're in good shape.
Again, Roy Innes. I was reading his Wikipedia a little bit as this started because I didn't know who he was. Doesn't sound like a guy who would be on our side, kind of sounds like a guy who would be our enemy. However, what did he just do? Complimented the audience. Comes off as very likable, very agreeable. Take notes. You want to be likable and agreeable. When you're, you guys are probably never going to be on a show or a podcast or whatever. Thank goodness. That's not something you honestly want to be on. But if you're trying to do political action in your state, take notes. Be likable and agreeable. Like even with like boomers and stuff like that. Look, I know boomers are like a lot to deal with. Even some Gen X people are a lot to deal with. But you really gotta, your boy EB said in chat, crowd work is huge. You gotta know how to work the crowd. You gotta know how to come off like a likable, normal dude. Don't be a fucking chud, dude. I like honestly, like I say the chud thing as a joke because it is funny. Don't be an actual chud. Chuds are horrible. A chud is like our modern equivalent of a skinhead. It's what people want to believe about you. You're like this angry guy who you wouldn't be angry if you got laid and had a girlfriend, right? And that's why you believe all these crazy conspiracy theories and stuff like that. If you're a well-dressed, well-respectable young man, people will look at you and they'll be like, hey, that guy has like something to say that's actually worth value. I'm going to look into that. That guy actually cares about me and cares about my well-being. I love him too and I care about him. Hell, I'd follow him into battle anywhere. That's huge. Again, that Innes guy might be our enemy. You got to take notes from him though. Even when our enemy does good, you gotta take notes. It's very, very, very important.
You say it's good shape, but it's not.
The fact that this ad hoc cross section of America understand that these guys are immature clunks, and to be
I have a lot of people who beg to differ with you.
You know, make me feel very good.
He doesn't have an argument. That's what he's trying to tell you guys.
What argument? That means very simple. You're a bunch of young clunks that are trying to grab
nasally voice, very, very nasally voice. I disagree with you. I have a lot of people that beg to differ. He's a fucking chud, dude. This is a chud. Billions must die. Nobody likes me, and I don't like anybody. What's appealing about? I will compliment him. He is better dressed than these other two guys. I will compliment him. He does look like. I think he could be a little bit better, but like he doesn't look awful, right? He's like at the standard. But I'd beg to disagree with you.
Every bit of media because you know in certain elements in America, racism pays well. You want to be racist?
They called us. Believe me.
What? Wait.
Sunlight is the best disinfectant. I believe that. Just like roaches, when you turn the light on, you go and scurry.
Yeah, but you don't.
We'll be right back. Stay with us. Our focus, young hate mongers. Let's take some audience questions.
I was curious. They're awfully young. They are very media slick. They know how to bait, and they use words that they've been trained in. I also am not that upset. What my question is, I think that they're quite ignorant. I'd like to know their education.
Take your materialistic
what's your educational background?
So this woman, maybe her words were a little baited against them. Can't get angry. You just made an enemy. You know, if let's say you were in an interaction where maybe you're running for like a local seat in government, and some like, you know, some mom or some dad or some older member of the community comes up to you and it's like, well, it sounds like a lot of the ideas that you have would hurt our immigrant population or whatever. Rather than you like looking and being like, you're an idiot and you're stupid and you're a race traitor or whatever. Like if you do that, you look like a fucking chud. Don't do that. Instead be like, that's a very interesting, well, don't even say it that way. Rewind the tape. I as a Christian, I as a Catholic am concerned about all people's human dignity. And sadly, what I think happens when we include people in this community who are not familiar with our values, our lifestyle, or our culture, they have a hard time integrating. And ironically, that creates a culture of conflict where neither group really feels at home. Well, I don't want that conflict. And so I think we can resolve this situation by best having our community be with people who have grown up in the United States and possibly giving an opportunity for that immigrant population to return to their natural native land in order that they themselves might better it, and it might be a better place for everybody to live. And I'm shooting from the hip and giving that example. But isn't that a much... I was shooting from the hip there. I was ad-libbing. Isn't that a much better response than being like, yeah, I think they should just like go back to where they came from, and I'm spit and chew and I look like some trailer. You're not going to be likable. Or even more so, like this guy like insulting her. When you become defensive and insulting, you're not somebody people wants to like. You become everything they hate. You become the embodiment of their hatred. Versus, even if that woman in that interaction, like if this man had a more thoughtful response, even if she didn't like him, she'd be like, he was very charming. He was very nice. He was very eloquent in his speech, very polite. Maybe I should reconsider some of my ideas, or at least I think more positively of him than what I thought initially of him and my limited perception. Be a likable person. I cannot stress this enough. And oh boy, does this piss me the fuck off when it comes to far right circles. There are so many unlikable, impersonal people in our space, and it is exhausting having to deal with them. Not you guys. You guys are awesome. You are very likable. But I can't tell you the amount of people that have like zero social skills, and not like zero social skills, but you're like still sweet and kind. That's fine. You can still well, it's not fine. You should improve it, but like you can still get by on that. People can still like you within that. But if you have zero social skills and you're an asshole, nobody will like you. Even if you in reality deep down are a good person. Try to improve your presentation with people. Try to, act in such a way where people have a reason to like you. If you want people to like you, you have to like them. You can't be expecting that kind of attention and not giving any of it back.
Lock it up.
Did you finish high school?
Yes.
Do anything for
What's your education? Let's start with you.
Went through high school. I had a working background. I worked all through high school. 7 years of baseball, 2 years All-Star. Came from a good family. I'm an electrician.
What's your education background, Bob?
I took the GED and got it when I was 14.
Okay, Michael, what's your education?
I graduated from high school and I'm a layout and design artist.
A land design artist?
Layout and design.
Layout and design.
And an ex-con.
Not bad careers. Electrician, layout, and design artist. Those are pretty aspirational. Those are pretty good. If they just took the time, now again, Geraldo's being an ass, so I got to give a little bit of pushback to just how he's trying to interact with them, to be fair. But if they kind of didn't seem so, I'm a layout and design artist, or running through their answers super fast, took more time to be like, I'm a layout and design artist. I work with a lot of great clients that are, kind of fixtures of the community or what have you. People will be like, okay, these guys aren't, losers. They're actually very well-achieving young men, right? They're very well-achieving young men. Again, maybe my perception of them was wrong. You want to change hearts and minds too, because sometimes when you have interactions like this, and you will experience this in local politics, like, if you have some like kind of like normal liberal person interact with you, I'm not talking about like, some freak that like was celebrating Charlie Kirk's death, but I mean like a normal, decent person who happens to be liberal. You want to prove them wrong in their initial perception of you, Because if you're further along to the right, what they're thinking is Nazi, bigot, horrible human being, hates people, and you come in and you're thoughtful, you're well-spoken, you care about the dignity of all human beings, you're a normal person, it makes them reconsider what they thought of you. And it gives them pause. And it even allows them to reflect on their values and what they manage to kind of elevate in their own mind as how the world should be. And maybe they even come around. And hell, even if they don't come around, they at least think more positively of you than when they initially thought you were this certain way. That's important.
Are you an ex-con also?
Not an ex-con? Are you out of your mind?
Yes, you are, Michael. Why'd you tell him the truth?
Hey, I got no convictions, man.
I have to go to court tomorrow. I have to go to court tomorrow. That's true, but I'm not an ex-con. And I don't.
What are you charged?
You could take a drug test, and you wouldn't see any needle.
What are you charged?
Oh, drugs have nothing to do with it. Only
What are you charged?
I'm not an ex-con. You can, if I,
Rabbi,
if
what's he
I have my
charged?
resume here, it won't say
What's
I'm
he
an
charged
ex-con. I was thrown
He was arrested for a felony.
A felony. Wait, hold it. Here we are. Question?
And reportedly served time for felony.
I'd like to know if
When?
you're so, if
You
your
wouldn't
beliefs,
remember anyway.
if you have true belief in your convictions and your movement is as good and as powerful as you say it is, why are you afraid to let other people speak? Why are you not like other minorities and allow other people to pursue whatever happiness they find in whatever religion they find, whatever color they happen to be? You don't let anybody answer a question, and if you don't have a question like this lady over here, you tell her to shut up. What are you afraid of?
The reason why I do that is because I get sick and tired of hearing the sob stories from kikes. I get sick and tired of seeing Uncle Tom here sucking up trying to be a white
Go ahead, Roy. Go ahead.
And there's the racial slurs. There's the racial slurs. There's the, yep, evil Nazi bigot and stuff like that. Because this guy has just fully embraced it. And to be honest, we're using this as an example. I don't really honestly agree with any of these guys' politics and stuff like that. Neo-Nazism's evil and stuff like that. It is an evil ideology. It's a hateful ideology that, says that someone's evil because of the color of their skin and what have you. That's immoral, right? That's completely anti-Catholic. But the reason I use these people as an example is this is the way that the left tries to depict normal, decent conservatives and Christians who are actually conservative and are actually Christian and aren't pro-gay and pro-immigration, all that stuff. This is what they want us to look like. And this is how they want us to be. And it's very important that we don't lean into the monster that they want to make us out to be, right? These have to be paid actors. They probably are, to be honest. Right? This is just rage bait and these guys are falling for it. Absolutely Catholic extremist. They're leaning into every stereotype. And the problem is that you'd think, oh, well, this was like the 90s. This was like 1988. Like that mindset is like so, in the past. Like that happened a long time ago. Dude, I'm going to be real with you. I've talked with a lot of like kind of, nationalist type people and stuff like that. A lot of them still think this way. If they're on a show, if they're on a podcast or whatever, rather than trying to rise above the stereotypes that people make out about them, right? Instead, they think there's virtue in just leaning into every single thing that people say about them. And then after being like, well, I can't blame them for hating me. Well, you did nothing to like challenge their perception. That's the problem. You did nothing to challenge their perception. Like, again, I'll bring them up again just for old time's sake. Patriot Front. Patriot Front, here's the thing. They are way more put together than these guys. I will give them credit for that. And they'll always be like, oh, we do hikes, we do community service and stuff like that. Those are all great things. I'm not knocking you for that at all. Not knocking you for that at all. Those are all great things. But you guys wear matching uniforms. You march around like you're some, again, like the American neo-Nazi party or whatever. You might say, well, we're just trying to be intimidating the wrong people. The bad thing is you're also intimidating the right people as well, and not in a good way. The optics are off. Even if you're like, oh, our guys are really strong or whatever, I don't doubt that. That's a good thing. But why not wear like suits and ties and dress dapper and act and do all those things and then do community service and then do the like kind of active club type stuff? Nobody's knocking you for that. Nobody's getting on your case for that. I think that stuff in of itself is great. But when you, again, wear matching uniforms and you're, marching with Iron Man shields and getting into clashes with people, even though I know they don't instigate the clashes, they just happen to happen. You're not doing anything. You're not doing anything that is conducive to the goal that you're set out to achieve. I think Patriot Front would make a far greater impression with people if those guys just wore suit and ties, normal clothing, maybe they did rallies or whatever, but, carried themselves in a normal way and did the community service and did the active stuff. If they did stuff like that and tried to get involved in local politics, I think the strides that they could make could change this country overnight. But instead, they're adamant about doing it this like staccato, like disruptive kind of way that turns people off. It turns people off, and it turns off potential allies and other people that you can have on your side. Instead, consider for a moment that the way that you present yourself to other people goes a long way, and you need to present yourself in a way that is worthy of having people like you. If you're not doing that, you're just missing the mark, bro. So I really hate to say it, but this mindset from these guys in how they go about presenting themselves, it really has not changed with a lot of these like Wignat and even a lot of these far right groups. They think being as shockingly offensive and, being just kind of like completely unlikable is the way forward, and being unlikable is not. If you want to talk about being intimidating to your enemies too, just work out but still dress nice. If you work out and people know that it's like, that's my enemy, that will intimidate them. But if you dress nice, it will comfort the people who would otherwise support you, because they're like, that guy's strong. I know he'll protect me. And that actually scared me for a moment. Mo Gummy sent $2. Let's see. Thank you, Mo Gummy. Sorry, that scared the crap out of me. It sucks when dishonest opponents use those of low IQ as if they represent the majority of those who disagree with the left. They need to understand this discredits the movement. It's true. It's completely true. And it's one of those things where we need to be better and we need to operate better. We need to be better. We need to operate better. And part of that operation is, again, conducting ourselves in the highest way possible. I think Nick said this like a long time ago, but he said, you're right. The media isn't fair to you. You're right. The media will demonize you. But that is not an excuse to lean into their hate and lean into the way they want to depict you. That is a call to act better and rise above. So many of these guys, when they basically, face any level of opposition or they face any level of hardship, instead of saying, this means we have to be more well-spoken, more educated, more high class, they turn away from that and they say, we need to act dumber, stupider, more aggressive, more unlikable, and alienate normal people that maybe otherwise would be more sympathetic to what we're trying to say. That's a big problem. That's a big problem. And you just can't be that way. You're not going to win that way. And all you're going to be is an easily demonizable figure that people can basically write off and say, this person does not speak for us, we don't like them, and their ideals are bad. It's just that simple. When you talk about these topics in real life, people become very emotional. If you can't handle that, just don't debate these ideas. Not everyone needs to do that. Very true. 100% agree, because I feel I feel like a lot of the time their attitude here makes other people feel like they hate them rather than saying anything substantial. It comes off as very shallow. Very, very true. Good point. Hamilton said it was effective propaganda. This was the only exposure many people had to pro-white arguments. If you said you were pro-white, everyone assumed you were just like these guys. And Geraldo knows that too. Geraldo's not stupid. Why do you think he didn't, again, platform Samuel T. Francis, the American Renaissance guys, any of the PaleoCon guys like Pat Buchanan? Dude, Pat Buchanan made massive strides when he ran for office. He was massively popular back in the day and still is. But it was because he dressed nice, he carried himself well, he was pro-white, and he wasn't a wignat. And he didn't do like any of the stupid things that these guys do. Russell Kirk openly criticized Jewish and Israeli power within the United States. Let's look at how Russell Kirk looks. Do you guys know Russell Kirk? Let's look at how Russell Kirk presented himself. Wow. Russell Kirk on C-SPAN. Sorry, the footage is a little grainy, so bear with me. This is kind of towards the tail end of Russell Kirk's life, actually in 1988, ironically. Same year this footage was shot. That we've been watching the Geraldo Rivera show.
Our guests talk about how historians will remember President Reagan and the record of his administration.
He's on a nice platform. That's the other thing too. Don't go on platforms that you know are going to be hostile to you. That was the other mistake that they made. You know what Geraldo Rivera is going to do if you go on his platform. You could be the most well-spoken guy in the entire world, and he's going to try to demonize you and make you look like a schlub. Go on platforms you know where you have the breath and the voice to speak openly and honestly. Reagan in history. We've got the classical music playing in the background. Very nice. It's eliciting feelings of being at a nice cocktail party, a nice dinner party, maybe with your grandparents, maybe with that rich friend who invited you to your house, his house growing up. Maybe you were that rich friend, and this is the kind of like dinner parties your parents would put on.
Offering their thoughts are Russell Kirk, the author of The Conservative Mind, and Marcus Raskin from the Institute.
This is like crap. By the way, just an aside, this is like crack to me. I love this like 1980s, like nice, respectable discussions about like a book or like a theological or political concept. I don't know why, but there was a whole kind of aesthetic around like the 80s and 90s, especially like the late 80s, of just like these like nice, presentable, like, I don't know, round tables or presentations that people would do in regards to like politics or religion. I don't know. It's like crack to me. I can't get enough of it.
Policy studies.
Accomplishing this goal?
The answer, I think, is yes and no. And of power.
That's not Russell Kirk.
Taxes and to reduce governmental activities. He didn't entirely succeed. You can say that, well, he did better at it than anybody else would have done it. And so he did with the federal government. There were no very major additions.
I instantly like Russell. Actually, I've always liked Russell, but guess what? This is the first time I've actually ever seen him on video. I just know him from his writing and his books. I like him. He's likable. He comes off like an austere grandfather type figure. Did you guys get that impression too? Austere grandfather, a man who can pass me down a lot of wisdom, a man who can give a lot of wisdom, a man that can kind of, impart a lot of knowledge on me. He's clearly an expert in his field. I mean, dude, look at how well spoken he is. He has the glasses, the parted hair. He's old and gray, but in that like kind of Gandalf way, right? You're gonna learn something from him. He's got a nice suit on, wonderful suit on. We're younger guys, so we're not gonna look exactly like this. This is optics. This is what it means to be optical. Oh, it's boring and it's not flashy. That's actually good. That means you're a normal person. Flash is not bad. if it's conducive to the optics. But if it's contrary to it, it is the worst thing you can ask for. That's not the kind of attention that you want. This guy, even though he openly criticized Israel and said a lot of controversial things, there are conservative institutes full of Con Inc. people that are named after him. All these guys will ever have is this one cameo on the Geraldo Rivera show. They will not have an institute named after them. They will not have a book published, at least not one that's going to be sold on Amazon or whatever. And it's fine to have a banned book. That's not necessarily the problem. The problem is that they lean into the trailer park ghetto mindset. They have limited themselves. Antonia said in chat, Russell will make you a couple Folgers and tell you about the way it is. That's a guy I can get a coffee with and have dinner with. This guy, these three buffoons, the Goof Troop, the Three Stooges over here, I wouldn't trust them to change my fucking oil, let alone run a country. You're telling me, like, this guy's going into court tomorrow. This guy's dressed like he pulled this straight out of a catalog. And this dude's dressed like an alcoholic father. I wouldn't trust these guys to tell me about politics, let alone change my oil. Optics are everything. You need to internalize that. I can't stress this enough. And we're a Catholic channel. We're a Catholic show. What does that mean for Catholics? I'm going to be real for a moment. Some people are not going to like this probably. Needs to be said. You cannot be going to like pro-life rallies and like pro-family rallies and protests and stuff like that in Crusader armor, dude. That's gay and that's LARPy. You look like a fool when you do that. I literally remember seeing a picture. I can't remember. I love Trad West. He's a good guy. I can't remember if Trad West posted it. I think he was making fun of it too. But it was literally some guy, like in full Crusader armor, kneeling at one of these protests. And it almost about did me in. That's Trad Crusader 1488 type shit. That is like, you are that Wojak of like the Mexican guy with like big cheeks who like has Cheeto dust on his fingers typing on the keyboard. That is our equivalent of like this LARP on the Geraldo Rivera show. Cause we're not Natsock. That's not our thing. That's against what the church teaches. But in Catholic circles, that's our equivalent. That's the equivalent of the LARP. That's the like, I'm going to dress horrible and, dress in some like, it's like those hoodies that have like knight armor printed on them, right? Like a horrible like Photoshop knight armor on the hoodie. That's fine for a party with your boys. That's fine with a party with your, like, there was a good friend of mine in one of the recent meetups we did as a group. He wore like a meme shirt. That's fine. You're hanging out with the boys, bro. That's funny. We loved his shirt. I'm wearing a meme shirt right now. We're having a laugh, having a goof. That's fine. When you're tuxedo shirts, exactly. When you're trying to be serious and make serious strides or press upon a serious concept, you cannot be doing the knight armor and all that crap. That just looks terrible. That is so bad. I want to vomit when I see that. You are not a crusader, dude. You are addicted to porn and you live in a you live in a 1-bedroom apartment and can barely make rent on your Starbucks job. You're not a crusader. I hate to break it to you. Do not be yourself and dress nice. Be the best version of be yourself and be the best version of yourself that you can be. That's what I want to press upon you guys. It's so important to be this way because if you are, you will make great strides in this country. You will transform everything and make a better future for our children. But if you act LARPy, that's how people are going to think of your values. They're LARPy. They're kitschy. They're not serious political points. You bring that shit to a pro-life rally, people think pro-life is LARPy. You really want to hurt the pro-life movement like that? We've had Lila Rose feminists and Kristen Hawkins already hurt the movement enough. We don't need you hurting it more with your LARP. Be serious and get serious. Dress nice and act nice. Be everything that they think you're not. That's what I want you to remember. That's what every single one of you, I want you to remember. Be everything they think you're not. They think you're a fat loser. Go to the gym and work out and be a fit Chad. They think you don't have a meaningful career. Work to get your bread up and get a good job. They think you're some LARPer that's going to dress in, secondhand Comic-Con cosplay armor. Dress in a nice suit and tie. Prove them wrong. I don't care if you have to do these things even out of a feeling of spite. Spite the enemy. Sometimes that feeling of spite can actually be good and can drive you to do good things. I'll tell you a little story. Huge motivation for me working out was I wanted to prove all those assholes that made fun of me and kicked me when I was down wrong. That was a massive motivation. And I remember when I showed up to AmFest and I saw Captive Dreamer there himself, right, in his sweater and everything. I was wearing a MAGA kippa. It was kind of funny. I went up to him and I respectfully, but I trolled him a little bit. He didn't know who I was. And he knew who I was from Twitter because, he posted my face everywhere and he's like, look at this fat chud and this and that. But I had lost so much weight. He didn't recognize me. So when I was interacting with him, he was like kind of like taking out, he's like, who is this guy? And it didn't take until I left and he leaned to John Doyle and John Doyle told him who I was and he did a double take. This is what my friend said. He did a double take being like, that's that Pine Sap guy? All because I had improved myself so much from where I was at. Yeah, spite did drive me to want to make myself better because you know what? It wasn't out of hatred for those guys. I don't hate anybody, but it was out of a desire to prove them wrong. I wanted to prove all of my enemies wrong. I wanted to say, I am nothing like what you made me out to be. I'm the opposite. I'm the real deal. And it worked, and it's continuing to work. That's what we need to be. When they hit low, we hit high. When they try to knock us down, we build ourselves up. That's what we have to do. If we don't do that, we'll never make a change in this country, never save this country. It's a saying as old as time. Be the change you want to see. If young people nowadays, you're always on the timeline saying, oh, young people are so out of shape and they don't go to church and stuff like that. Stop just going to even Sunday Mass. Go to daily Mass as well. Go to adoration. Get involved, be an altar server. Right? If you see people and you say, man, honestly, people aren't involved in each other's lives anymore. Be involved in your friends' lives. Seriously, just randomly one day, dude, want to go get lunch? Put down the phones for 2 hours and just go get lunch. Be that change. Christian the Chicken said in chat, and for God's sakes, go to confession. Absolutely. Go to confession. It's all on us, dude. I get it's unfair. I get the world stacked against you. I know our enemies can act like, chuds and stupid, and they can get caught with their pants down, you know, doing just the worst stuff and still have a political job and still have a career. I know it's unfair. Trust me. I get it. But just because the cards are stacked against you, it doesn't mean that you allow yourself to sink into despair. You got to rise above. You got to ascend. That's what it's all about. You got to be better than what they say that you are. So continue doing that, man. That's everything. Did you lose it without drugs? Yeah, I've not taken Ozempic. I've not taken anything. Literally just walking every single day and working out occasionally. I needed to be better about the working out part. Sometimes I don't know. Sometimes I was like, I don't want to drive to the gym, but I walked every day and lost almost about 40, or basically around 40 pounds as a result. Let's see here. That's what it is. You know, you really gotta strive to be your best, because this time is very unfair. It's very unforgiving to guys like us. But if you can pull it off and you can be better than the times, dude, you're killing it. You're killing it. And not only did you prove them wrong, but you did right. That's the bigger thing. Like, your life's focus shouldn't just be proving them wrong. It should be the bigger thing of you're doing the right thing. You're fighting for the right cause. And you feel bold and confident in doing that because you know you're the kind of man who's worthy to fight for that cause. That's everything.
Now, let me tell you. Hey, you gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding. You gotta be kidding. Hey, hold it. Hold it. Sit down.
Okay, wait, can we just watch this a little sped up? It is kind of funny to see the people. It is kind of funny to see the people like fight on like just like this guy like wrestling. He's like, "Hey, get over here." That guy looks like a mix of like oh my goodness, not John Candy, the other really funny, bigger guy from the 90s. He looks like that guy. He looks like Chris Farley and like the guy in that one video on the plane where he's like, "I want to shake your hand. Give me your hand. I want to shake it." He's just like manhandling this dude. What is this guy? Like, bro's just like he doesn't even look like a Street Fighter character at all. It just looks terrible. Let's see here. Would you say that this posture of being polite and charitable should apply to online interaction as well? Sometimes I feel the groypers online can be obnoxious in this area. I mean, I would say to a large extent, yeah. I mean, the other thing though too is I think it is okay to be like actually aggressive with our enemies. Like, for instance, like journalists. Like, journalists you do have to be aggressive with because journalists are scum. Journalists are like the worst people on earth. I mean, they make a living off ruining people's lives. Like, people like that, you can't have any reprieve with. You don't necessarily need to go out of your way to be mean to them. Don't talk to them though. Don't interact with journalists. They're never going to do something that is conducive to making you look good. They're never going to give the straight scoop. Like, even guys like Louis Theroux that love to, pretend to pride themselves on giving like real people the opportunity to speak or whatever. He's as fake as they come, dude. If you look at the interaction that he had with Beardson, he literally tried to like make out Beardson to be some like neo-Nazi. I mean, Beardson, like in one video that Louis like had on his phone from the Groyper documentary, he literally was waving to his friend. We'll actually watch that clip. He was just waving to his friend as he was leaving. I think it was like AFPAC 2 or something. AFPAC 2. And Louis like trying to say, "Oh, so you were doing a Nazi salute." It's like, no, I was waving to my friend. And you can clearly see that in the video. Journos are never going to depict you in a positive light. You could be the most positive, sweet human being in the entire world, and they're going to try to demonize you and make you look bad. If you see one of them, don't talk to them. I remember, I don't know who did it, but when I was at AmFest, there was this Airbnb we would hang out at, and somebody decided it was a great idea to invite like a journalist to like come talk to people there. Do you know what happened the moment I heard a journalist was at the house? I took my people and I told them, let's get the fuck out of here. We don't talk to journalists. And I literally walked past flat that woman. She was like sitting right here. She had like, I think her phone open or whatever. I literally did not even look over at her. I took my crew and we strided out of there. You don't mess around when it comes to those people. They want to do everything they can. If they hear you're even right of Kamala Harris, right of Biden, Biden was pretty based. He was actually our guy. Joe Brandon was our guy. But if they hear that you're like right of Bernie Sanders, they're going to ruin your fucking life. Get the fuck out of there. Don't speak to them. You are never going to make yourself look good in their eyes. Their job is to demonize you. They are a long arm of the state. They are a long arm of the culture war that we are trying to fight. And that's their that is the left's greatest strength right now, is using the media to demonize people like us. If they want to talk to you, you say, I don't talk to journalists. Don't even curse. Don't even say anything mean. You don't need to go there. Just say, sorry, don't talk to journalists. And say it aggressively too. Or say it firm, not aggressively. Say it firm too. I don't talk to journalists. Raise your voice and walk past them. Even if they try to get up in your face. Literally stride past them.
Admit I feel the same way. It was just too much. The kike remark was just too much. Rabbi, I'm just a half.
Do you remember when George Bush accused Mike Dukakis of being a liberal? What Mike Dukakis should have said is what I'm going to say to you. He should have said, Ich bin a liberal.
So they busted up Geraldo's nose. They got kicked off of the show. This looks horrible for them, right? Looks terrible for them. Let's see. Where is that documentary actually? Where is the Louis Theroux documentary? Hold on. Oh, here we go. It's on archive. We're not going to watch the full thing. We're just going to watch some clips.
So you feel like...
Oh, dude, we got Boob Alaska. That's a bad frame to start on. We've got Boob Rat Alaska on the front.
I'm pushing an agenda.
Yeah.
What is the agenda?
You hate white people, okay? So why don't you get over yourself? Why don't you apologize?
Streaming to radicalize its young audience.
Let me tell you a joke. Black
cultural war.
I'm so glad Baked Alaska is no longer a part of America First. That guy was a fucking leech, honestly. I remember like when I was a senior in college, I remember when he was still like a part of AF and he hadn't like yet crashed out. And he was on his live stream and he said like one of the stupidest fucking things I've ever heard, which was like denying extra ecclesiam nulla salus, right? So he's denying there's no salvation outside the church. And he was like, there was this like woman in RCIA that explained like being Catholic is like having the full Thanksgiving dinner. But if you're not Catholic, then you still get some of the turkey. And I'm like, that is the stupidest analogy I've ever heard. And so I made a TikTok at the time, that was kind of when I was more prolific making TikTok content, where I just respectfully critiqued that. I didn't say anything that was mean. I didn't insult him. I even started the TikTok complimenting Baked and saying, he's a great guy, great friend of Nick and stuff like that. So, none of this is to insult him. And I went through and said why extra ecclesiam nulla salus is what the church teaches dogmatically, that there is no salvation outside the church. That is a dogma of Catholicism. And he apparently, I didn't realize this, but like in his group chats and stuff like that, crashed out on me. He was so pissed. I could not have complimented this guy more. I was singing his praises at the time, didn't take any pot shots against him. I was completely respectful in my video. I still have the video up and everything. And yet he still like just lost his mind. He was such a clout-hungry goblin. Well, now he gets to be on Kick, and he does literally gambling streams that have like, I think at most like 50 viewers at like the height of it. I mean, completely fallen off, dude. I still remember when there was that clip of him on one stream and he was like, dude, I'm pushing like 35. I'm old. I'm tired. I'm like, you are an old, tired loser. You're still doing IRL streaming and you're old. You're pushing like close to 40, dude. It's time to log off and have some kids. You know, that Nick Fagan guy, I will give him credit for this. For Baked Alaska, Boob Rat Alaska, you actually should log off and have kids because you're a loser, dude. And you don't make relevant content.
Kind of making a documentary about me while I make one about you.
Well, I can't tell you, but you're dealing with one of the world's most intricate internet
Star of the far right.
There's the goat. There's the goat.
Nicholas J. Fuentes, 22 years.
I still love that one. I can't remember if it's this. No, it's not this documentary. It's the MTV one where Nick is like, there it is, folks. 50K followers. And they're like trying to like make it look all dark and stuff like that. I remember Nick talked about that documentary and his reaction to it. And he was like, yeah, they like wanted me to like turn off the lights and stuff like that in my room and act like as if I was like in this dark corner. And I love that it's like, even when they were trying to demonize him and make him look bad, he just still came off with like complete aura. Even when they were trying to make him out to be like the basement dwelling, like dark force behind the internet, like he looked like Darth Sidious. Like he looked badass, bro. I looked at that documentary and I was like, I want to be this guy. This guy's awesome.
Years old and a fan of Donald Trump. He's considered too extreme, even for the right.
There's our boy Beardson.
Republican Party, and is banned from their events.
I'd like to go to CPAC.
No.
Oh, there's Jaden Kleinfelters McNeil.
There are no more tickets on sale. There's no more tickets. CPAC sucks. It's gay. They're not conservative. Yeah, we're leaving. Yeah, bye-bye. America first! America first!
Reportedly barred from CPAC for the last 2 years.
But just even right here, look at the optics of this. Okay, not everyone's wearing suits. That's fine. These are normal people. These are normal conservative people. These are normal Christian people. They're not wearing Nazi shirts. They're not wearing swastikas. They're not like, essentially dressed up in all these uniforms and stuff like that. They're just dressed like normal people. Normal people you'd see on the street. What's better than that? What is better than that? You're not going to get fired from your job for that. You're not going to get canceled. People aren't going to be able to demonize you. And even if people tried to, most decent-minded people, like even decent liberals, would be like, this guy didn't do anything. Like, he's fine. You didn't lean into the stereotype.
Nick has run his own event, AFPAC, the America First Political Action Conference, a short distance away. We were the first television crew they'd allowed in to film.
Okay, so here we are. This is going to be our conference tomorrow.
You're in charge of this, right?
Yes. We got our helpers around. They're just setting up the tables.
So they're putting out these, which are stickers, right?
Yes.
America First, bitch.
Yeah. There should be a comma there because it's not like, I'm an America First bitch.
They messed.
Oh, I just got a message. I think because we're watching this documentary, I don't know if YouTube's going to try to block it or whatever. That's fine. I mean, if it does, let me know. Let me know. I'll just make sure to like re-upload it and stuff like that. That's totally fine. It's not a big issue. I'll re-upload it on my Rumble if that happens. It's not a big issue.
Yeah. Because I saw that.
That makes it sound like.
What a normal, sweet, likable guy, dude. That's a guy you can go get like coffee with. That's a good guy you can like go hang out with. Damn, it's hard to, so this was 2022. That's hard to believe this was 4 years ago, bro. But look at the optics of this.
That English cultural framework and the influence of European civilization, if it loses its white demographic core, and if it loses its faith in Jesus Christ, then this is not America anymore.
Even when he's trying to make this look bad, Louis Theroux, it doesn't look bad. And that's the thing, you're blameless. This looks like a normal conference. Nobody's doing ridiculous stuff. Nobody's, saying anything or operating in a bad way. The presentation is on point. Everyone's dressed in suits. Everyone's dressed very nice. The speech is wonderful. It says, again, pro-white sentiment, pro-Christian sentiment. There's aura to it. So like those neo-Nazi guys on the Geraldo Rivera show, not that they would, agree with all of our values or anything like that, but imagine, let's cut down the totality of their views, and let's just say they were pro-white and, talking about like demographics and stuff like that. If they dressed and acted like this, people would look at this and be like, what's the problem? Like, why is Geraldo trying to make these people look bad? They would be blameless, even amongst their enemies. And that is why optics is so important. Optics is not about cucking on your message. It's about presenting it in the right way, in the right form, in the right fashion. If you do that, you will achieve a status unlike no other amongst the people you want to serve, and even amongst your enemies. Your enemy is far more scared of you if you present yourself in the correct manner and in a manner that is worthy of being called the gentleman. But if you present yourself in a way that is very dressed down, white trashy, you look like a neo-Nazi, you act like a neo-Nazi, they're not scared of you. They'll mock the hell out of you and make fun of you and claim they're scared of you, but you're easy to mock. And they know that all they have to do to take you down isn't getting in some confrontation on the Senate floor. It's just making a documentary about you on Vice, demonizing you, atomizing your life, and that's it. You're done.
And I know some people aren't going to like me saying this. I'm sure you all are going to love what I'm about to say, but people watching at home are not, some of them are not going to. It's controversial. Well, it's true, but it's something that you can't say anymore. White people founded this country. This country wouldn't exist.
So we shouldn't dress up as the Joker and call people the N-word online? Exactly, Hamilton. That's probably not going to be conducive to winning back the culture.
Without white people. And white people are done being bullied.
Aura. That shot right there, aura. That is free publicity right there. Nick said a firm, hard message. He didn't cuck out, didn't cuck on the message, and he presented it eloquently. That's what we have to look towards. And, you guys are not going to have a show like Nick. I'm not going to have a show like Nick. There's only one of him. But what we will have is moments and opportunities where we're in front of an audience like this. If we're in, our state senate, our state senate, our state legislator, we're at maybe a political rally or what have you, like a pro-life rally, a prayer rally or what have you. You need to channel this kind of energy. You need to channel this energy of being firm and strong and not breaking and molding the culture, and being optical while doing it. If you do that, you're going to pull off one hell of a political moment. It will go down in history. You will probably go viral even on social media, but for the right reasons. Dude, I'll give you even an example of recently. In France, they've been having those identitarian and those Catholic rallies. The optics on those have been incredible. Just normal, healthy Catholic white people marching in the street to save their country and give it over the glory of Jesus Christ. W Optics. The clips I saw from that were cool. They had aura. And they just dressed like normal people. They didn't dress weird. They didn't have weird uniforms. They had cool flags. They had like, images of, I believe, our Lord and like Louis the 16th and stuff like that. That is cool. That is amazing. That's how we should be. That's what you have to channel. If you have a clip made of you, you need to think in your head, like if someone else was recording you, how would this look online? Like if I wasn't me and I was watching this clip of me, what would I think of this? If you think cool, you're doing optics correctly. If you think like this would go over well if I wasn't political or whatever, you're doing your optics correctly. If you're like Joel Davis, Darth Plague just said this in chat. If you're like Joel Davis and like the NSN guys, you're doing it all wrong. That doesn't look cool. That looks like weird, off-putting to normal people, and nobody wants to be associated with that. They took a perfectly fine moment where they could have protested immigration and gone against it, and they had to make it this like neo-Nazi LARP. And they weren't able to seize the moment. They could have still had pro-white messaging. They could have still been anti-immigration. But if they had just insisted upon getting their optics down, they could have been far more successful. And instead they didn't. They had to act like complete, total fucking dorks and ruin the moment. And now Joel's in jail as a result. Wow, great. You really saved Australia with that one, dude. We're skipping all the Boob Alaska stuff.
Careful on that one. That was interesting.
What do you mean less careful?
Well, there was no irony. There was less of a twinkle in your eye when you said that.
Well, I mean, look. Yeah, I make a lot of jokes online. I am ironic a lot of the time, but people can discern my real views. I'm Catholic. The Catholic view is
perfect answer. This element is messaging. So this is where we get into more the actual like meat and potatoes of what you're saying, not so much the like way you look. We've already established that you should be dressing like you just came out of Men's Warehouse, not, like you came out of the trailer park. We've well established that. The messaging here. Louis Theroux. What's Louis Theroux saying?
I want you doing it in your bedroom.
Yeah, I think it's gross what goes on there. And no, I don't think they should be doing it. Some people, because conservatives...
Well, you were less careful on that one. That was interesting.
What do you mean less careful?
Well, there was no irony. There was less of a...
So he's talking about sexual ethics, right? He's talking about like people shouldn't be doing gay stuff. Like that's inappropriate. That's wrong, right? And does Nick lean into like using slurs or any? No, he doesn't. Instead, what he says, his messaging, as we kind of just saw and as what's going to come up here, is he says, I'm a Catholic. He's like, I believe in human dignity. I believe in truth. W messaging. When you're asked questions, so if you're going to run in local politics, you're probably going to be asked questions about like immigration, right? And people are probably going to bring up like, oh, what about Makumbe? He just wants a better life. Are you going to deny that to him? You're going to be asked questions like that. And the mic is going to be put on you. The camera is going to be put on you. And your response can't be like, well, just send him back, bomb the boats or what. Like, and saying things like bomb the boats is just fucked up and evil. That's just wrong. Right. I remember I talked ironically with one of those Australian guys, one of those Australian Wignat dudes. And literally one of his reasons for not becoming Catholic was like, we're against doing things like that. And I was like, you are so out of whack, dude. It's insane. But your messaging can't be just like leaning into the redneck, like almost South Park depiction of anti-immigration arguments. It has to be, I think human dignity is a very important aspect of any political discussion and any political decision. And I believe that we have to consider the dignity of everybody involved. If we create unstable communities as a result of mass migration, that's going to lead to bigotry, that's going to lead to hatred, that's going to lead to actual forms of racial tension amongst the general populace. And that's certainly something I don't want. That's when you can put in as a Catholic, and I want to create a harmonious situation. And by doing that, I believe by restricting immigration and allowing the native population to live here creates a more harmonious society where nobody is being discriminated against or put down. Boom. Hard to make that, again, I'm ad-libbing there. I'd probably choose my language a little bit more finer. But that would go over well in a headline. You couldn't really demonize that. What Nick is going to say here, you can't really demonize. It goes over well.
When you said that.
Well, I mean, look, yeah, I make a lot of jokes online. I am ironic a lot of the time, but people can discern my real views. I'm Catholic. The Catholic view is we want to live in a decent, virtuous society where people are not doing immoral, gravely sinful things.
You have expressed a degree of sympathy or even common cause.
The other thing is there to be likable. We said this earlier, but be likable. Nick was kind of a little funny there. Just acted like a normal guy. We heard the term job site tonight from Chad the Builder. Imagine if you were on the job site and you're just talking to someone. That's the way you want to come off. I'm just having a conversation with you. Just shooting the breeze, right? Water cooler talk. Maybe a little better than that. We're just having a conversation. We sat down, we got a beer together. That's the art of conversation that you want to have, right? If you were ever in a documentary like this, that's how you want to come off. You don't want to come off as weird and this kind of almost Mr. Burns figure. I think of Mr. Burns from The Simpsons, where it's he's wringing his hands. He's excellent, right? This evil mastermind, this evil plan. That's going to make people look at you and be you're a freak and I want nothing to do with you. Instead, it's you're kind of flippant with, if they ask some stupid question, be kind of flippant with it. Be oh, come on. Really, let's be adults here. Say something like that. That comes off and goes off far more better than being sort of, I don't know, overly obtuse and kind of standoffish. If you're standoffish, what it makes you look like is you have something to hide or you have some secret evil intention. Rhetorically speaking, it looks like you have something behind your back. You want to have your arms and your hands wide open. Looks like you've got nothing to hide and people know that you're the real deal.
Wars with avowed white nationalists.
Well, I don't understand the hang up on, so why are you not a white nationalist? So aren't you a white nationalist? I mean, why are you so interested in that in particular?
He put the question back on him, another masterclass, right? Put the question back on them. If they call you a white nationalist or a Nazi or anything like that, you're none of those things, right? But if they say that, put the question back on them. Be well, why is wanting, the decent treatment of all people, and in this case, white people or what have you, a white nationalist thing or a neo-Nazi thing? If you put the question back on them, it makes them look stupid and it starts to challenge their presuppositions and their worldview. They're trying to challenge yours. You have to be on the offensive, not on the defensive. If you're on the defensive, even if you give a really good defense, it looks like they have the moral high ground of criticizing you. And within their high ground, their moral framework, you have to prove yourself. You have to get them to prove themselves in your moral framework.
Categorizing me as that thing. That to me is...
Because that's the most prohibited part of your beliefs. What makes you Nicholas J. Fuentes, right?
Right.
Is the fact that there's a racial component.
Right.
But even the right wing of the Trumpers, what makes you different from them is that you talk about Jewish power, right? Alleged Jewish power, and black crime, and that you're talking about specifically white identity.
I want America to work. I believe in America. We just got to stop immigration. That's all.
Can we watch you doing your show?
Yes.
Nick told me his streams, hosted on his own website, reach as many as 10,000 live viewers a night.
Good evening, everybody. We're watching America First. My name is Nicholas J. Fuentes. We have a great show for you tonight. Very excited to be back with you here tonight on Monday.
Let's go. Boyd Beardson. I think this will be kind of the last segment. Oh my goodness, Brittany Venti. This will be the last segment we cover, and then I do got to get going. But this is Louis' interaction with Beardson. And this is going to be more of a sort of take on how to interact with these people when they start like accusing you or saying ridiculous shit. Because I hate to say it, that's how it's always going to go in interactions with people like this, right? They're always going to accuse you of stupid ass stuff. You know, they're going to say like, I mean, it's like how I remember in my interaction with like Mehdi, like he's trying to accuse me of being like a genocidal maniac. And I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? It's like, I'm a Catholic. I don't believe in genocide. That's completely immoral, right? Genocide is completely wrong. No decent human being would ever believe in that, right? People are going to try to trip you up on questions like that. And again, you're probably not going to be in a documentary, but if you are in like local politics or even just like interacting with someone on the street, you got to be careful of when they start asking questions like this.
In a small town in western Kentucky. You got that off the internet?
Yeah, I got it.
How much did they charge you for that?
It was only like $12. I wasn't that committed to the
$12? I thought it'd be more than that.
No.
A plain T-shirt costs more than that.
Oh.
You must take value off it, having my face on it. How you doing?
Doing all right.
Thank you for having us.
Yeah, no problem. So, like, why the hell do you want to talk to me?
Well, because you were at AFPAC, and they call you a general in the movement. They call you Nick's general, one of his trusted lieutenants.
I don't know about that, but...
This is so weird talking to you with three faces of me staring back. We're trying to get a sense of the movement.
Okay, Beardson did actually have a pretty good tactic here. If you're not going to dress in a suit, be funny. Like, if you're not going to dress in a suit, just be likable and funny. That's the next best thing. Basically, no matter what, and this is kind of overarching, just be normal. Just come off like a normal person. Be likable, be charismatic. If you do that, you're good regardless. Like, even if you're a little bit quirky or you're a little bit like silly or what have you, like people like that and people respond well to that. And that kind of energy will see you kind of be put in a position where people are then supportive because they're like, I like that guy. Like, that guy's positive. He's funny. He's got this like quirk to him that kind of like makes him someone that, I want to associate with, or I want to go get a drink with him or go get dinner.
So-called dissident right, whatever you want to call that thing that you were part of, that used to be called white nationalism, but I guess that's not a term that's in favor anymore.
No, I mean, I'm not a white nationalist or anything.
You kind of have to say that, right? To be optical?
No, I'm not even a political guy.
Really?
No, I'm a gamer, dude. I play video games.
I'm a gamer.
Because it is a political movement. Like, the Knicks outfit is explicitly political.
Wait, what? Wait, was the stream taken down? Wait. Hold up. Oh, gosh. Did they end the stream? Son of a... Damn it. Okay. Well...